Chapter 501. Qin Feiyang also raised his head to look at Dong Zhengyang, his eyes shining. Although Dong Zhengyang had stepped into the War Master first, he had not opened the door to his potential. Half a year had already passed, and his cultivation had not improved at all. However, it was undeniable that with Dong Zhengyang's current strength, he did indeed have the qualifications to be a hero. Dong Zhengyang glanced at Qin Feiyang, then scanned the crowd around him and said expressionlessly, "I vaguely heard that someone wanted to challenge me. Senior brother Dong, it's Qin Feiyang who wants to challenge you. Just now, when he heard that you had advanced to the King realm, he was very unconvinced and threatened to pull you down from the throne. Yes, we were all fighting for you, but look, he actually beat us up like this. Senior brother Dong, this person is too arrogant. You must teach him a lesson." Xu Yang and Wu Yang roared with righteous indignation. Making things out of nothing, how shameless. Ren Wushuang felt very angry. However, Qin Feiyang's expression was calm and unperturbed, as if he was not affected in the slightest. Dong Zhengyang's eyes flashed, he lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Are you the one who wants to challenge me? What do you think?" Qin Feiyang did not answer and instead asked. Dong Zhengyang looked deeply at Qin Feiyang, swooped down, landed on the plaza, and walked towards Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, Wu Yang and Xu Yang pursed their lips into a cold smile. But just when everyone thought that Dong Zhengyang was going to attack Qin Feiyang, Dong Zhengyang brushed past Qin Feiyang. What's going on? The entire audience was stunned. Pa! Before anyone could regain their senses, a crisp slap sounded out in the plaza. Everyone looked over and saw Dong Zhengyang standing in front of Wu Yang, raising his arm and continuously slapping Wu Yang. Wu Yang was stunned. Xu Yang was also stunned. Pa! The scene was silent, and only the loud slapping sound could be heard. A short while later, Wu Yang's face swelled up, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Pa! After slapping Wu Yang more than a dozen times, Dong Zhengyang suddenly exerted some force, and Wu Yang was immediately sent flying. He rolled on the ground in a sorry state and screamed in pain. Whoosh! Next, Dong Zhengyang soared into the sky and landed in front of Xu Yang. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xu Yang immediately fled in fear. But in front of the war sect, was it possible for a mere war emperor like him to escape? Obviously not. Boom! Dong Zhengyang released his might and directly imprisoned Xu Yang in the void. Then, without any mercy, he went up and slapped him a few times. Smack! In the end, Xu Yang was also sent flying by the fan, and he rolled beside Wu Yang while howling miserably. "I hate people like you who are incapable and still want to sow discord. Do you think I'm a fool? This is the first and last time. If anyone dares to set their sights on me again, I will definitely make them leave the inner palace on a stretcher." Dong Zhengyang swept his gaze across the entire audience, his cold gaze causing one to tremble in fear. There was not a single sound at the scene. It was as silent as death. Throughout the entire process, Qin Feiyang's expression remained calm. Dong Zhengyang's actions seemed to be within his expectations. Wu Yang and Xu Yang were furious. Originally, they wanted Dong Zhengyang to teach Qin Feiyang a lesson, but they did not expect that they would be taught a lesson by Dong Zhengyang instead. After being slapped repeatedly in public, Xu Yang had already lost his mind and roared at Dong Zhengyang, "You are a coward." Dong Zhengyang lowered his head to look at Xu Yang, his eyes revealing traces of coldness. "Am I wrong? The destruction of the Dong family was caused by Qin Feiyang. Not only did you not take revenge for your clansman, you even helped him. Are you worthy of your dead relatives?" Xu Yang roared. "This is a personal grudge between me and Qin Feiyang. Do I need you to intervene?" Dong Zhengyang's eyes flickered with coldness. Whoosh! He swooped down, landed in front of Xu Yang, and directly kicked Xu Yang's lower abdomen. Oh! Immediately, Xu Yang let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. His whole body flew out like a meteorite, accompanied by a loud bang, and smashed into the opposite mountain peak. Then, Dong Zhengyang looked at Wu Yang again. "You don't have to do it, I'll do it myself." Wu Yang's gaze trembled, and she slammed her head on the ground. Immediately, her head was bleeding and she fainted on the spot. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and then he shook his head and laughed. Xu Yang and Wu Yang could be said to have gone for wool and come home shorn this time. However, the others were extremely puzzled. What was going on? First, it was Lu Xingchen. But Lu Xingchen's situation was more special. Maybe it was really because he had died once, so he was more open-minded about everything and didn't want to argue with Qin Feiyang. But now, even Dong Xingyang was like this. Originally, the three of them were mortal enemies, but now, they seemed to be friends. What exactly happened in between? At this time, Dong Zhengyang suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes extremely sharp. Qin Feiyang also looked up at Dong Zhengyang, his expression as calm as ever. The two just looked at each other like this. The atmosphere gradually became a little solemn. But in the end, Dong Zhengyang didn't say a word, turned around and flew toward the cultivation palace. Wait. Qin Feiyang spoke at this time. What's the matter? Dong Zhengyang frowned, stopped and asked without looking back. Qin Feiyang said, I want to talk to you in private. In fact, this time he returned to the inner palace mainly to find Dong Zhengyang. Follow me. Dong Zhengyang muttered for a while and said indifferently. Then, he flew into the sky and flew far away. Qin Feiyang glanced at the surrounding crowd, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He then quickly chased after him. At the same time, in the sky above a mountain peak far away, a woman in colorful clothes stood against the wind. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind like a beautiful butterfly, showing off her peerless charm. Behind the woman in colorful clothes, there were two middle-aged men. One of them was wearing purple clothes. He was tall and had a dignified appearance, but his face was a little gloomy. He was the martial arts hall master. The other one was wearing white clothes. His entire body was emitting an ethereal aura. On his slightly aged face, there was always a faint smile, and he looked very easygoing. He was the Pill Hall master. The three of them looked at the Pill Fire Hall from afar. After Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang left, the martial arts hall master withdrew his gaze and looked at the woman in colorful clothes. Hall master, did you see that? This Qin Feiyang is simply lawless. If we don't restrain him, I'm afraid no one will be able to control him in the future. I don't like what you just said. It's a waste of youth if he's not frivolous. He's just a child now. It's normal for him to have such a character. Moreover, who hasn't been young before? If I remember correctly, you were even more arrogant than him when you were his age. The Pill Hall master said. The martial arts hall master raised his eyebrows and said angrily, Can you stop arguing with me? I'm not arguing. I'm just stating facts. Moreover, this matter is ultimately Wu Yang and the others' fault. If they didn't provoke him first, would Qin Feiyang attack them? Most importantly, Xu Yang slapped Lung Rushuang in front of everyone. This action is simply a disgrace to all men. I think Xu Yang should be punished severely. Also, Qin Feiyang is a member of my Pill Fire Hall. It doesn't seem like it's up to you to decide what he should do. Besides, as the martial arts hall master, you've targeted a disciple multiple times. You even reported it to the chief hall master. Don't you think your actions are a little too disgraceful? To be honest, even I feel embarrassed for you. The Pill Hall master said indifferently. His eyes were filled with disdain. You, the martial arts hall master, was furious. The colorful-clothed woman glanced at the two of them and said, all right. Don't you guys feel tired after fighting for your entire life? The martial arts hall master glared at the Pill Hall master and cupped his hands. Hall master, I'm not fighting with him. I just want to beg you to get rid of those black sheep. Black sheep. The Pill Hall master frowned. There was a trace of anger on his face as he said, if Qin Feiyang is a black sheep, then there's no good person in the inner hall. The colorful-clothed woman nodded and said, compared to those disciples from the wealthy clans, Qin Feiyang is indeed a sensible child. The martial arts hall master's expression changed. He quickly said, Hall master, all right. The colorful-clothed woman waved her hand impatiently and said, let's not get involved in the matters between the disciples. It's fine as long as they don't kill anyone. Besides, the inner hall has been peaceful for too long. I can't see any fighting spirit and sharpness from them. The 9 States War is about to begin. If this continues, I'm afraid our spiritual state will lose miserably. Why don't we just let Qin Feiyang inspire their fighting spirit? The colorful clothed woman added. Hall Master is wise. The Pill Hall Master cupped his hands and smiled. The martial arts Hall Master snorted. He was extremely dissatisfied. Back to Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang. The two of them landed on an empty mountain peak and stood side by side. Dong Zhengyang looked down at the mountains and rivers below. His expression was still cold as he said, "Just say what you want to say." Qin Feiyang said, "I won't beat around the bush with you. Do you know where Dong Qing and the others are?" "What? You still want to kill them all?" Dong Zhengyang suddenly turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were as sharp as a blade. Qin Feiyang said, "If I wanted to kill them all, I could have killed them back then. I'm just curious. How did they disappear without a trace?" Dong Zhengyang looked at him deeply and shook his head. "I don't know where they are now. I have been asking around, but I didn't find any clues." "You don't know?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said in a deep voice, "Something is wrong." Dong Zhengyang nodded and said, "Something is wrong indeed. Dong Qing is my sister, and we are very close. If I'm not mistaken, she would have told me her whereabouts immediately." Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "What do you mean?" "I'm guessing that they must have met with some mishap. To be honest, I've been suspecting you. Did you kill them? But now, it seems like I was thinking too much." Dong Zhengyang said. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "If it was really me, I wouldn't deny it in front of you. With your character, it is indeed so." Chapter 502. Qin Feiyang said with a wry smile, "If I really had a clue, I wouldn't have come to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang frowned again. Dong Zhengyang said, "What do you want to say?" Qin Feiyang said, "I feel that the disappearance of Dong Qing and the others is somewhat similar to the situation of the Lu family." "Similar?" Dong Zhengyang was stunned and sneered. The Lu family was exterminated, and Dong Qing and the others were missing. "I really don't see the similarity." Qin Feiyang said, "What if no one found out that the Lu family was exterminated?" Dong Zhengyang raised his eyebrows. If no one found out, then in the eyes of the world, the Lu family was undoubtedly in a state of disappearance. Could it be? Dong Zhengyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, "Is it related to the masked man?" Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "To be honest, I do suspect so." "Damn it." Dong Zhengyang suddenly clenched his hands, and a trace of shocking fierceness appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry, I just suspect it, but I haven't confirmed it. The most important thing now is to find Dong Qing." Dong Zhengyang said, "I will continue to look for her. As long as she is still in the spiritual state, I will definitely find her." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Don't be too confident. As far as I know, Lu Tingting is not dead. I feel that someone is planning a big conspiracy." "Lu Tingting is not dead?" Dong Zhengyang was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Yes, Lu Tingting and the masked man were both present on the day Zhao He massacred the Dong family. That's why I suspect so." Dong Zhengyang said angrily, "Then why don't you catch them?" "I want to, but..." Qin Feiyang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Some things were better left unsaid. Buzz. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's image crystal beeped. Qin Feiyang took it out from his bosom and released his battle chi. Then, an old shadow quickly appeared. It was none other than the Manor Lord himself. "Greetings, Manor Lord." Dong Zhengyang's expression changed and he hurriedly bowed. "Yes." The Mansion Lord nodded. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "We have found the masked man's lair. Come here immediately." "What?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Dong Zhengyang's eyes also shone brightly. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to ask, the old man turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang came to his senses and immediately put away the image crystal and opened a teleportation door. Dong Zhengyang hurriedly grabbed Qin Feiyang and said, "Can you bring me along?" This, Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay." After that, the two of them entered the teleportation door one after the other and soon arrived in front of the old man's courtyard. In the courtyard, besides the old man, there was also an unfamiliar face. It was a middle-aged man, 7 feet tall, quite thin, wearing a white robe, with white hair on his temples, full of vicissitudes of life. However, that pair of dark eyes were extremely spirited and carried a great sense of majesty. When the old man saw that Dong Xingyang also followed, he frowned and said, "Come in." Qin Feiyang pushed the door and entered. Dong Xingyang followed closely behind. When they arrived in front of the old man, the two of them bowed at the same time and said respectfully, "Greetings, sir." The old man nodded and pointed to the man in white next to him, saying, "Let me introduce him to you. He is the new city lord of East City, Jiang Chenqing." "Greetings, City Lord Jiang." Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang bowed again. Jiang Chenqing nodded and smiled, appearing very amiable. Qin Feiyang looked at the mansion master and said, "Sir, where is the masked man's lair?" The old man said, "Old Jiang, tell them." "Yes." Jiang Chenqing responded respectfully, then looked at Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang and said, "The masked man's lair is in a valley, not far from the city." Dong Xingyang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Can you take us there now?" The mansion master and Jiang Chenqing both looked at Dong Xingyang in confusion. "Mansion master, City Lord Jiang, this is what happened. Dong Xingyang and I both suspect that the disappearance of Dong Qing and the others may be related to the masked man, so I brought him along." Qin Feiyang saw the situation and hurriedly explained for Dong Xingyang. "So that's how it is." The mansion master and Jiang Chenqing finally understood. Then, the two giants looked angry. The masked man had extended his evil claws to the city several times. He must have eaten the heart of a leopard. Dong Xingyang knelt on the ground and pleaded, "Mansion master, Dong Qing is my only family now. No matter what, I have to find her. Please help me." The mansion master pondered for a moment and sighed, "Get up quickly. I'll let you go with me." "Thank you, sir." Dong Xingyang was overjoyed. The mansion master shouted, 10 commanders, come and gather here immediately." 10 commanders. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Zhao He had been removed from the position of commander, so there were only 9 commanders left. Whoosh! In less than 10 breaths, 10 figures appeared out of thin air and landed in front of the courtyard. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one, and suddenly his eyes locked on one of them. It was Fan Jian. This guy had become a commander. Fan Jian also smiled at Qin Feiyang. The mansion master glanced at the 10 commanders, then looked at Jiang Chenqing and said, "Lead the way. I want to see who is in the valley. Remember, hide your aura for me," the old man added. Jiang Chenqing nodded and opened a portal. The mansion master took the lead and walked in. Jiang Chenqing followed behind the mansion master. Wang Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang in confusion. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang said, "It said that City Lord Jiang found the masked man's lair." "Found it? Good, let's see how they can escape this time." Wang Hong's eyes turned cold as he strode into the portal. Qin Feiyang, Dong Xingyang, Fan Jian, and the other commanders also entered one after another. In the next moment, the group landed in the sky above a mountain range. Jiang Chenqing pointed at the mountain below and said, "There." Everyone lowered their heads and looked down. They saw a small valley in the middle of the forest below. Why does it look familiar? However, Qin Feiyang was stunned. This valley, where did he see it before? Suddenly, he discovered that there was a lake in the middle of the valley. The lake water was very clear and under the sunlight, there were layers of dazzling ripples. The valley was also very quiet, revealing a rare kind of tranquility. It looked like a paradise. However, Qin Feiyang's gaze was fixed on the lake. In his head, it was as if thunder was rumbling. That was because the moment he saw the lake, a memory crawled out of his mind uncontrollably. This valley was exactly the same as the one in the Desert of Death. How could this be? Was it a coincidence? Or was it the same valley? Fan Jian, who was standing beside Qin Feiyang, immediately noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality. He transmitted his voice, "Brother Qin, what's wrong?" Whoosh! Qin Feiyang didn't seem to hear him. He suddenly swooped down and rushed toward the valley. The mansion master's face changed and he hurriedly shouted, "Brat, don't alert the enemy. However, Qin Feiyang still turned a deaf ear. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to confirm whether this valley was the same one in the Death Desert. If it was, if Ren Duxing didn't lie to him, it meant that the person behind the masked man and Lu Tingting was Mu Tianyang. This also meant that Mu Tianyang was really resurrected. Seeing this, the old master was quite angry and said in a low voice, "Wang Hong, quickly go and surround the valley. Dong Xingyang, you also go and help." After that, the old master chased after Qin Feiyang. Wang Hong, Dong Zhengyang and the others also immediately went at full speed to surround the valley. Seeing the valley getting closer and closer, Qin Feiyang could already see the stone walls on both sides of the valley entrance. But at this moment, boom! The soil around the valley suddenly rolled. The nearby mountains of different heights also began to collapse, and the rumbling sound resounded through the sky and earth. What's going on? The old master and the others were surprised. But then, a shocking scene happened. The valley actually sank rapidly into the ground. How is this possible? At this moment, except for Qin Feiyang, everyone was dumbfounded. You want to run? It's not that easy. The old master was furious. He reached out his big old hand and grabbed in the air. Streaks of bright battle chi emerged and turned into a giant hand that covered the sky, grabbing toward the valley. Buzz! However, when the giant hand grabbed the valley, a light shield suddenly appeared around the valley, which actually shook off the giant hand that the old master had transformed into. So powerful. Wang Hong and the others couldn't help but narrow their pupils. Who the hell is it? Come out. The old master was completely furious. The battle chi poured out without reservation, like a big waterfall, with the power to destroy the world, and blasted toward the valley. There was still no sound coming from the valley, but a terrifying aura roared out from the lake and collided with the old master's battle chi. Boom! The moment the two collided, there was a deafening explosion. The mountains and rivers within dozens of miles trembled at this moment. Poof! The old master's old body trembled, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Wang Hong and the others watched with trepidation. Who exactly was this person? How could he be a match for the old master? However, they couldn't stay calm after that. Because of the confrontation between the old man and the mysterious person, a destructive shockwave was born. Like a flood, it swept out in all directions. Seeing this scene, Wang Hong and the others turned around and fled without hesitation. The old master's cultivation had always been a mystery. As his trusted 10 commanders, they didn't know either. However, they had a deep understanding of the old master's strength. He could crush them hundreds of times with a casual wave of his hand. To be able to exchange blows with the old master, the person hiding in the valley was definitely not inferior to the old master. One could imagine how destructive the chi wave was. If they didn't escape, they would die. However, Qin Feiyang ignored it and rushed toward the valley crazily. The old master was about to attack again, but when he saw Qin Feiyang's situation, his expression changed drastically. He shouted angrily, "Qin Feiyang, what are you doing? Come back. Just a little bit more." Qin Feiyang mumbled, staring at the stone wall at the entrance. Chapter 503. The valley continued to sink, and it was about to disappear. That destructive airwave covered the sky and covered the earth. Soon, it had arrived before Qin Feiyang. If he was drowned by the airwave, Qin Feiyang's fate would definitely be smashed to pieces. Finally, Qin Feiyang saw the stone wall clearly. A name was engraved on it. Ling Feng. Under the name, there was a line of words engraved. "Those who enter the valley, please kneel down." Seeing these words, Qin Feiyang froze in the void on the spot. It was as if he was struck by lightning, and his mind rumbled. That's right. This is the valley that disappeared in the Death Desert. Because Ling Feng is Ling Yunfei's father, but seeing Qin Feiyang standing there in a daze, turning a blind eye to the airwave in front of him, the old man was burning with anxiety and shouted, "Hide!" Immediately, Qin Feiyang shuddered and came back to his senses. Looking at the airwave that was close at hand, the hair all over his body suddenly stood on end. An indissoluble aura of death shrouded him. Not daring to hesitate, he hurriedly hid in the castle. Seeing Qin Feiyang disappear, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. If he was a step later, he was afraid that even the corpse couldn't be found. But the valley had completely sunk into the ground and disappeared without a trace. You all stay here. I will go down and take a look. With a gloomy face, the old man instructed Wang Hong and others. Then, he rushed to the ground with a surging aura. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang lowered his head, and his face was extremely gloomy. Little Qin Zi, what happened? Wolf King, Fatso, and others couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang looked up and glanced at them. He said in a deep voice, Ren Duxing didn't lie to us. Mu Tianyang has really been resurrected. What? Everyone's expression changed. Qin Feiyang said, I saw the name Ling Feng on the stone wall of the valley just now. Who is Ling Feng? Lin Yi was confused. Fatso said, Ling Feng is Ling Yunfei's father. Wolf King said, when I went to the valley with little Qin Zi, Feng Ling and elder Wan, it was Ling Yunfei who led the way. Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Are you sure that the name on the stone wall of the valley was Ling Feng? Qin Feiyang nodded. Immediately, their hearts became extremely heavy. Mu Tianyang, the emperor of the previous dynasty, was known as the Heavenly Sun War God and stood at the top of the pyramid on this continent. For the spiritual state, the resurrection of such a fierce and ambitious character was a calamity. Especially this group of people, Mu Tianyang would definitely not let them off. Because not only did they take away Mu Tianyang's pill scripture, but they also took a few ribs. This kind of thing was undoubtedly a great shame for Mu Tianyang, who was once the emperor. Moreover, judging from the current situation, Mu Tianyang had already targeted them. Otherwise, the valley would not appear near the spiritual state capital. Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and said, This matter is not something we can solve. We must explain it to the old man and let him report it to the emperor as soon as possible. But Qin Feiyang was silent. Boss, although you haven't said it clearly, Fat Lord is not stupid. He can almost see that there should be some misunderstanding between you and your father. But boss, you have to think carefully. This is not a trivial matter. Mu Tianyang hasn't done anything to us now. It must be as Ren Duxing said. His cultivation has fallen a lot, and he is afraid. But once he recovers his cultivation, he will definitely come to us first to settle the score. Fatso said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, You don't understand. What happened between me and him is not a misunderstanding. It is a fact that has happened. Even if it is a fact, you have to focus on the overall situation. However, no matter what you choose, Fat Lord will always stand by your side. When you become successful, just don't forget Fat Lord. Fatso patted his chest and laughed. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, lowered his head, and said, Let me think about it. Swish. After that, Qin Feiyang left the castle. Lin Yi immediately looked at Fatso, Lu Hong, and Wolf King and said, Is Brother Feiyang from the capital? Two people and one beast looked at each other. They didn't know how to answer. Luo Qianxue also looked at Fatso and the others. Her eyes were full of suspicion. I want to cultivate. If you have any questions, ask Fatso. Wolf King dropped a sentence, then he lay directly on the ground, closed his eyes, and pretended to take a nap. Fat Lord is also at the critical moment of breakthrough. Lu Hong, you do as you see fit. Fatso's eyes turned. He also sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. But if one looked closely, one would find that he was a little absent-minded. The pangolin was more direct, pretending not to hear. Looking at the treacherous Fatso and Wolf King, Lu Hong felt helpless. Sister Lu, can you just tell me? Lin Yi pleaded. Fatso and Wolf King's behavior was too abnormal. Not only Lin Yi's curiosity was completely aroused, but even Luo Qianxue was the same. Lu Hong was a bit embarrassed and said apologetically, I also want to tell you, but without Qin Feiyang's permission, we don't dare to speak carelessly. If you really want to know, then go ask him yourself. Lin Yi's face suddenly showed a trace of disappointment. At the same time, her heart was also uneasy. Is it because Brother Feiyang is from the capital and doesn't like me, so he is unwilling to accept me? Or is it because she really didn't dare to continue thinking? Because the more she thought about it, the more flustered she was. Luo Chenxue next to her saw all this. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She comforted in a low voice, Don't think too much. Your brother Fei Yang is not that kind of snobbish person. Lin Yi nodded. But her heart couldn't calm down. Qin Fei Yang, what happened to you just now? Outside. Above the mountain range, at this moment, Wang Hong and others were all looking at Qin Fei Yang suspiciously. Nothing. Qin Fei Yang shook his head and smiled. Third young master Cao frowned and said, Why did you rush down if nothing happened? Do you know that your behavior just now is simply courting death? I'm sorry to make everyone worried. Qin Fei Yang cupped his fist and said reproachfully. Third young master Cao rolled his eyes at him, looked down at the broken ground below, and said worriedly, I don't know if Sir can catch him. Wang Hong and the others also lowered their heads to take a look. They all had worried looks on their faces. But Dong Zhengyang would glance at Qin Fei Yang from time to time. Swoosh. After a while, the old man rushed out of the ground, but he was alone. Needless to say, the old man's pursuit failed. Wang Hong stepped forward and asked, Sir, did you see his appearance clearly? No. The old man shook his head. Not to mention his appearance, he didn't even see a shadow. Wang Hong said worriedly, This person's strength is unfathomable. If we don't figure out his identity as soon as possible, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. Third young master Cao and the others nodded in agreement. The old man's gaze turned cold as he looked at the 10 commanders and said, Take people and search immediately. Even if you have to turn the entire spiritual state upside down, you must find the valley for me. Yes. Wang Hong and the others bowed in response, then opened the portal and left quickly. The mansion master then looked at Jiang Chenqing and Dong Zhengyang and ordered, I have something to discuss with Qin Fei Yang. You guys go back first. The two of them glanced at Qin Fei Yang with deep meaning before they each left through a teleportation gate. Soon. Only Qin Fei Yang and the old man were left. The old man looked at Qin Fei Yang and said in a deep voice, Kid, tell me honestly, do you know something? Why do you ask? Qin Fei Yang was puzzled. The old man said, Your behavior just now was too strange. You must have noticed something, so you rushed towards the valley without a care for your life. A light flashed in the depths of Qin Fei Yang's eyes. This old man is really meticulous. Old man, you're thinking too much. I was just curious at that time. Why would the valley sink into the ground? Besides, I'm not throwing my life away. I have an ancient castle. If there's danger, I can just hide. Qin Fei Yang smiled. Is that so? The old man looked at him suspiciously. Qin Fei Yang said helplessly, Even if I had the guts, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. The old man looked at him deeply and said, Then go back to the inner hall. The 9 States War is about to begin. Don't run around anymore. Okay. Qin Fei Yang smiled. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said, Old man, let me ask you something. Do you know the coordinates of Yunju? The old man frowned and said, Why are you asking about this? Do you want to go to Yunju again? Qin Fei Yang hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, I'm just curious. Just curious. The old man looked Qin Fei Yang up and down and shook his head. I've never been to Yunju, so I don't know the coordinates. Then, before Qin Fei Yang could react, he turned around and flew away. You don't know? Qin Fei Yang was stunned. Didn't Yin Yuanming say that the old man had been to Lingju? Wait a minute. Yin Yuanming didn't seem to be very sure that the old man had really been there. He only said that the old man probably had. In other words, Yin Yuanming was just guessing. However, this matter wasn't urgent. Qin Fei Yang collected his thoughts and looked down at the mountains below. His mind quickly calmed down. The fog that had been shrouding his mind had finally dispersed, and everything was revealed. Without a doubt. The person standing behind the masked man and Lu Tingting was Mu Tianyang. It also confirmed Ren Duxing's words that Mu Tianyang was recruiting. However, Qin Fei Yang couldn't figure it out. After all, he didn't know the masked man's identity. However, he still knew a thing or two about Lu Tingting. Her talent was only average. Was there any value in nurturing her? No. Qin Feiyang's gaze suddenly trembled. He neglected a very serious problem, and that problem was the alchemy scripture. Mu Tianyang was the previous owner of the alchemy scripture. Mu Tianyang definitely knew the pill formulas in it like the back of his hand. Naturally, it included the potential pill, and Juku yellow dragon pill. As long as he had these pill formulas, even a fool could become a rare cultivation genius. This Mu Tianyang was indeed playing a big game of chess. However, although Mu Tianyang had the pill formulas in his hands, he definitely didn't have the herbs. After all, 10,000 years had passed, and the herbs from back then had long decayed. In order to refine these pills, Mu Tianyang had to think of a way to collect these herbs first. This was undoubtedly a very good breakthrough point. Chapter 504. Inner Palace. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air in a certain cultivation room in the cultivation palace. And on the praying mat in the middle of the cultivation room sat a beautiful woman. Her eyes were slightly closed, her long eyelashes trembling. Her facial features were exquisite beyond compare, and her skin was as white and flawless as jade. This woman, whether it was her appearance or her figure, was enough to make any man go crazy. But Qin Feiyang's eyes were very clean, without any distracting thoughts. Cough. He clenched his fist and coughed dryly, looking at the woman in front of him helplessly. Sister, can you stop pretending? That's right. This woman was Ren Wushuang. Boring. Ren Wushuang opened her eyes and rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang smiled. There is indeed a small matter that I need your help with. I knew you wouldn't come to me for no reason. Ren Wushuang pouted her alluring red lips. Say it. Qin Feiyang said, help me search for the medicinal herbs for the potential pill. Ren Wushuang was slightly stunned. Those medicinal herbs have been used up so quickly? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ren Wushuang said, then why are you still searching? Let me tell you, don't be too greedy. If Grandpa finds out, he will definitely scold me to death. You don't know. I'm preparing to give the list of medicinal herbs for the potential pill to Precious Treasure Pavilion. Once they know, they will definitely increase the price. So, I want to take the opportunity to make a fortune. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Then why did you give the list of medicinal herbs to Precious Treasure Pavilion? Did Precious Treasure Pavilion have something on you and force you to hand over the list? Ren Wushuang frowned. What could I have on you? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. His eyes flashed. I just want to fish. What do you mean? Ren Wushuang furrowed his brows tightly. Qin Feiyang said, Aya, I have my own plans. Can you not ask so many questions? Just tell me, will you help me or not? Ah, you're asking for help with such an attitude? Ren Wushuang suddenly stood up and stretched out his little demonic claws. He directly grabbed Qin Feiyang's ear and pulled it hard. Softer, softer, it hurts. Qin Feiyang wailed at once. Apologize and admit your mistake. Ren Wushuang revealed a mouthful of white teeth, looking very pleased with himself. Good, good, good. I was wrong, I apologize to you. If that doesn't work, I'll massage your shoulders and legs, Qin Feiyang said hurriedly. Ren Wushuang's cheeks reddened. He spat lightly. Pei, who wants you to massage my shoulders and legs? All right, since you're so obedient, I'll help you one more time. Thank you, sister. Qin Feiyang chuckled and hurriedly entered the ancient castle. He found Lu Hong and asked for 3 pieces of white paper, brush, and ink to list the medicinal ingredients for the potential pill one by one. He did not list out the potential pill and Juku yellow dragon pill. Because now was not the right time. If he also plundered the medicinal ingredients for the potential pill and Juku yellow dragon pill this time, then after he gave the list of medicinal ingredients to Yin Yuanming, with Yin Yuanming's intelligence, he would definitely discover some clues. After Ren Wushuang received the list, he did not waste any time and immediately opened the teleportation gate and left. Qin Feiyang also headed to the prison. Zhao He, this person, he had to meet him. In front of the prison gate, 10 black-armored guards stood upright like javelins. Their gazes were extremely sharp. But there were 2 unfamiliar faces. Fan Jian had been promoted to commander, and Wei Zhongyang had died. Naturally, someone had to replace him. Once they saw Qin Feiyang descending on the square, 8 of them had a fawning expression on their faces. These 8 people were from the same period as Fan Jian and could be considered old guards. What are you all doing? Although Qin Feiyang's talent is outstanding and he also has the potential pill in his hands, there's no need to curry favor with him like this, right? That's right, you don't have any backbone at all. Moreover, even if you curry favor with him, he won't reward you with a potential pill. The 2 unfamiliar guards said. Looking at the 8 guards, their eyes were also full of disdain. What do you know? Back then, Commander Fan Jian was just like us, an ordinary guard that could not be more ordinary. But in the end, because of fate with this person, Commander Fan Jian not only stepped into the war master that everyone dreams of, but also became a general under the mansion master. Let me tell you, although this person will not give us the potential pill for no reason, as long as we have a good relationship with him, we will definitely benefit in the future. The 8 old guards sneered. So Commander Fan Jian has today's status because of him? The 2 unfamiliar bodyguards stared at Qin Feiyang with dumbfounded expressions. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Then, a fawning expression appeared on their faces. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also came to the bottom of the stairs and walked towards the 10 guards. Brother Qin, long time no see. During this period of time, where have you been? If you're not busy, can you give me face and have a few drinks? The 2 unfamiliar bodyguards ran even faster than the 8 veteran bodyguards. Moreover, they called each other brothers. They were very intimate, causing the 8 veteran bodyguards to roll their eyes. Qin Feiyang was also a little stunned. However, he was not stupid. With a glance, he saw through the clues and said with a smile, "When I'm free, I'll treat all of you to a good drink at the Drunken Dream Inn." Of course, that included the 8 veteran guards. He did not want to offend anyone. Of course, he might not have the chance to drink with these people, but saying this made them feel comfortable. As expected, the 8 old guards were also full of smiles. When Qin Feiyang walked up, one of the rather burly old guards took a step forward and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, let me introduce myself. I'm Li Duo, the current captain of the guards." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Congratulations." Li Duo hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This is all thanks to you. If you didn't get rid of Wei Zhongyang, I wouldn't have the chance to sit on the captain's position." Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Brother Li is too polite. Let's take care of each other in the future." Sigh. Li Duo looked at Qin Feiyang and suddenly let out a long sigh. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. I'm just lamenting. If it were someone else, with your achievements, I'm afraid they wouldn't even bother to look at us. Li Duo sighed. The old guard next to him also said, "Yes, a young man like Brother Qin, you can't find a second one in the city." The others also nodded in agreement. Being praised like this, Qin Feiyang was a little embarrassed. Li Duo shook his head and laughed, waving his hand. All right, everyone disperse, don't block Brother Qin's way." "Brother Qin, what business do you have in the prison this time?" Qin Feiyang said, "I want to see Zhao He." "Zhao He?" Everyone was shocked. Li Duo said in a low voice, "Qin Feiyang, Zhao He is now a serious criminal. Did you get the mansion lord's permission before coming?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. To tell Brother Qin the truth, when Lord Wang Hong locked Zhao He in the prison, he personally said that we must get the mansion lord's permission. Li Duo was a little embarrassed. Qin Feiyang frowned. Seeing this, Li Duo's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Qin Feiyang was not going to hide it, and hurriedly said, "Brother Qin, it's not that I'm not reasonable, it's because I have no other choice, please forgive me." "Brother Li, you're too serious." Qin Feiyang smiled and was about to turn and leave. Whoosh. But at this moment, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Wang Hong landed beside Qin Feiyang like a meteor. "Greetings, Lord Wang Hong." Li Duo and the others hurriedly bowed. Wang Hong nodded, glanced at Qin Feiyang, and said to Li Duo, "I'm here with the mansion lord's verbal order. In the future, no matter who Qin Feiyang comes to see, no one is allowed to stop him." "Yes." Li Duo replied respectfully. Qin Feiyang was a little puzzled, and said, Senior Wang Hong, how did the mansion lord know that I'm here? Wang Hong said, in Lingju, there's nothing that the mansion lord doesn't know. Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he muttered, if he's really that powerful, he wouldn't have let that Mu Tianyang escape. Wang Hong frowned and said, what are you muttering about? Nothing, nothing. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and looked at Li Duo with a smile. Brother Li, please open the door. Okay. Li Duo nodded and immediately turned to open the door. When the stone door opened, Qin Feiyang followed Li Duo in. But Wang Hong also followed in. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said with a smile, Senior, I can go in by myself, I don't need you to accompany me. Do you think I want to? Wang Hong muttered in his heart as he walked forward without saying a word. Qin Feiyang scratched his head and strode after him, his face full of confusion. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of cell number 8. When Li Duo opened the cell door, he saw Zhao He sitting on the ground with a pitch-black iron chain on his hands and feet. After being imprisoned for half a year, whether it was his spirit or his expression, he was completely different from the previous Zhao He. At the same time, Zhao He also opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, his old eyes revealing a cold light. Qin Feiyang walked into the cell and said indifferently, Old man, are you used to living here? Not only am I used to it, this old man also likes the environment here. On the other hand, you must have suffered for the past 6 months. Zhao He sneered. Uncomfortable? Qin Feiyang was startled. Stop pretending. Back then, that ruffian wolf overestimated himself and dared to compete with this old man. If this old man is not wrong, it should be dead already, right? Zhao He mocked. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold, but in the next moment, a faint smile crawled onto his face, and said, with a war master like you accompanying me in death, even if the white-eyed wolf dies, it's worth it. Accompany me in death? Ha, brat, you're too naive. To think that I, Zhao He, have followed the palace lord for so many years, even if I don't have any contributions, I have at least worked hard. How could he possibly kill me? Do you believe that after a while, this old man will be able to walk out of here unscathed? Zhao He shook his head, his eyes as if he was looking at an idiot. Wang Hong raised his eyebrows and shouted, Zhao He, don't spout nonsense. Zhao He laughed. Wang Hong, since things have come to this point, don't hide it anymore, tell him the truth. Chapter 505. Wang Hong furrowed his brows, seemingly at a loss for words. What's going on? Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Hong and asked. Could it be that the mansion master was lying to him and that Zhao He was just a temporary measure? Once the commotion died down, Zhao He would be released. Wang Hong glanced at Qin Feiyang before looking at Zhao He. What are you talking about? Zhao He chuckled. Wang Hong, it's already been half a year. There's really no need to continue hiding it from him. Speak clearly. Wang Hong's frown deepened. All right, if you won't say it, I'll say it. Zhao He smiled faintly and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. The mansion master locked me up in prison just to give the world an explanation. Qin Feiyang's gaze darkened. At the same time, Wang Hong's expression changed as well. Old man Zhao, don't spout nonsense. Zhao He smiled faintly. You know best whether I'm spouting nonsense or not. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and turned to look at Wang Hong. Is that so? Wang Hong hurriedly said, Qin Feiyang, his fanning the flames. Don't fall for his trick. Zhao His eyes flashed and he smiled. Qin Feiyang, Wang Hong hid it from you because he was afraid that you would find out the truth and cause trouble for the mansion master. Qin Feiyang shouted, Shut up, I want Wang Hong to tell me personally. All right, I'll shut up. After all, this is a very cruel truth. If it were anyone else, it would be difficult for them to accept it in a short period of time. Zhao He chuckled. Wang Hong glanced at Zhao He, looking a little irritated. Speak. Qin Feiyang shouted, his gaze a little aggressive. Wang Hong sighed and said, After being together for so long, don't you know what kind of person the old master is? Even if his family members make a mistake, he won't tolerate it, let alone Zhao He. Zhao He nodded again. Yes. I was just spouting nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Wang Hong's face instantly darkened as he said, Old man Zhao, I told you to shut up. Didn't you hear me? All right, this old man will not speak again. However, this old man wants to see how long some people can jump around for. Zhao, his eyes were full of mockery, and his words were full of meaning. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhao He before looking at Wang Hong again. His face was as gloomy as water. Wang Hong frowned and said, I've already explained everything that needs to be explained. I don't want to think too much about the rest. It's up to you to believe it or not. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything, but his eyes flickered. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped Zhao his face. Following the sound of a slap, a bright red palm print immediately appeared on Zhao his old face. Zhao he was stunned on the spot. Wang Hong and Li Duo were also stunned. What was going on? Didn't he believe Zhao his words? Why did he suddenly slap him? Then he looked at Qin Feiyang. His gloomy face had already disappeared, replaced by full mockery. He turned to look at Zhao He and shook his head. With your little IQ, you still want to sow discord. Don't you find it laughable? Hearing this, Wang Hong and Li Duo immediately understood. It turned out that Qin Feiyang didn't really believe Zhao his slanderous words. He was just accompanying Zhao He to finish this show. It could be seen that this guy was in a good mood now. Otherwise, he wouldn't waste time here with Zhao He. He actually didn't believe it. On the other hand, Zhao his eyes were full of disbelief. He had thought carefully about every sentence before, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't fool Qin Feiyang. Why aren't you saying anything? Come, continue. I'm all ears. Qin Feiyang crossed his arms and looked at Zhao He calmly, the corners of his mouth pursed with a hint of playfulness. It's up to you to believe it or not. A sinister light flashed across Zhao his eyes. Slap. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and nimbly slapped Zhao his face, saying, I didn't ask you to speak nonsense. Have you had enough? Zhao He angrily waited for him. Hey. Qin Feiyang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He said, to be honest, it's not enough. After that, a fierce look crawled up his face, one slap after another on Zhao his old face. Slap, slap, slap. The slaps were sharp and ear-piercing. After a while, Zhao his old face was beaten beyond recognition. Blood flowed all over the ground. After dozens of slaps, Qin Feiyang finally stopped. He shook off the blood on his hand and said with a smile, I didn't expect your skin to be so thick at your age. My hands are sore. Tell me, how do these slaps feel? Does it feel good? Zhao He stared at him and gritted his teeth. Little bastard, don't be complacent too early. I'm already complacent. Now, even if I ride on top of your head, you can only stare. Qin Feiyang teased. Zhao his blood-stained old eyes were filled with resentment. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully and said to Wang Hong, Senior, I want to talk to Zhao He alone. Talk alone? Wang Hong was puzzled, but he didn't say anything and left the cell with Li Duo. Qin Feiyang turned around and closed the stone door. He then looked at Zhao He and said, Tell me honestly, what's your relationship with Mu Tianyang? From the current situation, the person who secretly rescued Zhao He twice should be Mu Tianyang. Because in the entire spiritual state, only Mu Tianyang's strength could fight with the old man. Mu Tianyang? But when Zhao He heard this, his eyes were filled with confusion. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. It seemed that Zhao He didn't know Mu Tianyang at all. After thinking about it, Qin Feiyang said again, Then let me ask you, who saved you back then? Zhao his eyes flashed and he sneered. What does it have to do with you? Forget it if you don't want to say. Qin Feiyang turned around and was about to leave. He's a big shot that you can't afford to offend. He's even stronger than the mansion master. Let me tell you, you'll die in his hands sooner or later. Zhao he sneered. Is that so? Qin Feiyang stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at Zhao He. What do you think? Zhao He sneered. Then tell me, why did he save you? Qin Feiyang frowned. Zhao He said, because I'm friends with him. Master. Qin Feiyang was stunned and then couldn't help but laugh. One had to know that even the holy monkey in the Grand Canyon was only qualified to be Mu Tianyang's subordinate. How could a mere commander of the spiritual state be worthy of being Mu Tianyang's friend? Shouldn't he at least find a more reliable reason to lie? Then congratulations on having such a powerful friend. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned to leave. Zhao he didn't know anything at all. It was a complete waste of time to continue probing. It was better to follow his plan. Maybe he could really catch Mu Tianyang, this big fish. After leaving the prison, Qin Feiyang was also ready to search for medicinal herbs. After all, the efficiency of Ren Wushuang alone was too slow. But he found that Wang Hong was still following him. At first, he didn't say anything and flew toward the bustling city. But no matter where he went, Wang Hong followed. Finally, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but stop in the void. He turned to look at Wang Hong and asked in confusion, "Senior, aren't you going to investigate that valley?" Wang Hong smiled faintly. "Fan Jian and the others are going, so I won't go." "But you can't keep following me." Qin Feiyang frowned. "I've known you for so long, but I haven't had a good time with you. Now that I have time, I can spend more time with you." Wang Hong smiled. "Spend more time with you?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Only a fool would believe such a lame excuse. His eyes darkened and he said in a deep voice, "Senior, tell me honestly, are you spying on me?" "Spying?" Wang Hong was stunned and shook his head with a smile. "Your imagination is really rich. Tell me, why would I spy on you?" Qin Feiyang said, "I wouldn't ask you if I knew." Wang Hong immediately looked disappointed and sighed. "Sigh, things are different now. You're no longer the Qin Feiyang from the county of Yang. Now, even I can't compare to you." "Ah." Qin Feiyang was astonished. The corners of his mouth pursed into a bitter smile as he said, "All right, all right, all right. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Moreover, you can follow me for as long as you want. This should be fine, right?" "That's more like it." Wang Hong rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and smiled. He added, "Don't get it wrong. I'm not going to follow you. I just want to spend more time with you and get to know you better." "Fine, fine, fine. Up to you." Qin Feiyang nodded and opened a portal. He went straight to the second alchemy room in the inner sanctum. "Take a seat." After calling out to Wang Hong, Qin Feiyang entered the alchemy room and prepared to refine the battle chi pill. Wang Hong really didn't want to leave. After looking at the environment here, he entered the lounge and sat on a chair. He looked at Qin Feiyang, who was busy in the alchemy room, with interest. Qin Feiyang was also annoyed. He wanted to search for herbs, but he didn't expect Wang Hong to put on such a show. But why was that? Spend more time with him? Understand him better? Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe these lies. Wang Hong was most likely here to spy on him, and it must have something to do with the mansion master. But why would the mansion master spy on him? Qin Feiyang couldn't figure it out. He didn't seem to have done anything wrong. But no matter what the reason was, it was inconvenient for him to do anything with Wang Hong following him. So, he decided to make pills and waste his time with Wang Hong. When Wang Hong lost his patience, he would naturally leave. However, it was Qin Feiyang who lost his patience first. Because 3 days had passed, Wang Hong was still sitting in the lounge and didn't leave at all. What is this person trying to do? Qin Feiyang stood next to the alchemy furnace. He was making pills and thinking at the same time. His brows were tightly knitted together. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal rang. He thought that it must be Ren Wushuang who sent him a message. But now that Wang Hong was here, he couldn't talk to Ren Wushuang. What should he do? He thought for a moment and his eyes lit up. After refining the pills in the alchemy furnace, he turned off the alchemy fire and turned to Wang Hong with a smile. "Senior, I have to go to the ancient castle. Do you want to come with me?" "Ancient castle?" Wang Hong's eyes lit up and he nodded. "Since you invited me, of course I have to go." In fact, it was because he had been interested in the ancient castle for a long time, but he didn't have the chance to go in and take a look. Now that the opportunity came to him, how could he miss it? However, What he didn't know was that Qin Feiyang was only saying those words out of courtesy. Chapter 506. Qin Feiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Inviting him with great hospitality. He really wanted to ask Wang Hong how he could tell that he was inviting him with great hospitality. But since he had already said it, he couldn't possibly go back on his word, right? Moreover, Wang Hong was an honest and upright person and could be trusted. However, he entered the castle to send a message to Ren Wuxuang. If Wang Hong followed him in, wouldn't he be unable to do anything? After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and left Wang Hong behind to go to the castle alone. At this time, he couldn't care less about going back on his word. This sudden turn of events caused Wang Hong's expression to turn blank. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang didn't delay and immediately took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. Soon, a beautiful figure appeared. It was indeed Ren Wuxuang. What happened just now? Ren Wuxuang looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, Wang Hong has been following me. Ren Wuxuang was stunned and asked in confusion, why is he following you? Qin Feiyang shook his head. I don't know either, but I guess he might be following your grandfather's orders to monitor me. Impossible. Why would my grandfather monitor you? Ren Wuxuang shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, let's not talk about this first. Where are the herbs? Ren Wuxuang said, they are all with me, but there are only a total of 50 sets. So few. Qin Feiyang was surprised. But when he thought about it, he felt relieved. The herbs for the potential pill were originally very few, and when he first came to the capital, he had also plundered once. In such a short time, it was already very impressive that the treasure pavilion could collect more than 50 sets of herbs. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang said, I'll leave the herbs with you first. After I send Wang Hong away, I'll go find you. Ren Wuxuang nodded, thought for a while, and said, do you want me to ask grandfather? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, there's no need. If I want to slip away, Wang Hong won't be able to stop me. You stinking brat. Ren Wuxuang laughed and scolded him. He nodded and said, that's fine. When the time comes, you can come directly to the cultivation room to find me. Then, he turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal and made a list of medicinal ingredients for the potential pill. Then, he left the castle. Stinking brat, are you toying with me? When Qin Feiyang appeared in the alchemy room, a thunderous roar entered his ears. He saw Wang Hong standing at the entrance of the alchemy room, glaring at him angrily. Qin Feiyang shrugged and said innocently, I'm not really letting you in. Why are you so agitated? If that's the case, why are you still asking? Wang Hong said furiously. I'm just asking casually. Don't take it too seriously. Qin Feiyang chuckled and waved his hand, opening a portal. Where are you going? Seeing this, Wang Hong asked anxiously. Qin Feiyang laughed. Treasure pavilion, do you want to go? This time, I definitely won't leave you behind and run away alone. Nonsense, of course I'm going. Wang Hong rolled his eyes at him and took the lead to enter the portal. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, following him in. Treasure pavilion, resting room. The two of them descended out of thin air, but there was no one in the resting room. Qin Feiyang pointed to the chair beside the tea table and smiled at Wang Hong. Senior, please take a seat. Wang Hong looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. Why did this brat come to the treasure pavilion as if it was his own home? Qin Feiyang smiled, turned and opened the door. Walking out of the resting room, he looked at the few guards at the entrance of the corridor and said, tell your steward Yin to come here immediately. The few guards were shocked, but when they saw that it was Qin Feiyang, they immediately bowed and saluted. Greetings, young Master Qin. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with an easygoing smile, I have something urgent to do. Go quickly. Okay. A guard immediately turned and ran downstairs. In less than 10 breaths, Yin Yuanming hurriedly ran into the resting room. The moment he saw Qin Feiyang, it was as if he had seen the god of fortune, his eyes shining. But suddenly, he noticed Wang Hong at the side, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He cupped his hands and smiled. Commander Wang, Why are you free today to visit my treasure pavilion? Wang Hong said, I came with Qin Feiyang, just pretend that I don't exist. Yin Yuanming was stunned. What was going on? Of course, as a smart businessman, it was impossible for him to ask. He walked to the tea table and sat down. While making tea, he asked, Brother Qin, you came to find me, is there something good? Qin Feiyang laughed. You don't say, there is something good this time. Yin Yuanming's eyes lit up and he forgot to make tea. He asked in surprise, what is it? Qin Feiyang took out the list of medicinal herbs for the potential pill and placed it on the tea table. Yin Yuanming and Wang Hong looked over at the same time. But their expressions were different. Yin Yuanming was suspicious. Wang Hong, on the other hand, was bewildered. Because he knew the medicinal herbs for the potential pill, he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the list. What is it? The more Yin Yuanming looked, the more confused he was. In the end, he grabbed the list and looked at it carefully. Snow crystal, blood ginseng, 9 suns flower. Aren't these the names of the medicinal herbs? What? There are actually 33 types. At the end, Yin Yuanming was shocked. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, asking in surprise, what kind of medicinal herbs are these? Potential pill. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yin Yuanming's body trembled. This was the list of medicinal herbs for the potential pill? He lowered his head and looked at the list in his hand. His gaze couldn't help but tremble. This wasn't right. In the past, he had asked Qin Feiyang for the list of medicinal herbs many times, but Qin Feiyang wouldn't tell him no matter what. Why did he suddenly send it to him now? Could it be that this kid was playing some tricks? Yin Yuanming looked at Qin Feiyang warily and said, Kid, I know you too well. You won't be so kind. Tell me honestly, what is your motive? Wang Hong was also puzzled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, I didn't expect you to know me so well. But this time, I really don't have any other motive. I just have a small request. Really? Yin Yuanming had a look of disbelief. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yin Yuanming looked at him suspiciously and said, Then tell me, what is your request? Qin Feiyang said, In the future, other than me, as long as someone buys these medicinal herbs from the precious treasure pavilion, you have to tell me immediately. That's it. Yin Yuanming was stunned. Wasn't this too easy? Qin Feiyang said, Don't think it's easy. I need information on all the precious treasure pavilions in the spiritual state, including the Yang and Pan counties. All of them? Yin Yuanming was in disbelief and said, Can I ask why? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I won't reveal anything for now. As long as you do as I say, this list of medicinal herbs is yours. Deal. Yin Yuanming nodded without hesitation. This was because this request wasn't even a request to him at all. He only needed to give an order. Then I'll take my leave. Qin Feiyang stood up and smiled. He opened the portal and walked in with Wang Hong. When the portal disappeared, Yin Yuanming laughed and shouted, Jie, come in quickly. Soon. Qin Jie, who was wearing a long red dress, pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the happy Yin Yuanming, Qin Jie smiled and asked, Manager, why are you so happy? Look at this. This is the list of medicinal herbs for the potential elixir. Qin Feiyang sent it to me personally. How can I not be happy? Yin Yuanming laughed. This, Qin Jie was stunned. She grabbed the list and looked at it carefully. Tell the managers of the precious treasure pavilions in the major cities to collect these herbs and send them all to the city. This way, Qin Feiyang will have to depend on my mood if he wants to buy these herbs in the future. Yin Yuanming was full of joy. This time, he finally had the initiative. In the future, he wouldn't have to be restrained when dealing with Qin Feiyang. I'll go right away. Qin Jie was so happy that she didn't want to leave. But when she reached the door, she turned to Yin Yuanming and asked, Do you want to tell the managers directly? Not directly. After all, you can't judge a book by its cover. If they know that these are the herbs for the potential elixir, they might take them for themselves. So, only you, me, and the Grand Hall Master know. Yin Yuanming said solemnly. Qin Jie said in surprise, Even the managers of the West, South, and North cities don't know? Yes, They don't know. Yin Yuanming nodded. I understand. Qin Jie said and turned to leave. Great, I've finally reaped the rewards. Yin Yuanming sat in the lounge and sighed. But suddenly, he frowned. Although the potential elixir was precious, the elixir that could allow him to break through 5 small realms was also very valuable. It would be even better if he could get the list of medicinal herbs for the elixir. After thinking for a while, Yin Yuanming shook his head and laughed. He said to himself, Qin Feiyang's character is really unpredictable. I can't force him. I can only wait for the right time. In short, she could have small fights and jokes with Qin Feiyang, but she definitely couldn't make their relationship stiff. As for how to maintain this relationship, Yin Yuanming was very confident that there wouldn't be any problems. Bang! But then, the door was suddenly knocked open and Qin Jie ran back, panting. Yin Yuanming, who was happy, frowned and asked, What's wrong? Oh no. Qin Jie said breathlessly. Yin Yuanming's eyelids twitched and he said hurriedly, Take a breath first. Phew. Qin Jie took a few deep breaths and said, I just contacted the managers of the West, North, and South cities and they told me a very bad news. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me. Yin Yuanming urged. Qin Jie said, 3 days ago, a woman bought all the medicinal herbs. What? Yin Yuanming stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. After a long time, he came back to his senses and said hurriedly, What did the managers of the treasure pavilions in the other cities say? Qin Jie said, I haven't asked yet. Go and ask immediately. Forget it, I'll ask them myself. You should also quickly go and check if our medicinal herbs have been bought by anyone. Yin Yuanming said. Okay. Qin Jie turned and ran out. Yin Yuanming also took out the image crystal and tirelessly contacted them one by one. In the end, the answer was surprisingly similar. They were all bought by a woman. After a while, Qin Jie returned to the lounge again. Yin Yuanming asked hurriedly, How is it? Qin Jie's face was very ugly. She said, They were all bought 3 days ago. How's your side? Same. Yin Yuanming said weakly, slumping on the chair. He didn't expect to be tricked by Qin Feiyang again. Bastard, bastard. He knew that this kid was not so kind. Chapter 507. Inner Hall. Alchemy Room Number 2. Qin Feiyang sat in the lounge with a smile on his face. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he could imagine Yin Yuanming's expression when he found out that all the herbs had been plundered. Wang Hong looked at him in bewilderment and asked, You've been smiling ever since you came back. What are you smiling about? Cough cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said with a faint smile, Nothing? Wang Hong said, Then why did you give the list of herbs for the potential pill to the treasure pavilion? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, You'll know when the time is right. Wang Hong frowned slightly. He didn't have much contact with Qin Feiyang in the past, so he didn't care much about his deeds. But after these 3 days of interaction, he felt that this kid in front of him was like a vast ocean. It was really hard to guess. Let's not talk about it anymore. I have to go cultivate. Help yourself. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. He got up and walked into the independent cultivation room. He sat cross-legged on the futon and took out the battle chi pill. Now that he didn't have to copy the 6-word divine formula, he didn't have to go to the castle to cultivate. But before he could consume the battle chi pill, the image crystal in his arms suddenly rang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He took out the image crystal and poured his battle chi into it. A shadow quickly appeared. It was Yin Yuanming. Seeing Yin Yuanming, Qin Feiyang's smile became even wider. But he pretended not to know anything and said in surprise, There's news so soon? Don't play dumb in front of me, bastard, aren't you too unjust? Yin Yuanming said angrily. He was so angry that he was blowing his beard and glaring. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned and said angrily, I even gave you the list of herbs for the potential pill. Aren't you being righteous? It's true that you gave me the list, but where are the herbs? Do you dare to say that you didn't plunder the herbs of the various treasure pavilions? Yin Yuanming stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. This kid was too cunning. Herbs? Qin Feiyang was confused. Seeing this, Yin Yuanming's lungs were about to explode from anger. Was there any point in pretending even now? Who? He exhaled deeply and said, I didn't send you a message to condemn you. I have a piece of news to tell you. What news? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Yin Yuanming said, I found the coordinates of Cloud State. Really? Qin Feiyang was delighted. Whoosh. But at the same time, Wang Hong suddenly stood up and stepped into the cultivation room. He looked at Yin Yuanming and asked, Do you really know the coordinates of the Cloud State? His tone and gaze seemed to be threatening. Yin Yuanming was stunned. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. What's going on? I'll ask you again. Do you really know? Wang Hong's back was facing Qin Feiyang. He looked at Yin Yuanming with an undisguised threat in his eyes. As a businessman, he had seen countless people. How could Yin Yuanming not see through the clues? He decisively turned off the image crystal. Watching Yin Yuanming's virtual image disappear, Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Senior, did you follow me to stop me from going to Cloud State? Wang Hong was silent for a moment. He turned to Qin Feiyang and nodded. Yes, you are not allowed to go anywhere before the Battle of the 9 Provinces begins. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Is this an order from the old master? Wang Hong nodded. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel upset. If he had known this, he wouldn't have asked the old master about the coordinates of Cloud State. Now, he was grounded. Lowering his head and thinking for a moment, Qin Feiyang looked up at Wang Hong and said with a faint smile, Don't worry. I won't go to Cloud State. Of course, it's best. Wang Hong smiled, but then his face darkened and he said, But you, boy, don't play any tricks. How dare I? Qin Feiyang smiled and asked in confusion, Can you tell me why the old master doesn't want me to go to Cloud State? The old master is concerned about you. He is afraid that something will happen to you. Of course, you are also the key to victory in this battle of the 9 provinces. Wang Hong said. This man was now a 6-star combat emperor. With his cultivation speed, he could definitely enter the War Master realm before the battle of the 9 provinces. By then, with the help of the 3 kings of the inner palace, the spiritual state's chances of winning would be higher. Most importantly, Qin Feiyang had the Juku Yellow Dragon Elixir. The Juku Yellow Dragon Elixir could create a large number of War Masters. If Qin Feiyang went to Cloud State and something happened, the people of Cloud State would get the Juku Yellow Dragon Elixir. Then, they would have no chance of winning. Qin Feiyang understood this logic. He looked at Wang Hong deeply and didn't say anything. He swallowed a battle chi elixir and began to cultivate. As long as Wang Hong didn't feel tired, he didn't mind. Moreover, having a war master to protect him was a good thing. Inside the ancient castle. At this moment, Fatso was like an ant on a hot pan. He was extremely anxious. Lu Hong had been paying attention to him for a long time. She couldn't help but frown. Damn Fatso, what is on your mind? Can't you just say it? It's none of your business. Fatso said without turning his head. Lu Hong frowned. What's wrong with this damn Fatso? Can't he see that she cares about him? Do you think I want to care? She pouted and said. Then, she closed her eyes and entered a state of cultivation. Spring passed and autumn came. Flowers bloomed and withered. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. For half a year, Qin Feiyang had been cultivating and didn't leave the cultivation room. On this day, in the quiet cultivation room, a powerful aura suddenly surged out like a volcanic eruption. At the same time, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes. 2 bright lights shot out from his eyes. Wang Hong, who was cultivating in the resting room, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He broke through again so quickly. That's right. After half a year of seclusion, Qin Feiyang finally took another step forward and became a 7-star combat emperor. However, Qin Feiyang wasn't satisfied with the speed that surprised Wang Hong. He sighed deeply and withdrew his aura. He stood up and nodded at Wang Hong before disappearing without a trace. Half a year had passed, and the cultivation of Wolf King, Fatty, and the others must have undergone earth-shattering changes. He wanted to compare himself with the white-eyed wolf and see how big the gap was between them. Because the white-eyed wolf had opened the 4th level of the Gate of Potential. However, when he entered the ancient castle, he was stunned. The white-eyed wolf's aura was on par with his. One must know. Before the white-eyed wolf went into seclusion, he was only a 5-star combat emperor. In other words, Wolf King only used half a year to break through 2 levels. On average, he broke through 1 level every 3 months. However, it took him half a year to break through 1 level. The gap was actually half. Qin Feiyang found it hard to accept this result. Although the white-eyed wolf had opened the 4th level, he had also opened the 3rd level. The gap shouldn't be so big. Swoosh. Wolf King opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "How is it? Do you regret it now?" Qin Feiyang said angrily, "No one will think you're a mute if you don't speak." Hee. Wolf King grinned and said, "I told you not to be impulsive. You didn't listen. Now you can't blame others." Nonsense. I didn't regret it. Even if I were given another chance, I would still choose to take the 9-chew yellow dragon pill and fight with Dongqing. Qin Feiyang said. It was a matter of dignity. He couldn't back down. Okay, you have a backbone. But according to this calculation, you may not be able to step into the Master Realm before the 9 Regions War starts. After all, it's only a year. Wolf King said with a sneaky smile. Don't I still have you? Qin Feiyang wasn't worried at all. Although it would take more time to break through the 8-star Combat Emperor and 9-star Combat Emperor than to break through the 7-star Combat Emperor, with the white-eyed wolf's speed, he could definitely enter the Master Realm. As long as it was there was nothing to worry about. Qin Feiyang looked at Luo Chenxue and the others again. Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue had been in the castle for a year. They had been cultivating all day, and their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Luo Chenxue's cultivation had reached the 5-star Combat Emperor. Lin Yi's cultivation had also reached the 5-star Martial Ancestor realm. Lu Hong was stronger than Luo Chenxue. She was now a 6-star Combat Emperor. When the 9 Regions War started, it wouldn't be a problem for her to break through to the Combat Emperor realm. As for the Pangolin's strength, it was only below Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. It was a 4-star Combat Emperor. No. But when Qin Feiyang's gaze fell on Fatso, his eyes suddenly widened. This guy's cultivation was actually a 5-star Combat Emperor? How could he be so fast? Fatso had already stepped into the 9-star Combat Emperor realm some time ago. After opening the 4th level of the Gate of Potential, he immediately took the 9-chew yellow dragon pill. Isn't that right? He directly broke through to the 5-star Combat Emperor realm and is now trying to break through to the 6-star Combat Emperor realm. It won't be long before even he will surpass you. The Wolf King snickered at the side, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Qin Feiyang glared at it fiercely. At the same time, he felt an unprecedented pressure in his heart. He knew Fatso too well. If he really did surpass him, he would definitely make fun of him every day. It seemed that he had to work harder. However, seeing everyone's strength soar crazily, he felt rather gratified. Because this way, when he returned to the imperial capital, he would be even more confident. Suddenly, Wolf King seemed to have noticed something. He looked at Fatso suspiciously and said telepathically, "Little Qinzi, don't you think there's something wrong with Fatso?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and looked at Fatso again. After careful observation, he found that although Fatso's eyes were closed, he could see that there was a trace of struggle between his brows. What was this guy hiding in his heart? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. However, he didn't ask. He turned to look at Wolf King and said, "Now, other than the old man, everyone thinks that you have been killed by Zhao He. So, don't go out for the time being. Stay here and focus on cultivating." Why? Wolf King was a little unhappy. When the Battle of the 9 Provinces starts, you will appear. At that time, the expressions of those who want you to die will be very interesting. Qin Feiyang sneered. There were more than 1 or 2 people who wanted the white-eyed wolf to die. All right. Wolf King nodded reluctantly. Half a year in a coma, half a year in seclusion, added up to a whole year. It hadn't gone out to behave atrociously for a year. It was almost sick from holding it in. Chapter 508. Have you finally thought it through? Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. He turned to look at Fatso and asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" Fatso hesitated for a moment and nodded. "There is indeed something I want to discuss with you." Qin Feiyang said, "Speak." Fatso said, "I really want to go to Cloud Prefecture." "Why?" Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Hong and the others also opened their eyes and looked at Fatso suspiciously. Fatso lowered his head and did not dare to look at them. He said timidly, "Can I tell you after we go to Cloud Prefecture?" Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. What was the relationship between Fatso and Cloud Prefecture? Wolf King said, "If you don't tell us, we won't go." Lu Hong frowned and said, "I'm curious. Qin Feiyang has already told us his true identity. What else can you not say? Besides, there are no outsiders here. Don't force me, okay?" Fatso raised his head and looked at everyone pleadingly. Qin Feiyang was silent. Looking at Fatso's evasive eyes, he was a little angry. However, since Fatty had already put it this way, he couldn't really get angry. A moment later, Qin Feiyang smiled and nodded. "Okay, let's go to Cloud Prefecture." "Thank you, boss." Fatso was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "We're all brothers. Don't be so polite." Fatso scratched his head and asked impatiently, "Then when are we leaving?" "Don't worry. Before we go, we have to find a way to get the coordinates. Otherwise, with our speed, it will take half a year to fly to Cloud Prefecture." Qin Feiyang smiled. Wolf King asked, "What about Wang Hong?" "Wang Hong, it's fine." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It would be easy for him to get rid of Wang Hong. The main thing was that the coordinates were not easy to get. The only people who knew the coordinates were the old master and Yin Yuanming. The old man would definitely not give it to him. If he went to look for the old man again, the old man would probably imprison him. Therefore, he could only start with Yin Yuanming. However, because of his relationship with the old man, it would definitely be difficult to pry open Yin Yuanming's mouth. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate. He left the castle and opened a teleportation gate. Wang Hong immediately entered the cultivation room and asked, "Where are you going?" Qin Feiyang retreated to the side, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Let's go outside the city." "After you." So troublesome. Wang Hong glared at him and walked into the portal. However, Qin Feiyang didn't follow him in. He opened another teleportation gate and ran in. Outside the city, above a dense forest, Wang Hong appeared out of thin air. He glanced below and frowned. "What are you doing here?" But after waiting for a while, he didn't hear Qin Feiyang's reply. Wang Hong suddenly felt uneasy. He hurriedly looked back. Where was Qin Feiyang? Damn brat. He immediately opened the teleportation gate and returned to the second alchemy room. After searching the alchemy room, the resting room, and the cultivation room, he still didn't see Qin Feiyang. He immediately knew that he had been deceived by Qin Feiyang. "Scram, don't let me catch you." Wang Hong was furious. He opened another teleportation gate and walked in. Treasure Pavilion, resting room. Yin Yuanming sat by the coffee table, frowning. Why did the mansion master stop Qin Feiyang from going to Yunju? He even asked Wang Hong to monitor him personally. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. Yin Yuanming was stunned. He waved his hand and said, "You came at the right time. Come and sit. I have something to ask you." "Now is not the time. When Wang Hong comes to find you later, tell him that you didn't see me." After Qin Feiyang said this, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air. "What's going on?" Yin Yuanming frowned. Whoosh! In less than 5 breaths, the void trembled. Wang Hong appeared out of thin air and said angrily, "Yin Yuanming, get Qin Feiyang out immediately." "Ah!" Yin Yuanming was stunned. Did this brat escape? Interesting. He secretly snickered and revealed a perplexed expression. "Isn't Qin Feiyang in the inner hall?" Wang Hong said impatiently, "Don't pretend with me. Get him out." "Commander Wang, Qin Feiyang is really not with me. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I still want to settle the score with him. He actually took all the medicinal herbs for the potential pill. This is too much. Yin Yuanming was furious. He really didn't come? Wang Hong frowned. Yin Yuanming sighed. I can't even invite him. Why would he take the initiative to look for me? Then where would he go? Wang Hong frowned and his eyes suddenly flashed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "It's the Mansion Master's idea to stop Qin Feiyang from going to Cloud State. If you dare to protect him, you won't be able to bear the consequences." I wouldn't dare. Yin Yuanming smiled bitterly and said, Qin Feiyang really didn't come. If you don't believe me, you can search everywhere. If he's hiding, can I find him? Wang Hong sneered, but he still carefully scanned the lounge. Seeing that there was no trace of Qin Feiyang, he opened the portal and left. When the portal disappeared, Yin Yuanming could not help but break out in cold sweat. Although I've already entered the War Master realm, the pressure that Wang Hong gives me is still as strong as ever. How strong is this person's cultivation? He muttered to himself, his eyes full of fear. The world only knew that the Mansion Master's strength was unfathomable. But in fact, Wang Hong's cultivation was also a mystery. In the entire spiritual state, there were no more than 5 people who knew his true cultivation. Yin Yuanming did not know either. However, the chief pavilion master of the Precious Treasure Pavilion once revealed to him that Wang Hong's strength far surpassed the other 9 commanders. He was the strongest existence in the spiritual state other than the Mansion Master. He was also the one who followed the Mansion Master the longest. And he was the Mansion Master's most trusted person. Phew. Yin Yuanming let out a long breath and wiped his cold sweat. He looked at the empty void and said, Qin Feiyang, Wang Hong is gone. You can come out now. But Qin Feiyang did not appear. Yin Yuanming was confused. Since he was gone, why was he still hiding? However, just as he was about to shout, Wang Hong, who had left, appeared in the lounge again. Yin Yuanming's soul almost flew out of his body as cold sweat broke out all over his body. Wang Hong glanced at the lounge and frowned at Yin Yuanming. Why are you so nervous? Am I nervous? Yin Yuanming forced himself to be calm. Wang Hong said, the sweat on your face is almost enough to wash your face, and you're saying you're not nervous? Yin Yuanming's heart skipped a beat as he smiled awkwardly. It's just that I'm under a lot of pressure when I'm with you. Wang Hong's face twitched and he said speechlessly, I'm not a demon, what are you afraid of? Yin Yuanming finally calmed down and smiled, I can't help it. Who asked you to be so strong? Even though I'm a combat master now, I can't help but tremble with fear when I'm with you. Wang Hong laughed and said, I'll ask you one last time. You really didn't see Qin Feiyang? I really didn't. Yin Yuanming shook his head. Wang Hong nodded and did not stay any longer. He opened the portal and left quickly. Yin Yuanming collapsed on the chair on the spot, his old face filled with fear. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang finally came out. Bastard, you have to compensate me for my mental damage. Yin Yuanming immediately blew his beard and glared at him. Qin Feiyang walked to the side of the tea table, sat on the chair, and laughed. All right, as long as you give me the coordinates of the cloud region, I will give you a potential pill for free. What? Yin Yuanming was startled, and asked in surprise, you really plan to go to the cloud region? Qin Feiyang nodded. That won't do. You heard what Wang Hong said just now. If I give you the coordinates, I will definitely be sent to jail. Yin Yuanming shook his head like a rattledrum. Qin Feiyang laughed faintly. As long as you don't say it, and I don't say it, who would know that you gave me the coordinates? Yin Yuanming said, do you think the mansion lord is senile? I can think of it just by thinking about it. Hearing that, Qin Feiyang could not help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. That's right, if the old man was confused, then there would be no one in this world who was sober. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up, and asked, who did you ask for these coordinates from? I might as well go straight to that person and ask for it. Don't bother. The pavilion master told me the coordinates. According to my inquiry, when the pavilion master was young, he went to the cloud region to train. If you had inquired earlier, the pavilion master would have told you. But now, The mansion lord must have also told her. Yin Yuanming said. Qin Feiyang's brows immediately furrowed. He didn't expect that such a simple matter would become so complicated. Yin Yuanming also lowered his head, struggling in his heart. A moment later, he gritted his teeth, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brat, you have done me a favor. If not for the pill you gave me, I might not have been able to step into the War Master in this lifetime. So what?" Qin Feiyang looked at him expectantly. Yin Yuanming said, "I'll give you the coordinates, just treat it as repaying this favor, but you can't tell anyone else." Qin Feiyang was immediately overjoyed, and laughed. "Don't worry, even if you beat me to death, I won't say it. I still believe in that." Yin Yuanming also laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled, and said, "Oh right, have you made any progress on the matter I asked you to do?" "I haven't received any news yet. But then again, aren't you the only one who knows the medicinal ingredients for this potential pill? Who else would come to buy it?" Yin Yuanming was suspicious. "You'll know when the time comes." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, he took out a teleportation gate, and laughed. "Give me the coordinates." Yin Yuanming shook his head. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Once you leave, who knows how long it will take for you to come back. So if you want the coordinates, give me some potential pills and scarlet fire-colored glass pills first." Yin Yuanming looked at Qin Feiyang proudly. This time, he had finally grasped the initiative. It was really not easy. "Aren't you making things difficult for me? If I want to refine a pill with 2 pill veins, I still have to go to the sacred hall. If Wang Hong and the palace chief find out about it, can I still escape?" Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows, looking somewhat displeased. "Then refine a pill with 3 pill veins." Yin Yuanming laughed. The potential pill with 3 pill veins and the scarlet fire-colored glass pill were even more valuable. He had wanted them for a long time, but he couldn't find the right opportunity to ask. Chapter 509. However, wanting to extort him, Qin Feiyang, was a wrong idea. Qin Feiyang said, "Are you sure you won't give me the coordinates?" "I didn't say I won't give it to you. I just said, give me the pills," Yin Yuanming said with a smile. In the past, he had always been eaten by Qin Feiyang. Now, it was finally his turn to eat Qin Feiyang. Sure. Qin Feiyang did not waste any more words. He directly stood up and took out a teleportation gate. "I'll wait for you here. Go and come back quickly." Yin Yuanming laughed, thinking that Qin Feiyang was going to the sacred hall to refine pills. "In the future, if you want pills from the treasure pavilion, go find Lu Xingchen and Murong Jing," Qin Feiyang said indifferently, and then opened the teleportation gate. Yin Yuanming was slightly taken aback, and his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly stood up and grabbed Qin Feiyang, saying, "Don't be angry, I was just joking." "I'm not joking. After being together for so long, you should know my personality. I don't like being threatened. Yunju, I can go there or not. But our cooperation ends here," Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Yin Yuanming's face was a little pale, and he was extremely annoyed in his heart. Why did he get carried away for a moment and forget his limits? Although this kid usually behaved amiably, once he was annoyed, there was no room for discussion. "Brother Qin, don't be like this. I'm really just joking. I'll give you the coordinates now." Yin Yuanming dragged Qin Feiyang back to his seat and quickly smiled apologetically. Qin Feiyang said, "What about the pills?" Yin Yuanming waved his hand and said, "The pills are a small matter, it won't be too late to refine them when you come back." Hee. Qin Feiyang also laughed, and said, "I was just joking, I hope Brother Yin doesn't mind." "Haha, no. Yin Yuanming laughed dryly, his heart bitter. Did he dare to mind? One had to know. Now, the precious treasure pavilion would auction 2 potential pills and scarlet fire-colored glass pills every month. To the people of the city, this had already become a habit. Every time it was time for the auction, before the precious treasure pavilion had even sent out a notice, all the great clans would flock over. It could even be said that the auction of the potential pill and scarlet-colored glass pill was a grand ceremony. Therefore, if there came a day when precious treasure pavilion stopped auctioning, they would definitely be in deep trouble. Yin Yuanming couldn't bear the consequences. I lost another round. He could not help but sigh in his heart and obediently gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Don't worry, I won't go to any dangerous places this time. If you need the potential pill and the scarlet fire-colored glass pill, just send me a message. I will think of a way for you as soon as possible. After getting the coordinates, Qin Feiyang smiled from the bottom of his heart. Yes. Yin Yuanming nodded. It was such a simple matter, but he actually made it so complicated and almost caused their relationship to be strained. What a muddle-headed old man. Then I'll take my leave. Qin Feiyang got up and opened another teleportation gate and strode in. Just as the teleportation gate disappeared, a beautiful purple figure pushed the door open and entered. Yin Yuanming hurriedly got up and bowed. Greetings, Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master said, fortunately, you remedied the situation in time. Otherwise, the manager of the Precious Treasure Pavilion in the East City might have to be replaced. Yin Yuanming's expression froze and he smiled apologetically. The Pavilion Master sat on the chair and frowned. But why is this kid going to Yunju? Yin Yuanming stood at the side and was also very puzzled. Should we inform the Mansion Master? The Pavilion Master pondered for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, let him do what he wants. You and I will pretend that we don't know anything. Anyway, that kid is a cat. He has 9 lives and won't die. 9 lives? Yin Yuanming was stunned and then couldn't help but smile bitterly. A majestic mountain range stood tall on the ground. The mountains overlapped and the ancient trees towered into the sky. Looking down from the sky, it was like a green ocean, with no end in sight. Swoosh! A young man wearing a white robe appeared out of thin air above the mountain. This person was Qin Feiyang. As soon as Qin Feiyang appeared and saw the boundless mountains, he couldn't help but frown. This is Yunju? He muttered and carefully scanned the area below. Ferocious beasts and birds were everywhere in the mountains. However, their auras weren't very strong. They were basically at the War Emperor level or below. Roar. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening beast roar came from afar. At the same time, there was a loud noise that shook the heavens and earth. Someone is fighting. Qin Feiyang frowned and flew towards the place where the sound came from. A moment later, he landed on the peak of a mountain that was about 100 feet high and looked down at the forest. He saw that the ancient trees at the foot of the mountain were broken and the mountain rocks collapsed. A strong battle wave spread in all directions. The ones fighting were 3 young men and a young woman and a pitch-black giant crocodile. The giant crocodile was more than 30 meters long. Its entire body was covered with millstone-sized scales that were suffused with a dark luster. The 3 young men were 2 men and a woman. They were all wearing black clothes. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Their temperament was quite extraordinary. But at this moment, the 3 of them were covered in wounds. Because the giant crocodile's strength was 1 level higher than theirs. According to Qin Feiyang's observation, the giant crocodile had the strength of a 4-star war emperor. However, the 3 of them were only 1-star war emperor. They relied on their battle arts to compete with the giant crocodile. As the battle became more and more intense, Qin Feiyang's eyes gradually revealed a trace of surprise. The battle arts that the 3 of them had mastered were actually high-grade battle arts. It seemed that the identities of these 3 people were not simple. However, the giant crocodile was born with rough skin and thick flesh. Its defensive power was astonishing. And it had boundless strength. And the 2 rows of fangs in its mouth were sharp and indestructible. Even people of the same level might not be its match. Therefore, these 3 people were basically at a disadvantage. Roar. At this moment, another loud beast roar came from afar. What's going on? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the mountains and rivers that were thousands of meters away. His eyes were filled with suspicion. The beast's roar came from there. But why did he encounter 2 groups of people hunting fierce beasts the moment he arrived? Could it be that this was the hunting ground of the cloud region? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang noticed that the 3 people who were fighting with the giant crocodile had a small sword embroidered on their chest. It was just that their clothes were somewhat tattered, and Qin Feiyang did not notice it at first. He was too familiar with this small sword. Wasn't it the symbol of the temple? So these three people were from the temple. Since their cultivation had reached the War Emperor, then there was no doubt that they were disciples of the inner palace. Whiz. Qin Feiyang did not continue watching and silently flew towards another place where the battle was taking place. A moment later, he entered the forest and flew towards Qin Feiyang. Very quickly, a lake entered his line of sight. For young men and women dressed in robes were fighting with a War Emperor fierce beast. The four of them all had the cultivation of the War Emperor. Two of them were dressed in white, while the other two were dressed in black. There was also a small sword embroidered on their chest. They were also disciples of the inner palace. Boom. Roar. Gradually, the sound of battle could be heard from many places in all directions. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with suspicion. He went to a few more places where the battle was taking place. Without exception, they were all disciples of the temple's inner palace. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was filled with doubts. Chirp. All of a sudden, a huge beast soared into the sky. It was a falcon. When it spread its wings, it was more than 10 meters long. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and its dark eyes were filled with a sharp light. Qin Feiyang stood beside a bush and looked at the falcon. There was a trace of battle art in his eyes. This falcon's cultivation had actually reached the 6-star War Emperor. Whoosh! The falcon soared into the sky, turned in the air, and rushed towards the battlefield below. At that place, two young men in black were ganging up on a 2-star War Emperor Black Panther. Both of them had the cultivation of a 3-star War Emperor, and the Black Panther was unable to fight back. But in the end, the falcon swooped down like lightning, and its sharp claws directly crushed the two men's heads. Ah! Accompanied by two mournful screams, the two men died on the spot. So cruel. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. They even dared to kill inner palace disciples. It seemed that this was not a simple experience. Whoosh! But at the same time, 6 figures dashed out from the forest and went straight for the falcon. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 6 people, and his pupils constricted. These 6 people were actually 5-star War Emperors. Chirp! However, the falcon was not afraid at all. With an ear-piercing screech, it pounced towards one of them. Die! That person was not to be outdone. He waved his hands, and his battle chi surged. He evolved a high-grade battle art and attacked the falcon. At the same time, the other 6 people also made their moves. Their battle chi turned into huge waves that covered the sky, and crushed towards the falcon. Seeing that the situation was not good, the falcon spread its wings and soared into the sky. The 6 people were about to chase after it. But a young man in black rushed into the sky first, and shouted coldly, "It's mine, no one is allowed to snatch it." Seeing the young man in black, the 6 people suddenly stopped in the void, and their faces were filled with fear. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 6 people, and then raised his head to look at the young man in black. His eyes were flickering. This person was about 1.8 meters tall, and his thick black hair danced in the wind. There was no expression on his cold face. He was like a demon god, and his sharp eyes pierced people's heart. "Bastard, let's see where you can run to today." The young man in black had an imposing aura, and his speed was unbelievably fast. In a few blinks of an eye, he caught up with the falcon. Auxiliary battle art. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Die. After catching up with the falcon, the young man in black immediately said coldly. His big hand stretched out in the air, and his battle chi roared, turning into a huge hand that covered the sky. He grabbed the falcon and then clenched his fist. Chirp! Along with a wail, the falcon's huge body was crushed on the spot, and blood stained the sky. Senior Zhao Wei is indeed powerful. That's right. Not to mention that falcon, even a 7-star combat emperor or an 8-star combat emperor would be a piece of cake for Senior Zhao Wei. You guys are too shallow. I'm afraid that even a 9-star combat emperor beast would not be a match for Senior Zhao Wei. The 6 5-star combat emperors discussed in a low voice. They looked at the young man in black with eyes full of admiration. Zhao Wei looked at the rain of blood and smiled disdainfully. He lowered his head and looked at the 6 people. His eyes were also filled with contempt, and then he plunged into the depths of the mountain without saying a word. Chapter 510. Zhao Wei. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. This man not only had the cultivation of a 7-star combat emperor, but also mastered a superior auxiliary combat art. He was a terrifying figure. But for him, it was nothing to worry about. But this Zhao Wei, who was he in the inner palace of Yunju? And why were all these people heading to the depths of the mountain? Let's go and have a look. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. But before he could take a step, the image crystal in his arms rang. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Who would send him a message? The old master. Ren Wushuang? He took out the image crystal and hesitated. If it was the old master, he would definitely be scolded. After thinking for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and entered the castle. Battle chi gushed out from his palm and into the image crystal. The shadow of an old man suddenly appeared. It was the old master. Moreover, the old man was currently fuming with rage, and he looked very angry. Qin Feiyang calmed down and asked in confusion, "Old master, what are you doing? Who made you like this?" "Who?" The old master was so angry that he laughed and shouted, "Get back here right now." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I have something urgent outside. I'm afraid I can't go back now. If you have something to say, just tell me." "Something urgent?" The old master sneered and said, "Are you in Yunju now?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly, "I don't even have the coordinates. How can I go to Yunju?" The old master said in a low voice, "Didn't Yin Yuanming tell you?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "With your orders, would he dare to tell me?" The old master said, "Then where are you now?" "Well." Qin Feiyang hesitated and smiled, "It's a secret for now. Anyway, I'm not in Yunju." The old man's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Brat, if this old man finds out that you're lying, you'll definitely suffer when you come back." Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. He pretended to be in a hurry and said, "I have to go take care of something. Let's talk about it when I have time." Then, he turned off the image crystal. Wolf King opened his eyes and gloated, "You'll definitely suffer when you get back. How did I know a bastard like you?" Qin Feiyang was instantly enraged. "I've been thinking about this as well. Why did God want me to meet a jinx like you? You see, ever since I met you, this trouble has never stopped. Brother, you're really asking for trouble." Wolf King sighed. "I'll endure it." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and lowered his head to ponder. Although Wolf King was a bastard, what he said made sense. Although the old man didn't know that he was in Yunju, there was no guarantee that the old man wouldn't come to Yunju to inquire. Even if the old man didn't come, if he caused a big commotion in Yunju and the old man heard about it, he would still be in trouble when he returned. It seemed that he had to think of a way. Fatso said, "Boss, it's very simple. As long as you change your appearance and conceal your identity, the old man won't find out." "That's what I thought." Qin Feiyang nodded. He took out an illusion pill and changed into the appearance of a weak young man. Then, he changed into linen clothes. "How is it?" Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and asked. "Perfect." Fatso chuckled. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you want to go out with me?" Fatso thought for a moment and said, "I've been in seclusion for so long. It's good to go out and get some fresh air." Then, he also took an illusion pill and changed his appearance slightly. However, he was still Fatso and looked more wretched than before. Wolf King hurriedly said, "Brother wants to go too." "No." Qin Feiyang flatly refused. What a joke. Whether they could win the 9 states war depended on the white-eyed wolf. How could he let it go out and cause trouble? It was a waste of time. Wolf King immediately jumped up and roared, "If Fatso can go out, why can't I go out? Sigh. You know what my wish is. I must win the 9 states war. So, please bear with it for now. When the 9 states war starts, I will accompany you to cause trouble." Qin Feiyang sighed. Wolf King raised his eyebrows and lay on the ground weakly, saying, "You said it. If you don't keep your word, don't blame me for falling out with you. Don't worry." Qin Feiyang smiled and left the ancient castle with Fatso. However, when the two of them appeared in the forest, two black-clothed youths ran out from the forest behind them. Who are you? Why are you here? The two of them came before Qin Feiyang and Fatso with a trace of hostility between their brows. Yo! Fatso sized up the two of them and sneered, how dare you yell at Fat Lord? Are you looking for a beating? The two of them were only two-star combat emperors. For the current Qin Feiyang and Fatso, they could crush them with a single finger. Fatty's reprimand caused the two of them to be somewhat stunned. Did this fat pig not have eyes? Didn't he see that they were inner palace disciples? How dare he be so arrogant in front of them? Who was the one looking for a beating? After regaining their senses, the two of them darkened their eyes. What? Do you really want to fight? Come, come, come. Fat Lord will fight with both of his hands. Fatso raised his nose to the sky and hooked his finger at the two of them. It was a provocative gesture. Damn Fatso, you really don't know what's good for you. The two of them were enraged. Their aura exploded and they pounced at Fatso. You really want to fight? You're overestimating yourself. Fatso shook his head and raised his index finger, waving it in the air. His posture was as annoying as it could get. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and said, don't mess around. Take them down. I have something to ask them. Understood. Fatso chuckled and stretched out both of his hands. The fat on his body jiggled. You want to fight with us like this? As Qin Feiyang and Fatso had concealed their aura, the two black-clothed youths looked at them with disdain. One looked weak, and the other was as fat as a pig. How strong could they be? But in the next moment, the two of them were dumbfounded. Fatso easily grabbed their wrists. It looked like he didn't use any strength, but no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. So strong. How was this possible? The two of them were shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed beside Fatso. He looked at the two of them and said, tell me, what are you doing in this mountain range? You don't know? The two black-clothed youths were stunned. Then, they looked at Qin Feiyang and Fatso as if they were looking at monsters. If I tell you to answer, then answer. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you want to die? The fatty lazily looked at the two of them, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Die? Are you joking? Do you know who we are? Let me tell you, we are disciples of the inner palace. How dare you threaten us? How arrogant. However, the two of them were not afraid at all. They had nothing to fear. Fatso glanced at the two of them and sneered, it seems that if I don't get serious, you won't be honest. If you have the guts, why don't you try? I promise you, if you really dare to make a move, this will be your burial ground. The two of them laughed disdainfully. Really? Then Fat Lord really wants to try. Fatso chuckled. His 10 fingers suddenly contracted. Accompanied by 2 cracking sounds, their wrists were crushed on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. Ah, the two of them screamed on the spot. Their faces were distorted from the pain. Fatso's hands shot out like lightning and firmly grabbed their necks. He hung them in the air and laughed. Do you believe me now? Bastard. You really ate the guts of a leopard. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Today, everyone in this mountain range is from the inner palace. If you know what's good for you, let us go immediately. Otherwise, as long as we shout, even the gods can't save you. The two of them growled, their eyes full of murderous intent. That's simple. I'll make you unable to shout. Isn't that enough? The corner of Fatso's mouth lifted and his 5 fingers exerted force. The two of them suddenly felt suffocated. They grabbed Fatso's wrists with both hands and struggled desperately. There was also a trace of pleading in their eyes. Fatso chuckled. How is it? Are you willing to tell me now? The two of them nodded repeatedly. Fatso loosened his hands and said, Tell me, why are the people of the inner palace here? Senior brother Zhao Wei, there are outsiders invading. Come and save us. One of the black-clothed youths suddenly roared. His voice was like a bell that resounded through the sky. You're courting death. Fatso's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He exerted force with both hands and the two of them instantly flushed red. Outsiders invading? Who has the guts to break in here? The people who were wandering around or fighting with the ferocious beasts immediately rushed over. At the same time, high up in the sky, a black figure, like lightning, cut through the sky, full of murderous intent. It was Zhao Wei. Qin Feiyang glanced around and frowned slightly. With a wave of his hand, he brought Fatso and the two of them into the castle. Immediately, Fatso's 5 fingers tightened and crushed the throat of one of them. Then, he looked at the other and said coldly, "Answer us immediately. You really killed them?" Seeing this, that person's face instantly turned pale and said, Okay, I'll talk. After this person's explanation, Qin Feiyang realized that this was indeed an experience. The Great War of the 9 states was about to begin. Not only was the spiritual state preparing, but so was the cloud state. However, unlike the spiritual state, the cloud state's mansion master allowed the inner palace disciples to fight. On one hand, it was to hone their temperament and increase their combat experience. On the other hand, it was to stimulate everyone's fighting spirit and competitiveness. This place was called the Spirit Cloud Mountains, the border between the spiritual state and the cloud state. Not only were the Spirit Cloud Mountains densely packed with beasts, but it was also very vast. Even a combat master would need several months to cross the mountains. And this place was only the border area. In order to avoid being disturbed, the Cloud State Mansion Master also personally ordered that before the end of the experience, no one except the inner palace disciples was allowed to step into the mountains. There were even a large number of guards at the entrance of the Spirit Cloud Mountains to prevent people with bad intentions from sneaking into the mountains. In other words, this was now the exclusive venue for the inner palace disciples to train. Most importantly, in order to motivate everyone, the Cloud State Mansion Master also hid 2 treasures in the mountains. Chapter 5:11. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other and their eyes lit up at the same time. The treasures hidden by the Lord of a State must be extraordinary. Fatso asked, "What treasures are they?" The black-clothed young man quickly said, "Superior Auxiliary Combat Art, 4th Grade Alchemy Fire." 4th Grade Alchemy Fire. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? They actually encountered a 4th grade alchemy fire as soon as they arrived. Without a doubt, they were tempted. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you know where these 2 treasures are hidden?" "I don't know and no one knows. But according to everyone's guess, they are most likely hidden in the depths of the mountains. Because there are many powerful beasts in the depths of the mountains. Only by hiding there can they serve as a test," the black-clothed young man said. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized that this was the reason why Zhao Wei and the others had rushed to the depths of the mountains. Fatty said, "Then among the people participating in the training this time, other than Zhao Wei, who else is stronger? You don't even know this. Are you really from the Yun state?" The black-clothed young man glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others in surprise. Fatso's eyes turned cold and he shouted, "Just answer when I ask you to answer. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The black-clothed young man's eyes trembled and he quickly said, "Zhao Wei's strength is ranked 10th in the inner hall." 10th. Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked. Zhao Wei was a 7-star combat emperor, but he was only ranked 10th. Fatso asked, "What are the other 9 people's cultivation levels?" 3 1-star combat ancestors. 3 9-star combat emperors. 3 8-star combat emperors. There are 11 7-star combat emperors and Zhao Wei's strength is ranked 1st. I heard that he is about to become an 8-star combat emperor," the black-clothed young man said. "So strong." Qin Feiyang was shocked and said, "Where are they now?" "They have rushed to the depths of the mountains." After the black-clothed young man finished speaking, he asked in horror, "Can you let me go now?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at Fatso with a cold glint in his eyes. Fatso understood. His 5 fingers suddenly contracted, and with a crack, he crushed the throat of the black-clothed youth. Very soon, the black-clothed youth breathed his last. Fatso tossed the black-clothed young man onto the ground and asked, "Boss, how is the overall strength of the inner palace of the spiritual state?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I only know the general situation of the Pillfire Hall. I've never been to the Cultivation Hall. In the Pillfire Palace, other than the mysterious king in the number 1 alchemy room, only Wu Yang and Xu Yang were 7-star combat emperors. However, it didn't mean that the spiritual state was weaker than the cloud state. After all, the Pillfire Hall was filled with alchemists, while the Cultivation Hall was where warriors gathered. There was no lack of experts there. However, this had nothing to do with him for the time being. What he needed to do now was to find the 4th-grade alchemy fire. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang said to Fatso, "Disguise yourself as them. It'll be easier to do things." Fatso nodded. The two took out the illusion pills, changed their appearances, and put on the clothes of the 2 black-clothed youths. Then, they waited. When the commotion outside disappeared, Qin Feiyang and Fatso took the 2 corpses and left the castle. "Bury them quickly," Qin Feiyang said to Fatso, then raised his head and looked around vigilantly. There was no one around. However, the sounds of battle in the distance were endless. At the same time, Fatso waved his hand, and his battle aura gushed out, blasting a deep pit and burying the 2 in no time. Then, the 2 retracted their aura and rushed into the depths of the mountain range. No one knew the location of the alchemy fire. They could either find it by luck or wait for others to find it and snatch it with their strength. Qin Feiyang chose the second option. Because it was a waste of time to find it. Not long after, Qin Feiyang and Fatso came to a river. "Ma-san, Zhongliu, why are you here?" As soon as they jumped to the other side of the river, a surprised voice came from the jungle next to them. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other, and a trace of anger suddenly appeared in their eyes. Before killing the 2 people, they forgot to ask for their names. Now they didn't know if the people in the jungle were talking to them. But in order not to arouse suspicion, the 2 stopped and turned to look at the jungle. Soon, a man and a woman came out of the jungle. The man was wearing a white robe, and the woman was wearing a black dress, with a small arrow embroidered on her chest, and her body was stained with blood. It was enough to show that the man was an alchemist. Coming to Qin Feiyang and Fatso, the man in white frowned and said, "I asked you a question, why don't you answer?" "Yes, didn't you say that there were outsiders invading?" "Where are they?" the woman in black also asked. Qin Feiyang and Fatso's eyes flashed. It turned out that he was really calling them. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and apologized, "I'm really sorry, we were dazzled just now and scared you." Dazzled? The man and the woman were slightly stunned. Following which, their faces were filled with anger. The man in white scolded angrily, "How can you be dazzled? Why don't you go to hell?" "Yes, we were worried for nothing." The woman in black also looked disgusted. Seeing their faces, Fatso raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "It's just a misunderstanding. You don't have to make it sound so bad." "Yo." The man in white looked up and down at Fatso and sneered, "Zhongliu, you've got guts. How dare you talk to me like this? Who do you think you are?" Fatso crossed his arms and looked at him disdainfully. The man in white's eyes darkened and his face was full of hostility. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly pushed Fatso behind him. He looked at the man in white and said with a smile, "Zhongliu is also very angry now, so his words are a bit harsh. Senior brother, please be magnanimous and don't bother with him. I don't have time to bother with trash like you. I'll give you a word of advice. This Spirit Cloud Mountain is very dangerous. You have to be careful." The man in white looked at Qin Feiyang and Fatso with contempt and then said something meaningful. Then, he turned around and rushed into the depths of the mountain with the woman in black. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. "Isn't this person too arrogant? Boss, are we just going to let them leave like this?" Fatso stared at the backs of the 2, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "There's still a long way to go. There's no hurry." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and walked into the depths of the mountain. Fatso followed and asked puzzledly, "Boss, why do you think he's so arrogant?" Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "It should be because he's an alchemist." Tch. Fatso immediately showed a look of disdain. "Don't underestimate anyone. Uncle Yuan has told me more than once that no matter how strong or weak the opponent is, I have to go all out. Qin Feiyang said. Fat Lord also understands this. He's so arrogant in front of others, Fat Lord won't say anything. But he actually dares to be so arrogant in front of you? He really doesn't know how much weight he has. Fatso sneered. Mentality is the most important. Why don't you just treat him as a clown? Qin Feiyang laughed. Fatso was stunned. He pondered for a moment and laughed. After hearing what you said, I feel much better. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Bang! Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound and the roar of a beast came from somewhere in front. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. They immediately used their full speed and rushed towards the place where the sound came from. On the way, they met more than 10 young men and women. There were alchemists in white and warriors in black. Their strength was above the 2-star combat emperor. The strongest was a 4-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang and Fatso slowed down and gradually approached. Fatso ran to a woman in white and whispered, "Senior sister, what happened?" "I don't know either." The woman in white turned her head and glanced at him, shaking her head. Next. More and more people gathered here, their faces filled with bewilderment. The arrogant man and woman from before were also in the crowd. Boom! All of a sudden, a loud sound exploded like a clap of thunder. At the same time, a destructive wave of battle enveloped them. Catcher! In front of them, large trees were turned into ashes. A few hundred jong tall mountains were razed to the ground in an instant. Dust covered the sky and covered the sun. Such a strong aura. Who exactly is fighting? Could it be that they found the alchemy fire and battle arts? Everyone was very surprised. After 10 breaths, Qin Feiyang and Fatso blended into the crowd and came to a small hill, looking forward. Immediately, the two of them saw a black-clothed man who was locked in a fierce battle with a giant black scorpion. That giant scorpion was more than 20 meters long. Its whole body was as if it was cast with divine iron, indestructible. Especially its giant tail, it was raised high like a pitch-black python, bearing its fangs and choosing its prey. And the man fighting with the giant scorpion was Zhao Wei. A man and a beast were fighting in the void. The destructive waves rolled in all directions, crushing everything. Those below the level of a 6-star combat emperor couldn't get within 100 meters of them. Strange. Someone whispered. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look. A young man in black stood beside him. He was very short, only about 1.6 meters tall. His body was very thin, and he looked very ugly. But at this moment, he was looking at Zhao Wei and the giant scorpion fighting with a puzzled face. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but ask, "What's strange? Why are we here?" The young man in black asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Of course we are here to find the alchemy fire and battle arts." "Yes, since we are here to find the alchemy fire and battle arts, we should try our best to avoid unnecessary trouble. And this giant scorpion's strength is on par with senior brother Zhao Wei. It is obviously a big trouble. But why does senior brother Zhao Wei want to fight it to the end?" The young man in black frowned. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang frowned. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Could it be that there are treasures nearby? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang whispered to Fatso next to him, "Quickly look around." "Look for what?" Fatso was stunned. "Of course we are looking for treasures," Qin Feiyang said. Hearing the word treasures, Fatso's eyes lit up. Immediately, the two of them split up to search. Chapter 5:12. As for the others, they were all attracted by the battle between Zhao Wei and the giant scorpion. Their eyes were burning with passion. That giant scorpion was definitely a 9-star combat emperor, but Zhao Wei was not at a disadvantage at all. He was really tough. Boom! Crack! An ear-splitting noise resounded through the sky. More and more people were rushing in this direction. Among them, there was no lack of experts who could rival Zhao Wei. But all of this had nothing to do with Qin Feiyang and Fatso. The two of them shuttled through the mountain forest, looking everywhere they looked, not letting go of any suspicious things. A moment later, Qin Feiyang stood on the top of the mountain, scanning the area below, his brows tightly knitted together. Along the way, he had only found some ordinary herbs. There was no sign of a rare treasure at all. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in his arms rang. Who sent me a message this time? Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. After pondering for a while, he ignored it. If it was the old man, he would definitely be scolded again. What's more, now was not the time to talk. But when he was about to jump down from the top of the mountain and search elsewhere, the image crystal rang again. Who is it? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, entered the castle, took out the image crystal, and poured his battle qi into it. An illusory figure quickly appeared. It turned out that it was not the old man, but a young man in black. It was Zhong Liu, who was transformed by Fatso. Fatso frowned and said, "Boss, what the hell are you doing? Why didn't you answer my message?" Qin Feiyang said with a wry smile, "I thought it was the old man. How is it? Did you find anything? It seems that you have a phobia of the old man." Fatso smiled playfully. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, "Cut the crap, let's get down to business." Fatso said, "I found a magical little tree, but I don't know what it is." "What little tree?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. For Fatso to call it miraculous, it was definitely not simple. Fatso said, "The small tree is only about 1 meter tall. Its leaves and trunk are fiery red. There are also 3 red fruits on it." Fruit. Fiery red. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment. It did sound quite magical. Next, he began to search through his memories. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at Fatso and asked, "Do the 3 fruits all look like human hearts?" "How did you know?" Fatso asked in surprise. "Haha," Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. His eyes were filled with fanaticism as he said, "Damn Fatso, you really found a rare treasure. What is that?" Fatso said. Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me where you are. I'll go find you right away." Fatso said, "I'm on top of a mountain. There are a lot of black stones on the edge of the mountain. They are quite big. You can find them if you look carefully. Okay, you pick the 3 fruits first, then hide and wait for me." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he directly turned off the image crystal. At this time, Lin Yi opened her eyes and warned, "Brother Feiyang, be careful." "Don't worry." Qin Feiyang turned his head and smiled slightly at Lin Yi, then left the castle. He stood on the top of the mountain and scanned the surroundings. Soon, he found the mountain that Fatso mentioned. The mountain peak was 500 to 600 meters high, with cliffs and shrubs. At the edge of the mountain peak, there were indeed a lot of black stones piled up. Qin Feiyang looked up again. The place where Giant Scorpion and Zhao Wei fought was about 1 mile away from the mountain peak. It seemed that it was difficult to determine the winner between the two. There should be enough time. Swoosh. Without hesitation, Qin Feiyang turned into a stream of light, shuttled through the dense forest, and went straight to the mountain peak. Giant Scorpion and Zhao Wei were still fighting, and they didn't notice him at all. After a dozen breaths, Qin Feiyang finally came to the top of the mountain. This place was full of rocks and weeds. Among the weeds, a small red tree swayed in the wind, exuding a hazy brilliance. On the small tree, 3 plump fruits hung, exuding a strong fragrance. But seeing the small tree and fruits, the joy in Qin Feiyang's heart was instantly diluted. His face was extremely gloomy, because beside the small tree, there was not only Fatso but also another person. It was the black-clothed young man who had warned him before, the one with the head of a snake and the eyes of a rat. This person and Fatso stood opposite each other, looking at each other with vigilance. Seeing Qin Feiyang coming up, the black-shirted youth's eyes flashed with surprise. "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang walked to Fatso's side and frowned. "I was about to listen to you and pick these fruits, but this person came up. Although he is only a 3-star combat emperor and I can easily kill him, if I do, Giant Scorpion and Zhao Wei will definitely notice. So, we are in a stalemate," Fatso whispered. Qin Feiyang looked up at the black-shirted youth and said with a faint smile, "You can't judge a book by its cover. This sentence is indeed correct. Aren't you the same? In the inner palace, you too were timid and afraid of trouble. I didn't expect you to be so smart and react faster than me. The black-shirted youth laughed. Timid and afraid of trouble? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. It seemed that Ma San and Zhong Liu didn't have a good life in the inner palace. But he and Fatso couldn't be compared with these two people. Qin Feiyang asked, "What do you want?" The black-shirted youth said without hesitation, "Everyone who sees it will get a share." Qin Feiyang said, "Do you know what these fruits are?" "Do you know?" the black-shirted youth asked. Qin Feiyang frowned slightly. He wanted to test this person. If he didn't know, he could just give him some benefits and get rid of him. However, this person wasn't stupid. Obviously, he had the same plan as him. Fatso frowned and said, "Boss, what are these fruits?" Qin Feiyang didn't answer him. He looked at the black-shirted youth and said, "If you can tell us the information about these fruits, we will share them equally." "Ma San, do you think I am a fool? Even if I don't tell you, you will still get the fruits. Otherwise, as long as I roar, the giant scorpion and Zhao Wei won't let you go." The black-shirted youth sneered. He Ju. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and remembered this name. He nodded and said, "Okay, we will share these 3 fruits equally. You should have done this long ago. What a waste of time." He Ju laughed and walked toward the small tree. Fatso and Qin Feiyang also walked forward at the same time. But at this moment, another white figure quietly came to the top of the mountain. It seemed that he was also looking for something. This was a white-shirted youth. He was about 25 or 26 years old. He was tall and had an extraordinary temperament. When this person saw Qin Feiyang and the other two, he couldn't help but be stunned. However, when he saw the small tree and the fruits, his face suddenly became wild with joy. "This is mine. None of you can touch it," the white-shirted youth shouted, and a terrifying pressure suddenly rushed toward the 3 of them. He Ju was imprisoned in the void on the spot. Qin Feiyang and Fatso also changed their expressions. After opening the gate of potential, this pressure didn't pose any threat to them. However, the strength of this pressure allowed them to determine the cultivation of this person. It was a 7-star combat emperor. This person's strength was secondary. The most important thing was that once this person released his pressure, Zhao Wei and the giant scorpion would definitely be alerted. As expected, the giant scorpion and Zhao Wei immediately stopped fighting and turned to look at the top of the mountain. "Bastard! Damn it!" the giant scorpion roared. Zhao Wei roared. Whoosh! A man and a beast pierced through the sky and rushed toward the top of the mountain. The white-shirted youth's pressure not only alerted them, but also the people around them. They all looked at the top of the mountain in surprise. And they all rose into the sky and rushed toward the top of the mountain at the first moment. "Boss, what should we do?" Fatso frowned. The strongest among these people was a 7-star combat emperor. They weren't afraid. However, if they were to fight seriously, their hidden cultivation would be exposed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. "You 3 trash want to get your hands on this rare treasure. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." At the same time, the white-shirted youth also rushed toward the small tree. His eyes were full of contempt as he looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. In an instant, he landed beside the small tree. However, he turned a blind eye to Qin Feiyang and the other 2 who were at the side. He directly raised his head to look at Zhao Wei and said with a smile, "Zhao Wei, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known that such a treasure was hidden here. I really have to thank you properly." "How dare you?" Zhao Wei roared, his face full of anxiety. "I wanted to leave one for you, but after hearing what you said, if I don't take all of them, wouldn't it make me look incompetent? In that case, I won't be polite." The white-shirted youth smiled mockingly and looked down at the 3 fruits. His eyes were full of greed. Immediately, he reached out his big hand and grabbed the fruits without hesitation. His face also showed a bright smile. Fatso and He Ju were also anxious. Especially He Ju. The fruits were already in his mouth, but they fell into the hands of others. He was very unwilling. The white-shirted youth was about to grab the fruits. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he sneered, "Do you really think that these 3 fruits are in your bag? The white-shirted youth was shocked and instinctively looked at Qin Feiyang. At that moment, he saw Qin Feiyang raise his arm and slap him. How is this possible? The white-shirted youth showed a look of disbelief. Wasn't he imprisoned by the pressure? How could he still move? But this person's temperament was not bad and he came back to his senses in an instant. There was still a trace of contempt in his eyes. A cowardly trash dares to be rash in front of me? You're courting death. He sneered, and the big hand that reached for the fruits suddenly turned in the air and slapped Qin Feiyang's arm. Battle chi gushed out of his palm. There was also a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. I'd like to see who's the one courting death. Qin Feiyang sneered, and a flaming battle chi also emerged from his palm. Boom! In a flash, the two big hands met with a loud bang. Puff! Immediately, both of them took half a step back and their faces were a little pale. How is this possible? The white-shirted youth was dumbfounded. He-Ju's eyes were wide open and he couldn't believe it. Wasn't this Ma-san a 2-star combat emperor? When did he become so strong? Hee. Chapter 513. Fat pig, you're courting death. The man in white was so anxious that his eyes turned red. His aura exploded. He took a step towards Fatso and stretched out his hand like an eagle's claw towards Fatso's head. Hee. Fatso wasn't worried at all. He sneered and hid behind Qin Feiyang. You're the one courting death. Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold. He didn't want to kill him. However, this man tried to kill him again and again. Did he think that Qin Feiyang was afraid of him? Void returning art, void splitting. He pointed a finger in the air, and an invisible force roared in all directions, covering the sky and the earth as it pounced towards the white-robed man. The murderous intent was bone-piercing. Boom! In an instant, the man in white was drowned by the invisible force. His skin and flesh were torn open and blood splattered everywhere. He let out a shrill scream. So powerful. He-Ju saw this and his face was full of fear. He started to run away without looking back. Weren't you arrogant before? Why are you running away now? Fatso laughed and kept the 3 fruits in his Chenkuan pouch. He then chased after He-Ju. Hand over the fruits. At this moment, an angry roar exploded and resounded through the heavens and earth. Giant Scorpion and Zhao Wei came at the same time. Their target was Fatso. Damn, I just took 3 fruits from you. Is there a need to risk your life like this? Fatso's expression changed and he quickly retreated behind Qin Feiyang to seek protection. When Qin Feiyang was a 3-star combat emperor, he dared to fight Dongqing, who was a 6-star combat emperor. However, Fatso didn't have the guts. Although he was a 5-star combat emperor and had mastered a perfect combat art, he didn't have the courage to face Zhao Wei, who was a 7-star combat emperor, and Giant Scorpion, who was a 9-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang felt helpless about this. However, after being together for so long, he was used to it. Swoosh! Zhao Wei swooped down and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He said, "Hand it over now and I'll spare your lives." In the meantime, the giant scorpion was also hovering above Qin Feiyang and Huang Xiaolong's heads. It said angrily, "You must hand it over to me. If you dare to hand it over to them, you will also die." The man in white, who had been severely injured by Qin Feiyang, suddenly raised his head and looked at the giant scorpion. He shouted, "Beast, don't be so arrogant. I'll take care of you after I've dealt with these 2 trash." After saying this, he took out a healing pill and threw it into his mouth. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the other man with an extremely cold gaze. The others also rushed over, but none of them dared to approach. They surrounded the mountain peak in the air and discussed animatedly. The extremely arrogant man and woman who were originally by the river were also among the crowd. But at this moment, the 2 of them were dumbfounded. Did Ma San and Zhong Liu eat the guts of a leopard? He actually dared to steal Zhao Wei's things? Boss, let's get out of here quickly. After a while, the 3 8-star combat emperors, 9-star combat emperors and 1-star combat ancestors will definitely come. It will be even more troublesome then. Fatso hid behind Qin Feiyang. His face was full of fear. "You're a 5-star combat emperor now. Can't you have some ambition?" Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely. With Fatso's current strength, he was completely capable of competing with Zhao Wei. But when this guy encountered such a situation, the first thing he thought of was to escape. What a useless ado. That's right. Fat Lord is also a 5-star combat emperor now. What's there to be afraid of? Fatso was stunned, and a trace of confidence appeared on his face. Qin Feiyang was about to say that he had a whole new level of respect for Fatso, but Fatso was very disappointing. He immediately shrunk and said in a low voice, "Boss, this has nothing to do with ambition. Fat Lord is thinking about safety. Get lost." Qin Feiyang angrily shouted in a low voice. He looked at Zhao Wei and the giant scorpion and laughed, "You all want it. Then who should I give it to? What? You still dare to be arrogant?" The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. This Ma San must be tired of living. At the same time, they were puzzled. What exactly did Ma San and Zhongliu snatch to make Zhao Wei and the giant scorpion so angry? Zhao Wei and the giant scorpion looked at Qin Feiyang and were also puzzled. In the past, when this person saw them, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. Why was he so abnormal now? He was like a different person. Especially his strength, it was at a completely different level from before. Zhao Wei's eyes flashed. He turned to look at the man in white and sneered, "Liang Cheng, are you very arrogant? Now if you have the ability, go and get the fruit back. Don't provoke me. It's useless." Liang Cheng sneered. Zhao Wei said, "The fruit was lost in your hands. Shouldn't you do it?" The scar was exposed. Liang Cheng suddenly became angry out of shame. "Damn human, I'm going to kill you." But at this time, the giant scorpion roared. Its ferocious roar shook the mountains and rivers. Then, its dark giant tail was raised high. A transparent liquid spurted out from the tip and shot toward Qin Feiyang. Obviously, it had lost its patience. "Not good, this is its venom." Fatso's face changed. "Humph." Qin Feiyang snorted. He raised his hand and waved. A flame battle chi soared into the sky and lit up half of the sky. At this moment, the venom was constantly evaporated. "Do it." Zhao Wei growled. His battle chi surged and he rushed toward Qin Feiyang without hesitation. Liang Cheng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He took another healing pill and immediately rushed toward Qin Feiyang. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He grabbed Fatso and rushed into the sky, rushing toward the depths of the mountains. "Don't try to escape." Zhao Wei and the giant scorpion roared again and again. They chased after Qin Feiyang with murderous intent. Fatso asked, "Boss, why don't we go to the castle?" Qin Feiyang said, "They are already suspecting us. If we go to the castle, won't we be completely exposed?" "Makes sense." Fatso nodded and laughed. "Boss, what exactly is that fruit?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and said, "Heart-protecting fruit." "Heart-protecting fruit?" Fatso frowned, his face full of doubt. "You are an alchemist after all. You don't even know about the heart-protecting fruit. Aren't you embarrassed?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Fatso said angrily, "Ever since I followed you, when have you seen Fat Lord refining pills? Fat Lord sometimes doesn't even remember that he is an alchemist." "All right, I'll take it that I misspoke." Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly and said, "You should know about the heart-protecting pill." Fatso said, "Of course Fat Lord knows about this. It is recorded in the alchemy scripture." Speaking of this, Fatso's eyes trembled, and he said in surprise, "Could it be? Even if you don't refine pills, shouldn't you carefully read the alchemy scripture?" Qin Feiyang really didn't know what to say. The alchemy scripture was in the castle. If he took the time to read it, how could he be as ignorant as he was now? The heart-protecting pill has the miraculous effect of repairing the heart. The heart-protecting fruit is the main ingredient to refine the heart-protecting pill. Qin Feiyang explained. "I'll go." Fat Lord was strange. Why did he go crazy when he saw this fruit? It turns out that it is the main ingredient to refine the heart-protecting pill. Fatso suddenly understood and then became excited again. He had just arrived in Yunju, and not only did he have the news of the 4th grade pill fire, but he also obtained 3 heart-protecting fruits. The Cloud State was truly a blessed land. Suddenly, Fatty frowned again and said, "Since the heart-protecting fruit is so miraculous, shouldn't we dig that small tree away too?" Qin Feiyang asked, "Why?" Fatso said, "Of course, to wait for it to bloom and bear fruit next time. It's not that easy. That small tree needs 30 years to bear fruit. Can you afford to wait? Besides, even if you dig it out, where are you going to plant it?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. 30 years. Fatso was a little stunned, shook his head and said, "Forget it." Today, 30 years later, he didn't even know whether he was alive or dead. What was the use of this thing? Besides, they now had the fire of life. The heart-protecting pill was actually not so important. But it could be sold at a good price. In this world, who would refuse money? "Human, if you don't stop, I will let you die without a burial place. Ma San, Zhong Liu, you can't escape. If you know what's good for you, hand it over obediently. Considering that we are from the same sect, we can consider letting you go." That's right. If you continue to be stubborn, even if you escape here, you will still die when you return to the inner hall. Furthermore, you will die miserably. Giant Scorpion and Zhao Wei chased closely behind. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the two people and the beast. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to face Giant Scorpion and Zhao Wei, his eyes shining with a shocking cold light. "That's right. Hand over the fruit." Zhao Wei sneered. Fatso said disdainfully, "Hand it over? Are you guys dreaming? Then don't blame us for being merciless." Their gazes turned cold and they immediately performed battle arts. Waves of destructive aura suddenly rolled out in this world. "Kill." With a shout, two battle arts cut through the sky and blasted towards Qin Feiyang and Zhao Wei. Giant Scorpion was not to be outdone. Its massive body trembled and a vast battle chi roared out, turning into a gigantic wave that covered the sky and overturned mountains and seas. Fatso shrunk his neck and said obsequiously, "Boss, hurry and show them a few moves. Let them see how strong you are." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, but there was a murderous intent spreading out from his body. At that moment, he was like an awakening god of war. Fatso chuckled and retreated to the side. Zhao Wei and Zhao Wei's battle arts and Giant Scorpion's battle chi were about to reach Qin Feiyang. Right at this moment, boom! The killing intent hidden in Qin Feiyang's body erupted completely. His thick black hair danced behind his head and his clothes rustled. With an incomparably cold expression, he was like a fiend god that was daunting. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." All of a sudden, he raised his arm and pointed forward. Ultimate ruin. An invisible force suddenly appeared and rushed towards the battle arts and battle chi with a destructive aura. Boom. Immediately, a deafening sound rang out in the void. A shocking scene suddenly appeared. The seemingly powerful battle arts and battle chi were crushed into pieces by the invisible force like withered wood. They could not withstand a single blow. Puff. Zhao Wei and Zhao Wei spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time and their faces turned pale. Giant Scorpion's massive body was also trembling non-stop. Its millstone-sized eyes were filled with weakness. How is that possible? When those people who followed along saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but be filled with shock. However, it was not over yet. After the invisible force destroyed the battle arts and battle chi, it rushed towards Zhao Wei and Giant Scorpion. Chapter 514. What a terrifying aura. Why haven't I seen him so ferocious before? The hearts of the spectators trembled. Was this a dream? When did Ma San become so powerful? Zhao Wei and the Giant Scorpion, who had experienced it personally, were scared out of their wits. They ran away without looking back. Too powerful. Such combat strength was enough to defeat everyone below the War Master level. "I didn't want to kill you, but you're too insensible." Qin Feiyang's face was indifferent. An invisible force surged like a giant beast with its mouth wide open and fangs, drowning the two men and the beast. Ah! Roar! Screams suddenly resounded through the sky. Whether it was Zhao Wei or the Giant Scorpion, they were all covered in blood. Their eyes were full of fear and their hearts were shrouded in deep despair. Zhao Wei shouted pleadingly, "I don't want the fruit anymore, Please don't kill me. I don't want it either. The man in white, Liang Cheng, also hurriedly shouted. Spineless humans, this emperor swears to die unyielding. The giant scorpion looked at the two of them in disdain and suddenly turned to Qin Feiyang, roaring, Human, even if I die, I will make you pay. Is that so? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and stepped toward the giant scorpion. The giant scorpion was not afraid at all and faced Qin Feiyang head-on. Zhao Wei and Liang Cheng fled without looking back. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The giant scorpion that was charging towards Qin Feiyang suddenly turned around and caught up to Zhao and Wei in the blink of an eye. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its eerie white fangs that were more than a meter long. It actually bit off their heads in one bite. Before they could figure out the situation, Zhao Wei and Liang Cheng died. This change not only caught Zhao Wei and Liang Cheng by surprise, but also stunned Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Needless to say, the crowd in the surroundings were all dumbstruck and filled with shock. Wasn't this giant scorpion very unyielding? It even despised Zhao Wei and Liang Cheng. Why did it suddenly change sides and kill Zhao Wei and Liang Cheng? Human, wash your neck clean for me, I will kill you sooner or later. After the giant scorpion attacked Zhao Wei and Liang Cheng, it immediately turned and fled, leaving behind a fierce voice that echoed between heaven and earth for a long time. When Qin Feiyang reacted, he could only see the giant scorpion's shadow in the sky. Fatso was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. He cursed. This guy is so cunning. Qin Feiyang also shook his head and Liang Cheng in the previous situation, the giant scorpion and Liang Cheng, the giant scorpion and Liang Cheng and Liang Cheng and Liang Cheng. The giant scorpion must have seen through this, so it pretended to want to fight him to the death. In reality, it was playing a trick to make Zhao and Wei lower their guard. The two of them were extremely stupid. They only cared about running for their lives and completely ignored this terrifying beast. In the end, he was killed by the giant scorpion. Simultaneously, in the face of this scene, Qin Feiyang would definitely be stunned, and the giant scorpion would take the opportunity to slip away. Not only could it kill Zhao Wei and Liang Cheng, but it could also take the opportunity to escape. It was really killing two birds with one stone. Now, who dared to say that the beast was stupid? When it came to playing tricks, it was even better than those scheming old foxes. At this moment, this place was silent, dead. Zhao Wei and Liang Cheng are both elites of the inner palace, and they were killed just like that. Are Ma San and Zhong Liu borrowing courage from the heavens? Everyone lowered their heads and looked at the two headless corpses that were falling downwards. Their hearts were filled with shock. Cough cough. Actually, I didn't really want to kill them. I just wanted to scare them. But I didn't expect that they would be killed by the giant scorpion. To be honest, I'm also a victim in this matter. Everyone, you have to testify for me. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said somewhat shyly. Victim? Everyone looked at each other. This bastard, he actually pretended to be innocent. He was too shameless. One of the burly men said, Ma San, although they weren't killed by you, they died because of you. We can't cover for you. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, You can't be like this. We're all from the same sect. We should help each other if we can, right? You still know that we're from the same sect. When you attacked Zhao Wei and Liang Cheng just now, why didn't you care about your relationship with them? Everyone stared at him with righteous indignation. Fatso said angrily, Are you blind? Didn't you see that they attacked first? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Yes, I can't just stand there and let them kill me, right? There were dozens of people around, but no one spoke. They were all speechless. Whether you want to testify for me or not depends on your mood. Goodbye. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, turned around with Fatso, and continued to rush into the depths. Is this the attitude of asking for help? Bastard, it's simple and arrogant. The crowd was furious. The man and woman who were arrogant by the river were mixed in the crowd. Looking at the backs of Qin Feiyang and Liang Cheng, their eyes flashed with cold light. The man rolled his eyes and instigated, Everyone, quickly spread the news. We must make this arrogant bastard pay the price. The woman nodded and said coldly, killing fellow disciples and robbing treasures. This is an unforgivable crime. Yes. Everyone, quickly spread the news. In an instant, everyone took out the image crystal. Immediately, the news spread wildly in the mountain range. What? Ma Sun not only killed Zhao Wei and Liang Cheng, but also stole some mysterious fruit. He seems to be a 2-star combat emperor. How can he have this ability? The first reaction of those who received the news was disbelief. They thought that someone was playing a prank. But soon, the news was confirmed. Thus, everyone began to form groups and search for Qin Feiyang and Li Yunhong all over the mountain. On the peak of a mountain, Qin Feiyang stood behind a bush and scanned the mountain below. His eyes were filled with thoughts. Where was this 4th-grade alchemy fire hidden? Fatty, on the other hand, was playing with the 3 heart protector fruits. Boss, how much do you think this thing can be sold for after being refined into a pill? As he spoke, his eyes shone brightly. How much do you think it can be sold for with such a miraculous effect of repairing the heart? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. This was simply finding a topic to talk about. A heart protection pill was equivalent to a life. It was so precious that it would not be sold no matter how much money was offered. Even if they did not need it now, they could keep it for a rainy day in the future. Fatso smiled and took out 3 jade boxes. He carefully put them away and asked, "Boss, where are we going next?" "We'll wait here." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Not only was the chance of finding the alchemy fire slim, but it was also a waste of time. It was better to stay here and cultivate while waiting for news. "So you're hiding here." However, at this time, a calm voice sounded behind Qin Feiyang and Fatso. The two frowned and turned their heads. They saw a young man in black standing above the cliff behind them, sizing them up. "Very strong," Fatso whispered. Qin Feiyang nodded. This person's aura was unfathomable. He was at least an 8-star combat emperor. It was very likely that he was a 9-star combat emperor. The young man in black said, "I heard that you killed and robbed from Zhao Wei and Liang Cheng and snatched a magical fruit. Can you show it to me?" "Killed and robbed?" Qin Feiyang immediately raised his eyebrows. Fatso's eyes turned cold and said, "Let me clarify 2 points. First, we didn't kill them. Second, to be able to snatch the fruit is our true ability." The young man in black said, "Then why is everyone saying that you killed and robbed? Some people who want to get the fruit but don't have the ability to do so are just spreading rumors." Fatso showed a look of disdain. "Whether it's a rumor or not, I want to see the fruit." The young man in black laughed. His attitude was very tough. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "What if I don't show it to you? Then today, I'm afraid you will be buried here." The young man in black smiled faintly, his eyebrows brimming with confidence. "You?" Fatso raised the corner of his mouth and looked at him playfully. "It seems that after killing Zhao Wei and Liang Cheng, your self-confidence has swelled to an uncontrollable level. Now, I'll show you what a real expert is. What is an overwhelming combat strength?" The young man in black laughed. But at the end, his eyes became extremely contemptuous. At the same time, rays of cold light burst out from his eyes. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura rushed out from his body like a volcanic eruption. 8-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang muttered. He had never eaten pork, but he had never seen a pig run. Although the strongest in their small team was only a 7-star combat emperor, when they were in the continent's capital, they had seen many 8-star combat emperors, 9-star combat emperors and even war masters. So, from the strength of this person's aura, they could instantly distinguish his true cultivation. Just an 8-star combat emperor, what's there to be arrogant about? Fatso laughed and said, "Boss, I have a favor to ask of you." "Say it." Qin Feiyang said. Fatso said, "Hit his face, hit it hard." "Why?" Qin Feiyang asked. Fatso joked, "Didn't you notice? When he laughs, he's especially despicable." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the young man in black and nodded, "It seems to be so." The conversation between the two of them was not concealed, and every word fell into the ears of the black-clothed youth. His face darkened bit by bit. When Fatso said that he was especially despicable, a trace of ruthlessness crept into his eyes. "Trash who doesn't know what's good for you," he shouted and waved his big hand. His battle chi surged and turned into a dazzling sharp blade. It was more than 100 feet long, like a crescent moon, emitting a shocking sharpness. "High-grade battle art," Qin Feiyang whispered. This person's cultivation was an 8-star combat emperor. With the enhancement of the high-grade battle art, his strength was quite impressive. However, he wanted to kill him with just this little strength. He was simply daydreaming. Clang! Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a red sword aura appeared. 2 flaming sword shadows instantly appeared. The sharpness released by the sword shadows was not inferior to the sharp blade. Slash! Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. The 2 sword shadows whizzed out one after another. The flames lit up the sky and the sharpness tore through the mountains and rivers. Boom! Crack! The first sword shadow and the sharp blade collided. Chapter 5:15. Evenly matched. The black-robed young man was stunned. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang's strength was only a little bit stronger than Zhao Wei's, but he did not expect that Qin Feiyang was actually able to tie with him. Evenly matched. Don't joke around. The show has just begun. Fatso chuckled at the side. The black-robed young man was shocked and his hair stood on end. Clang. The second sword shadow was slashing towards him madly with an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Everywhere it went, the void was distorted. A single sword shadow is equivalent to a fatal blow. What kind of battle technique is this? The black-robed young man was surprised. However, he did not lose his composure. Boom! A large amount of battle chi appeared and condensed into a huge arrow in the void in front of him. The arrow was as thick as a bucket and dozens of meters long. It shone brightly like the stars and its tip emitted a destructive sharpness. Next. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved his hand and the arrow trembled in the air and shot towards the sword shadow. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded in the area. The collision of the two created a destructive shockwave that swept in all directions. The nearby majestic mountains and rivers, the towering ancient trees, and the fearful ferocious beasts that were fleeing in fear were as vulnerable as dead wood. In the blink of an eye, the land within a 1-mile radius was razed to the ground and not a single blade of grass was left. Billowing dust covered all directions. In the dust, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Fatso into the ancient castle. Then, he sensed the aura of the black-robed young man and charged over. "I didn't expect you to hide so well." The black-robed young man's face was gloomy. He did not dare to hold back and fought with Qin Feiyang crazily. What happened? Hearing the commotion, the people nearby rushed over and surrounded the edge of the battlefield. They scanned the dust in front of them with bewilderment. Who in the world was fighting inside? Whoosh! Soon, another dozen or so figures rushed over at top speed. There were men and women, fat and thin. However, without exception, the aura they exuded were far superior to the others. Moreover, when the others saw these people, their eyes were filled with reverence. What happened? A rather handsome young man in white asked without turning his head as he scanned the dusty area ahead. "We don't know either." Someone immediately replied. The young man in white frowned and raised his hand. Strong winds began to blow in all directions, preparing to blow away the dust and smoke. But at this moment, a painful scream suddenly rang out from within the dust cloud. Following closely, a bloody figure, like a meteor, rushed out of the dust and smoke and shot into the sky. "It's him, Mohi." When they saw this person, the expressions of the surrounding crowd changed. In fact, even the pupils of the dozen or so people that had arrived later shrunk. Whoosh! Just as the black-clothed youth rushed out of the smoke, another black-clothed figure rushed out. It was Qin Feiyang. Ma-san. Immediately, everyone's eyes were filled with deep disbelief. Zhao Wei and Liang Cheng's defeat was already hard for them to accept. But now, even Mo He, an 8-star combat emperor, was beaten beyond recognition by him. How strong was this guy? Qin Feiyang stood in the void and scanned the surrounding crowd. His gaze lingered on the dozen or so people for a while, but there was not the slightest change in his expression. Moreover, there were no obvious wounds on his body. Whoosh! Without a word, Qin Feiyang turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky. His big hand was like an eagle's claw, grabbing Mohi's neck. What does he want to do? Seeing this, everyone was surprised. Didn't you just say that you want to show me what a real expert is? What is an overwhelming combat power? Is that all? Qin Feiyang grabbed Mohi with one hand and the battle chi in his other palm surged. He looked at Mohi with disdain. Don't be arrogant too early. Soon you will know the consequences of offending me. Mohi growled, his face full of resentment. Is that so? Then I'll send you to hell first. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He raised his arm and slapped Mohi's chest. How dare you? Mohi roared, but there was a trace of panic on his face. At the same time, the surrounding crowd also changed their expressions. Ma-san, don't hit him. The dozen or so people who came later immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and his arm stopped in the void. What's going on? Could it be that this Mohi had some background? Why? You don't dare to fight. Why are you still so arrogant with such little courage? If you have the guts, kill me today. Come on. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had stopped, Mohi had a smile on his face. Furthermore, he was shouting non-stop. He was extremely arrogant. So awesome. Qin Feiyang was startled. Then, he immediately slapped Mohi's face. A blood-red handprint appeared on Mohi's face. You dare to slap me? Mohi suddenly showed a look of disbelief. Then, his face was full of resentment and he roared like a madman, I will definitely kill you and make you suffer so much that you will regret being born in this world. Slap. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything else and sent out another slap. Ah! Mohi screamed and blood gushed out from his nose and mouth. Come on, continue to shout. Qin Feiyang showed his white teeth. Mohi roared, little bastard, wait for me. Yes, 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 continue. Qin Feiyang gave Mohi another slap and the smile on his face became brighter. Mohi did not dare to say anything. Do you think I won't hit you if you don't shout? What a naive child. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He raised his arm and slapped Mohi's face one by one. Ah! Mohi screamed but did not scream. His face quickly swelled up like a pig's head. Now, he couldn't even scream. He could only whimper in grievance. Qin Feiyang also finally stopped. He chuckled and said, still so arrogant. Mohi shook his head repeatedly, his eyes full of pleading. Qin Feiyang laughed. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Why do you have to make such a big fuss and hurt your face and body? Whoosh. At this time, the dozen or so people flew over and surrounded Qin Feiyang. Ma-san, let him go immediately. Don't think that you have the right to be arrogant just because you have some strength. In front of us, you are not qualified. The dozen or so people looked unfriendly. There were a total of 11 people, 9 7-star combat emperors and 2 8-star combat emperors. In other words, including Zhao Wei and Mo He, the 7-star combat emperors and 8-star combat emperors of the inner palace were all present. Qin Feiyang glanced at them and said indifferently, what if I don't let him go? One of them said coldly, don't even think about leaving alive today. Seeing this, Mo He lost his patience and roared, why are you still talking nonsense? Quickly kill him. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He sneered, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? After saying this, his 5 fingers suddenly tightened and he decisively crushed Mohi's throat. Blood flowed from his big hand to his arm and dyed the clothes on his arm red. Some of the blood splattered on his face. At this moment, he looked like a merciless killing god. He really killed him? The 11 people were dumbfounded. The inner palace disciples in the distance also looked at the dead Mo He with a dull expression. He even dared to kill Mo He. Who did he borrow the courage from? Crazy. This guy must be crazy, otherwise, he would never dare to do such a shocking thing. Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye to this. He loosened his 5 fingers and Mohi's body fell down. Whoosh. A young man came back to his senses and immediately swooped down, holding Mohi's body and returning to the sky. Is he dead? The other 10 people looked at the young man and asked. He's dead. The young man said in a deep voice. Whoosh. The 11 people immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. The woman in the black silk dress said, You're not Ma San. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He smiled faintly and said, Why do you say that? The woman in the black dress said, Ma San is only a 2-star combat emperor. His battle chi and battle art are different from yours. Who are you? Why did you pretend to be Ma San? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, I'm not Ma San. Damn it. The 11 people's eyes turned cold and they became alert. Don't be so nervous. What I mean is, I'm no longer the Ma San. Now, I'm your nightmare. Do you remember how you bullied me in the past? You don't remember, but I remember it in my heart. Now, I'll take it back little by little. Qin Feiyang laughed. What do you mean? Are you Ma San or not? If you are, how do you explain your cultivation, battle chi and battle art? The young man yelled. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and shook his head. I've said it so clearly, but you still don't understand. Are you worthy of being the genius of the inner palace? The 11 people couldn't help but look angry. I've been hiding my cultivation in the past. You must be asking why I'm hiding it. To put it nicely, I'm a low-key person. To put it bluntly, I want to see your faces now. Look at your dumbfounded expressions, it's indeed very interesting. As for battle chi, haven't you heard of it before? There's something in the world called dual battle souls. Qin Feiyang joked. What? You've activated double fighting souls? As soon as the words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. Not necessarily. Maybe I've activated 3 fighting souls. As for battle arts, maybe I've accumulated good karma in my previous life. I'm so lucky that I got a lot of them by chance. Their grades are not low. Qin Feiyang laughed. The 11 people stared at Qin Feiyang. They no longer doubted Qin Feiyang's identity. They just wanted to know how many fighting souls Qin Feiyang had. How many battle arts did he have? You want to know? Then let's talk with our strength. One-on-one, all together. You can choose. Qin Feiyang looked at the 11 people provocatively. You, the young man was furious. However, the woman in the black dress grabbed him and whispered, He killed Mohi. We don't need to do anything. Someone will deal with him. When the young man heard this, a gloating smile appeared in his eyes. Let's go. Chapter 5:16. Phew. Looking at the backs of the 11 people, Qin Feiyang finally heaved a sigh of relief. At least he didn't arouse any suspicion. But this Mohi, what was his background? After the 11 people left, the others didn't dare to stay any longer. They all turned around and left as if they were running for their lives. Nearby, there was a valley that was about 100 feet wide. It was surrounded by mountains and there was only one narrow entrance. And at this moment, the man and woman who instigated everyone to send the message stood in the valley, looking at Qin Feiyang in the sky, their faces filled with disbelief. How could this bastard be so strong? Back then at the riverside, because of the fatty's attitude, they already bore a grudge against Qin Feiyang and the other man. That was why they wanted to kill the 2 of them. The news also spread out smoothly. Moreover, Mohi found them very quickly. But unexpectedly, the result was Mohi's tragic death. Even an 8-star war emperor was no match for him. Could it be that this cowardly trash was a 9-star war emperor? Su Wei, you even dared to kill Mohi. It's better if we don't provoke him anymore. The woman retracted her gaze and turned to look at the man. Su Wei frowned and said, What? Are you afraid? The woman did not deny it. If I didn't kill Mohi, I would definitely do as you said and not provoke him. But it's different now. Because he killed Mohi, that person will definitely not let him go. Let's just wait and watch the show. Su Wei sneered. At the same time, Qin Feiyang glanced down and locked his gaze on the valley. Because this valley was a very good place to hide. Whiz. He turned into a ray of light and swooped down towards the valley. The woman exclaimed, Not good, he's flying towards us. Could it be that he's discovered us? Let's go. Su Wei's expression also changed. The two of them immediately fled out of the valley and quickly disappeared into the forest. After a few breaths, Qin Feiyang landed in the valley and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he flew up to the cliff and sat cross-legged on a rock, closing his eyes to meditate. In front of him, there was a lush patch of grass that was as tall as a person. It could very well conceal his whereabouts. Outside the valley, the man and woman did not leave. The two of them stood on a branch of a large tree, using the dense leaves to cover their bodies as they looked at the sky above the valley. Time passed by slowly. The next morning, Su Wei finally retracted his gaze and said to the woman beside him, "Since he entered the valley yesterday, he has not appeared again. He should be cultivating in the valley. What do you want to do?" The woman was bewildered. Su Wei said, "I'll keep watch here. You go find Mo Wuxian and tell him the news." The woman frowned. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Su Wei nodded. "Then why don't you just spread the news? Why go through so much trouble? Furthermore, I don't even know where Mo Wuxian is now. How am I supposed to find him?" The woman said, "First of all, if I could directly send a message to Mo Wuxian, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. But we didn't establish a contract with Mo Wuxian. Secondly, if we spread the news like this, Ma San will probably hear about it, and then he will definitely slip away. After all, he has been in the inner palace for so many years. He might have made a few good friends. Thirdly, and this is the most important point, if this news reaches Mo Wuxian's ears from others, then it won't be our credit, and everything we've done will be meaningless. So, we have to tell Mo Wuxian personally," Su Wei said, his eyes shining. "All right, I'll go find him now." The woman pondered for a moment, nodded and said. Then, she jumped down from the tree and flew into the depths of the mountain. Deep in the mountains, on the peak of a giant mountain, the woman in black and the other 11 people stood respectfully at the edge of the cliff. In front of the 11 people, there was a green stone. At this moment, a white-haired young man sat on the green stone. This person was handsome like jade, his eyes were like stars, and he was about 185 meters tall. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his whole body exuded an unfathomable aura. In front of this person, there was a cold corpse. This corpse was Mo He. The white-haired young man looked at Mo He's corpse without any expression on his face, and his eyes were as calm as water. But the more he was like this, the more the woman in black and the others felt afraid. This was because they knew this person too well. The angrier he was, the calmer he was. The peak of the mountain fell into a dead silence, and only the whistling of the wind could be heard. No one knew how long had passed. The white-haired young man looked up at the woman in black and asked, "Who did it?" His voice was full of energy, and there was no sadness in it. The woman in black said, "Senior brother Wuxian, it was Ma San." "Ma San," the white-haired young man pondered for a moment and said, "I'll give you 3 days. If you can't find Ma San's whereabouts, buy a coffin and lie in it." "Yes." The 11 people responded respectfully, and they did not dare to complain at all. The white-haired young man waved his hand and said, "Go, find a place to bury him." A young man stepped forward, picked up Mo He's corpse, and left with the others. Soon, only the white-haired young man was left. "Ma San, you'll die in 3 days. Are you ready?" The white-haired young man whispered and then closed his eyes. The peak of the mountain fell into a dead silence again. 3 days passed very quickly. However, the woman in black and the others did not have any news about Qin Feiyang. In front of a river, the 11 people gathered together, and they were all upset. After a while, the young man spoke first and said angrily, "Aren't you usually smart? Why aren't you talking now?" The woman in black asked, "What are you talking about?" The young man said, "Nonsense, of course we're talking about how to explain to senior brother Wuxian." "That's easy for you to say. Who here doesn't know senior brother Wuxian's temper? As long as he says it, he'll definitely do it. If we go to find him like this, we'll definitely die miserably. Most importantly, even if senior brother Wuxian kills us all, no one will dare to say a word." The woman in the black dress and the others all had worried looks on their faces. The young man frowned and suddenly slapped a huge rock beside him, and shouted, "That damn Marsan, where is he hiding?" Boom. At the same time, with a loud bang, the huge rock shattered. "Is it useful to be angry now?" The woman in black frowned. "If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Let's go and meet Senior Brother Wushan. We can only hope that he'll show us mercy." As the 11 people were about to leave, a woman in a black dress suddenly ran out from the woods on the other side of the river. "Senior brothers and sisters, wait," the woman blurted out as soon as she saw the 11 people. Her face was filled with joy. The 11 of them turned to look at the woman and frowned slightly. "What's the matter?" the young man asked. The woman leapt into the air and landed in front of the 11 people. "I have news about Marsan. Can you bring me to Senior Brother Wushan?" "What? You have news about Marsan? Really?" The young man and the others were astounded. The woman nodded. Let's go, let's go." The 11 people were overjoyed. They immediately brought the woman deeper into the woods. A few hundred breaths later, the group of people arrived at the top of the mountain and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Brother Wushan. Do you have news?" the white-haired young man asked without opening his eyes. "Yes." The woman in black nodded. Whoosh. The white-haired young man rose to his feet and opened his eyes. 2 rays of light burst out from his eyes as he said, "Bring me there at once." The woman hurriedly said, "Senior Brother Wushan, please wait." The white-haired young man turned to look at her. His cold eyes were as sharp as a blade, causing the woman's heart to tremble. She did not dare to look at him directly. The woman in black said, "Senior Brother Wushan, she knows where Marsan is." The white-haired young man took a deep look at the woman and said, "What's your name?" The woman said, "Senior Brother, I'm Yulan." The white-haired young man said, "From now on, you belong to me, Mo Wushan. You can have whatever you want in the inner hall." "Thank you, Senior Brother Wushan." Yulan was overjoyed and quickly bowed to express her gratitude. The white-haired young man added, "But if I can't find Marsan, I'll kill you. If I can't find Marsan, I'm at your mercy." Yulan was full of confidence. With Su Wei monitoring outside the valley, Marsan would definitely not be able to escape. Then, Yulan opened the teleportation door and a group of people filed in. The next moment, they landed in the jungle outside the valley. When Su Wei saw Mo Wushan and the others appear, he immediately jumped down from the tree and bowed, "Greetings, Senior Brothers and Sisters." Mo Wushan ignored him. The others also looked indifferent. Yulan asked, "Su Wei, is he still inside?" Su Wei said, "He didn't come out, he must still be inside." Yulan nodded and turned to look at Mo Wushan. "Senior Brother Wushan, Marsan is in this valley." Whoosh. Mo Wushan immediately turned into a stream of light and went straight to the valley. Su Wei and the others immediately followed. At the same time, Qin Feiyang, who was cultivating in the valley, suddenly opened his eyes. Why would someone come? Was it a coincidence? Immediately, he restrained his aura and stared at the entrance of the valley. When he saw Mo Wushan enter the valley, his pupils suddenly shrank. This person's aura was so strong. As Su Wei and the others entered the valley, Qin Feiyang knew that this was not a coincidence. They came prepared. But how did these people know that he was hiding in the valley? At the same time, Mo Wushan scanned the valley, and his calm eyes gradually became fierce. Swish. Suddenly, Mo Wushan turned around and locked his eyes on Qin Feiyang's hiding place. "I've been discovered." Qin Feiyang was shocked. Mo Wushan's eyes never moved away. "Are you going to come out yourself, or do I have to invite you out?" "I've actually been discovered." Qin Feiyang suddenly felt incredulous. Chapter 5:17. Su Wei and the rest followed Mo Wushan's gaze and looked at the bushes in front of Qin Feiyang. Their eyes were extremely unfriendly. Very soon, Mo Wushan lost his patience. "Seems like you want me to invite you out." His gaze turned cold as he pointed his index finger in the air. A ray of dazzling battle chi suddenly pierced through the sky, carrying an astonishing aura as it blasted towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and instantly disappeared without a trace. Boom. Just as his foot disappeared, the battle chi arrived. With a loud bang, the entire mountain was instantly reduced to ashes. Immediately, Mo Wuxian frowned. The woman in black and the rest were also a little stunned. How could there be no one? The young man suddenly shouted, Su Wei, Yu Lan, what's going on, where is he? The two of them looked forward, their eyes filled with confusion. The young man said angrily, answer me quickly. I don't know either. Yu Lan shook her head and turned to look at Su Wei. Aren't you here watching all this time? Su Wei said, I've been watching from here, and I haven't left even half a step. I'm sure he's in the valley. Yu Lan roared, what's the use of being sure? You have to see him. Su Wei also began to panic. Everyone in the inner hall knew Mo Wuxian's character. He was definitely not someone to be trifled with. The young man said coldly, Su Wei, Yu Lan, you guys really have the guts to lie to senior brother Mo Wuxian. Tell me, how do you want to die? We really didn't lie to senior brother Wuxian. Senior brother Wuxian, please believe us. Su Wei and Yu Lan trembled as they quickly knelt on the ground and begged. Mo Wuxian ignored them as he scanned the void in front of him, his eyes flickering. Seeing this, the young man's eyes flashed with killing intent as he raised his arm to kill Su Wei and Yu Lan. Wait. At this moment, Mo Wuxian finally spoke. The young man also immediately stopped and looked at Mo Wuxian in confusion. Mo Wuxian said, I can feel that when I entered the valley, there was a pair of eyes staring at me, so Ma San was indeed here before. The young man and the others were bewildered. Since he was here, why didn't he see anyone else? The woman in black asked, then how did he escape? Mo Wuxian said, I don't know how he escaped, but I'm sure that this Ma San is no longer the Ma San of the past. The woman in the black dress asked, should we continue looking? No need. He will appear. Go and look for the alchemy fire immediately. This will be a very good bait. Mo Wuxian said. Bait? The 11 of them were slightly taken aback, but they immediately understood. Yu Lan asked carefully, Senior brother Wuxian, what about me and Su Wei? Mo Wuxian's eyes flickered as he looked at the two. The hearts of Yu Lan and the other two also hung in the air. Before the training ends, follow them. In the end. After saying this, Mo Wuxian soared into the sky and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. Yu Lan and Su Wei were overjoyed. They stood up and looked at the black-dressed woman and the others. They cupped their hands and said, Senior brothers and sisters, please take care of us in the future. Take care of? Don't you know who you are? You don't even have the right to carry our shoes, and you still want to be with us? What a joke. The 11 of them were full of sarcasm. Then, they ignored the 2 of them and left. Don't even have the right to carry our shoes, Su Wei muttered to himself. He raised his head and looked at the backs of the 11 of them. He sneered, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will trample all of you under my feet. Yu Lan was also extremely angry. But soon, these emotions were controlled. With a flattering smile, she chased after the 11 of them. In the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of suspicion. Mo Wuxian. Who is this person? Mo Wuxian and Mo he have the same surname. Is there any relationship between the 2 of them? Although he didn't know any of this, from the conversation, this Mo Wuxian, regardless of identity or status, was not comparable to an ordinary inner hall disciple. It seemed that he had to find someone to investigate Mo Wuxian's background. Also, he had to investigate Su Wei and Yu Lan. They actually dared to spy on him. How reckless. Fatso said from the side, Boss, you heard it too. They want to use the elixir fire as bait. You have to be careful. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, if I didn't know in advance, I might have fallen into their trap. But now that I know, there's nothing to worry about. Fatso thought for a while and said with a smile, now, let's wait for the news. Since Mo Wuxian wanted to set a trap, he would definitely spread the news when he found the elixir fire. Therefore, there was no need to continue the search. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, but I have to go out. Fatso said, Fat Lord will go too. Qin Feiyang glanced at Fatso. Without saying anything, he left the ancient castle with Fatso. Outside, The dust had dissipated. Fatso looked at the broken ground and said in surprise, "How strong is this Mo Wuxian?" "Very strong," Qin Feiyang said. Judging from his aura, he was definitely not inferior to Yang Nanshan. In other words, this Mo Wuxian was most likely one of the 3 kings of the Cloud State, a battle master level expert. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang soared into the sky and looked around. "Boss, what are you doing?" Fatso looked at him in confusion. "Looking for someone." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and sped towards the west. "Looking for someone?" Fatty furrowed his eyebrows and quickly followed. About half an hour later, when Qin Feiyang passed by a mountain ridge, he suddenly sensed the fluctuations of a battle. His eyes immediately lit up and he flew towards the place where the battle fluctuation came from. Dozens of breaths later, Qin Feiyang landed on a mountain peak and looked down, only to see 2 young men fighting. One of them was wearing white clothes and was about 1.75 meters tall. He had a dignified appearance and was obviously an alchemist. The other person was wearing black clothes. His body was tall and sturdy with bulging muscles. He was filled with a valiant aura. Qin Feiyang looked at them for a while. Both of them had the same cultivation level, being 3-star combat emperors. Furthermore, both of their battle arts were of high quality. However, the burly man's battle awareness and battle experience were stronger than the alchemist's by a level. Thus, the alchemist was at a disadvantage. But what made Qin Feiyang puzzled was that normally, when they met an alchemist, they would try to curry favor with him, but why would this burly man become enemies with an alchemist? Could it be that another treasure had appeared? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and said, "Let's go and take a look." However, just as he was about to take a step forward, his gaze suddenly turned and looked at the cliff below. Halfway up the mountain, there was a protruding rock. It was about 5 to 6 meters tall and was covered with shrubs and weeds. A black figure was sneakily lying in the grass, also paying attention to the battlefield. And the back of this figure was very familiar. Fatty also lowered his head to look, and a trace of suspicion crept into his eyes. "It's him." Suddenly, both of their eyes lit up at the same time. This person was the youth in black who fought with them for the heart protection fruit, Heju. "I didn't expect to meet him here. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it without any effort." "Fat Lord, go and capture him," Fatso laughed. "Don't alert the enemy." Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand to stop him. Although this person looked inconspicuous, he was actually a cunning old fox. He must have his eyes on something. About 100 breaths passed. A scream suddenly rang out. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw that the alchemist had been punched in the heart by the burly man. With a bang, the alchemist was smashed into the ground below and died on the spot. "Trash like you want to snatch it from me? You're overestimating yourself." The burly man glanced at the alchemist in disdain. Then, his eyes lit up and he flew towards a lake not far away. At the same time, Heju got up hurriedly and jumped into the forest below, chasing after the burly man. Qin Feiyang and Fatso exchanged glances, retracted their auras and followed. Before long, the burly man landed in front of the lake. The lake was more than 10,000 feet long and its surface was very calm. The lake was also surrounded by lush vegetation. However, there was a pungent smell of blood in the air. When Qin Feiyang and the fatty got closer to take a look, their faces couldn't help but turn pale. On the surface of the lake, there were hundreds of corpses of aquatic beasts of various sizes. The lake water was dyed red and it was a shocking sight. Judging from the wounds, they were killed not long ago. Dong. The burly man glanced at the corpses of the aquatic beasts on the surface of the lake and jumped in without hesitation. Fatso asked suspiciously, "Why is that burly man not surprised at all when he looks at those corpses?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "Those aquatic beasts should have been killed by the burly man and the alchemist together." "You mean that they first discovered the treasure in the lake and worked together to get rid of the aquatic beasts in the lake. Then, they got greedy and wanted to take it for themselves?" Fatso asked. "That should be the case," Qin Feiyang said. However, he was not sure since he did not witness it with his own eyes. Fatso believed him and his eyes shone with greed. In that case, there must be some shocking treasure in the lake. We'll know if there's any treasure when the burly man comes out. After Qin Feiyang said that, he looked at Hiju who was in front. Hiju was hiding in a bush 100 meters away and was also staring at the lake with greed in his eyes. All of a sudden, he moved again and moved towards the lake. Soon, Hiju walked to the lakeside and hid behind a rock. He took out a dagger and his face was filled with murderous intent. Fatso was stunned and said, "He's planning to kill and steal the treasure." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "This man is indeed treacherous," Qin Feiyang whispered. Although the burly man killed the alchemist, he was also badly injured. Hiju was a 3-star combat emperor and his strength was not inferior to the burly man. Plus, it was a sneak attack and he could definitely kill the burly man with one strike. Dong. 100 breaths passed. The surface of the lake suddenly exploded and the burly man rushed out from the waves with a palm-sized iron box in his hand. "I finally got it." Chapter 518. Looking at the iron box in the burly man's hand, Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other in surprise. What kind of treasure could make this man so excited? Whoosh! Finally, Hiju launched a sneak attack. The dagger in his arm suddenly jumped out from behind the rock and went straight to the burly man in the sky. The burly man who was immersed in ecstasy suddenly quivered and looked down at Hiju. "Why are you here?" Immediately, the burly man was slightly stunned. He never thought that there would be someone hiding near the lake. It was also because of this moment that he fell into eternal damnation. One had to know. Hiju came prepared. The burly man was completely unprepared. If he counterattacked at the first moment, he might be able to escape. But now, he couldn't escape. Puff! Hiju rushed forward and the dagger in his hand shone brightly like a poisonous snake showing its fangs. With a puff, it went into the burly man's heart. Suddenly, blood splattered in the sky. The burly man screamed in pain and the iron box in his hand fell out of his hand. Hiju pulled out the dagger and ignored the burly man and went straight to the iron box. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Feiyang also moved. He used the phantom steps and quickly landed beside the iron box like a flash of lightning. His big hand reached out and grabbed the iron box first. After all, he was a 7-star combat emperor. And Hiju was only a 3-star combat emperor. There was a difference of 4 levels. Moreover, the phantom steps was a perfect auxiliary combat skill that could increase his speed by 4 times. Although the distance between him and the metal box was greater than the distance between Hiju and the metal box, Hiju's overwhelming speed made it impossible for him to snatch the metal box in front of him. Hiju was stunned on the spot. Why was there still someone else? How dare he snatch his item? Did he want to die? A glint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, when he looked at Qin Feiyang, his gaze immediately trembled, and fear that couldn't be removed crawled up his face. As for the burly man, he had already died and fell into the lake. Whoosh! At this moment, Fatso also rushed over. He ignored Hiju and stared at the iron box in Qin Feiyang's hand. He said anxiously, "Boss, what is it?" When Qin Feiyang was about to open the iron box, Hiju said anxiously, "This is mine. You can't be so overbearing." "Yours." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at him playfully. Fatso chuckled and said, "Brat, we saw you kill and rob with our own eyes. You still dare to say that? Saw it with your own eyes?" Hiju was taken aback, and his face was filled with disbelief. "To tell you the truth, when the big man and the alchemist were killing each other, we were already here. We just didn't say anything." Fatso teased. Hiju said angrily, "You are despicable." "Despicable? No matter how despicable we are not as despicable as you. Stay there and don't move. Otherwise, don't blame me, Fat Lord, for being merciless." Fatso smiled disdainfully and lowered his head to look at the iron box. Qin Feiyang opened the iron box, and a palm-sized jade slip suddenly appeared in front of them. Battle art. Fatso's eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed the jade slip and immersed his mind into it to read it. However, soon, his face was filled with disappointment. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fuck, Fat Lord thought it was a perfect battle art. He was full of expectations, but it's only an upper-tier battle art. Fatso was furious. He threw the jade slip to Qin Feiyang as if he was throwing trash. His face was filled with disdain. An upper-tier battle art? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He caught the jade slip and checked it. He could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Just as Fatso said, it was only an upper-tier battle art. However, it was not completely worthless. Because it was an auxiliary battle art. Seeing their expressions, Hiju was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He roared, "Don't pretend to be innocent after getting a bargain." "What do you mean?" Fatso frowned. "Bastard, still pretending? I don't believe that you don't know the value of an auxiliary battle art," Hiju said angrily. Qin Feiyang and Hiju were dumbfounded. Thinking about it carefully, their current words and actions did seem to be pretentious. How should they put it? Auxiliary battle arts were extremely rare treasures in places like the 9 continents. Even if it was a low-tier auxiliary battle art, it would still cause people to go crazy over it. Let alone an upper-tier auxiliary battle art. In other words, an upper-tier auxiliary battle art in the 9 continents was a priceless treasure that could not even be bought with gold coins. But now, Hiju was naturally unhappy that he and Fatso showed some disdain. Of course, Hiju did not know the situation. If he knew that Qin Feiyang had mastered a perfect auxiliary battle art, he would definitely be petrified on the spot. Hiju looked at the two and said gloomily, "Since you don't care about it, give it to me. In your dreams. Even if we throw it away, we won't give it to a villain like you." Fatso sneered. Hiju's eyes darkened. "What? You want to fight? Come on, let's settle the score from last time." A cold light flashed in Fatso's eyes. He reached out his hand and grabbed at Hiju's head like an eagle's claw. Hiju suddenly realized something. He was so angry that he forgot the strength of these two people in front of him. Even Zhao Wei, Liang Cheng, and Mo He were no match for Ma San. Wasn't he looking for death by challenging them? In an instant, his eyes were full of fear. Seeing that Fatso was about to crush Hiju's head, Qin Feiyang reached out and grabbed Fatso's wrist. He shook his head and said, "I have something to ask." Fatso withdrew his hand and stared at Hiju. He sneered. "I'll let you live a little longer." Hiju's eyes trembled and his face turned pale. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Don't be nervous. As long as you answer me honestly, I promise I won't kill you. What's the relationship between Mo Wuxian and Mo He? How come you don't even know this?" Hiju was surprised. Fatso's face twitched. He said angrily, "We asked you to answer, not to ask. Do you believe that Fat Lord will kill you now?" Hiju's body trembled. He hurriedly said, "Mo Wuxian is Mo He's elder brother." "I see." Qin Feiyang mumbled. No wonder Mo Wuxian went to such lengths to kill him. He asked again, "What's the background of this Mo Wuxian?" "He has a great background. Not only is he the eldest son of the Mo family, but he's also the personal disciple of the Mansion Master. And he's the strongest of the 3 King Realm Masters. Inner Hall disciples like us don't dare to provoke him," Hiju said. In other words, he was impressed by Qin Feiyang's courage. He actually killed Mo Wuxian's younger brother. This was undoubtedly a challenge to the Grim Reaper, the Mansion Master's disciple. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other. They didn't expect this person's background to be so shocking. "Is the Mo family very strong?" Fatso frowned. Hiju nodded. "Very strong. They're the most powerful family in Yunju." Fatso swallowed and said in a low voice, "Boss, it seems like we're in big trouble." Qin Feiyang felt the same. But there was nothing to be afraid of. They could just leave after getting the alchemy fire. He didn't believe that the Mo family of Yunju would dare to go to Lingju. Moreover, even if they went to Lingju, it would be useless. Because the people of Yunju didn't even know who he was. After thinking for a while, Qin Feiyang asked, "Are Zhao Wei and Liang Cheng also powerful?" "Yes." Hiju nodded. The Zhao family and the Liang family are also super families. They both have combat masters in their families. "Boss, You're really a jinx. No matter where you go, you'll offend superforces. Fatso looked at him with disdain. Get lost. Qin Feiyang glared at him and looked at Hiju. Last question. Who are Su Wei and Yu Lan? They're just small fries like me. But Su Wei is luckier than me. He's an alchemist, but he only has level 5 spiritual power. Hiju looked at him with disdain. Qin Feiyang asked, what do they look like? What? He doesn't even know this. Is Ma San suffering from amnesia? Hiju was shocked and suspicious. Could it be that the two people in front of him were impersonators? Do you want to die? Fatso's eyes turned cold. Hiju's expression changed. He waved his hand hurriedly and his battle aura condensed into 2 figures. It's them. Qin Feiyang and the fatty raised their heads to look, and their eyes immediately emitted a cold light. They didn't bother to pursue the matter at the riverside. But they didn't expect that they would dare to plot against them. They were really courting death. At this moment, Hiju suddenly looked behind Qin Feiyang and Fatso. His expression became respectful and he said, Greetings, Senior Brother Wushan. Qin Feiyang and Fatso were shocked and they quickly turned around. But where was Mo Wushan? Not even a shadow could be seen. Fooled. They quickly turned around and saw Hiju running towards the mountain in front without looking back. Seeing this, the two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They remembered that they used to fool others with this trick. And they had successfully avoided many disasters. They didn't expect that they would be fooled by this trick today. This guy was really a cunning old man. However, was it possible for a mere 3-star combat emperor to slip away in front of them? Whoosh! Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept up Fatso. He used the phantom step and chased after Hiju. Hiju looked back and he was scared out of his wits. What a fast speed! In the blink of an eye, he had shortened the distance by half. What to do? If this continued, they wouldn't be able to escape. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of them. It was a young man in black. He was tall and straight. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords. Why would he come here? Seeing the young man in black, Hiju's expression changed. His eyes were filled with horror and fear. But then, his eyes lit up and he shouted, Senior Brother Nai Yu, Ma San and Zhong Liu found a superior auxiliary battle art. Qin Feiyang and Fatso frowned. They followed Hiju's gaze and saw the young man in black. Their bodies and minds suddenly tightened. This was another elite. His aura was like a vast ocean, unfathomable, superior auxiliary battle art. At the same time, the young man in black also looked at Hiju. His eyes were shining. Then, his gaze went past Hiju and locked onto Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Whoosh! The next moment, the black-clothed young man began to use a mysterious footwork, and his speed suddenly doubled. Chapter 519. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he cupped one hand in the other before his chest. Senior Brother Nai Yu, what can I do for you? Nai Yu said, hand over the superior auxiliary skill. Skill? Qin Feiyang paused and shook his head, I don't have it. Then who has it? Nai Yu frowned. Qin Feiyang said, Hiju has it. Hiju, who was standing behind to watch the show, suddenly changed his expression and said angrily, Ma San, don't talk nonsense. The skill is with you. Qin Feiyang said calmly, if I have it, why would I chase you? Hearing that, Nai Yu pondered for a while and suddenly turned to look at Hiju. His eyes flashed with shocking light. Hiju quickly took out his Chenkuan bag and said, Senior Brother Nai Yu, the skill is really not with me. You can search it if you don't believe me. Seeing that, Nai Yu's eyes flashed and he looked at Qin Feiyang and Hiju, saying, give me your Chenkuan bag too. Search my Chenkuan bag? Qin Feiyang paused and said helplessly, well, I admit that the skill is with me. But I got it with my own ability. Are you going to rob me? I took it from you with my own ability too. But it's not so easy now. You not only have to give me the skill, but also kneel down and kowtow to me. This is the price for fooling me. Nai Yu looked arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed a touch of coldness and he said with a smile, in this case, I'll say something. If you kneel down and kowtow to me now, I'll spare your life. What? Is this bastard out of his mind? How dare he talk back to senior brother Naiyu? He-ju, who was behind, was shocked in his heart. At the same time, Naiyu also showed a trace of anger and said, "You think you have the strength to sweep the inner hall after defeating Mohi? Now I'll let you know the consequences of being arrogant in front of me." Boom. After that, a terrifying pressure rushed out of his body and pounced towards Qin Feiyang and Qin Yu with the force of a landslide. 9-star combat emperor. Fatso's pupils contracted. Qin Feiyang's expression didn't change at all. He smiled faintly and said, "If it's just this level of pressure, I'm afraid it's not enough." Naiyu raised his eyebrows. What was going on? How could he be so relaxed under his pressure? Boom. The next moment, his body shook, and his oppressive might abruptly intensified, firmly locking onto Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Can you get any stronger? This is impossible." Naiyu's body and mind immediately trembled. This was the full extent of his pressure, yet it was still unable to restrain this person. Could this Ma-san also be a 9-star combat emperor? When He-ju saw this, he was even more frightened. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed down the mountain. "Don't go, let's make out." Fatso chuckled, turned into a stream of light and swooped down, chasing after He-ju. But at the same time, Naiyu also swooped down, looking for Fatso to catch him. "Damn, last time Zhao Wei was like this, now you're like this. Does Fat Lord have a grudge against you?" Fatso was furious and hurriedly turned around and flew toward Qin Feiyang. When snatching the heart protection fruit, Fatso wanted to kill He-ju, but at the critical moment, Zhao Wei arrived and he failed to do so. Unexpectedly, this time, Naiyu came to stop him again. This made him very angry, but he also knew that Naiyu came to him, not really to stop him from killing He-ju. Instead, he wanted to capture him and threaten Qin Feiyang. Therefore, he decisively gave up chasing He-ju and flew toward Qin Feiyang. He didn't want to be a burden to Qin Feiyang. "You want to leave? How naive." Naiyu sneered secretly. His speed was unbelievably fast, catching up with Fatso in the blink of an eye. His big hand violently reached out, grabbing toward Fatso. Humph. However, at this moment, a cold snort sounded. Qin Feiyang also landed beside Fatso, the battle chi in his palm surging, and he slapped toward Naiyu's chest. How can he be so fast? Naiyu was shocked. The big hand that was grabbing toward Fatso turned in the air, and a bright battle chi emerged from his palm. Boom. The two big hands collided with a loud bang. A thunderous sound exploded in the area. Furthermore, with the two of them as the center, a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Qin Feiyang immediately mobilized his battle chi and condensed it into a battle chi boundary to protect Fatso behind him. But the mountains and rivers below were severely destroyed. Within a 1-mile radius, whether it was the mountains or the beasts, they were all crushed into pieces by the airwave. This scene was like the end of the world. It was terrifying. The two of them were in a stalemate for 3 breaths. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out. Fatso was not spared either. He was sent flying, and blood spurted out of his mouth. However, with the protection of the battle chi boundary, there was no danger to his life. He was only seriously injured. Naiyu laughed coldly and said disdainfully, "I thought you were strong, but it turns out that you only have this much strength." Boom. Qin Feiyang took a step into the air and stabilized his body. His gaze was like a blade, becoming incomparably sharp, and said, "Just this bit of strength is enough to kill you." After he finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, the scarlet sword chi surged, and 3 sword shadows instantly appeared out of thin air, making clanging sound. "Kill." Following Qin Feiyang's low shout, the 3 sword shadows immediately whistled towards Naiyu. "Your cultivation is only at the 7 stars War Emperor. It's fine to kill trash like Zhao Wei, but in front of me, it's useless." Naiyu shook his head. Whether it was his face or his eyes, they were filled with contempt. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang laughed coldly. The three sword shadows carried a terrifying sharpness, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived above Naiyu's head. But at this moment, Naiyu's battle chi surged, and actually condensed into a set of armor, covering his entire body, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. The armor emitted a dazzling light. After the armor appeared, Naiyu stood there. Not only did he not counterattack, he even crossed his arms over his chest, and the corner of his mouth pursed into a playful smile. Clang clang. The first sword shadow arrived and slashed towards Naiyu's right shoulder. When the sword shadow and the armor met, an ear-piercing metallic sound was heard. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. What kind of armor was this? It could actually block the Guiyuan sword art. Are you surprised? Let me tell you, this is not an ordinary armor. This is a battle armor evolved from a superior battle art. Its defensive power is not inferior to a real battle armor in the slightest. Even if it was someone at the same level as me, it would take 2 full strength attacks to break through the defense. And your cultivation level is lower than mine by a small level. Even if I stand here and don't fight back, you can't do anything to me. Naiyu smiled, and his smile was very bright. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood, and then the corner of his mouth pursed into a sneer. He admitted that the defense of this armor was indeed very powerful. If it was another 7-star combat emperor today, they would not be able to break it. But he was different. He had 2 perfect battle arts, and his combat power was not inferior to Naiyu's. Breaking the defense of this armor was a piece of cake. In the blink of an eye, the second sword shadow arrived and once again slashed the armor on Naiyu's right shoulder. Naiyu was still calm, without the slightest bit of nervousness or worry, and was full of confidence. But all of a sudden, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, a crack appeared on his armor. At that moment, Naiyu's eyes were filled with surprise. He hurriedly lowered his head to look at his right shoulder, and his eyes suddenly widened. It actually cracked. How could this be? Wasn't he a 7-star combat emperor? How could he have such strength? Could it be that this was a perfect battle art? Impossible. The highest level of battle art in Yunju was superior battle art. A perfect battle art was simply a legend. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. Just as Naiyu was in a daze, the third sword shadow slashed down like lightning. Crack. The armor was completely shattered, and suddenly, a bloody light burst out. Naiyu's right arm was cut off on the spot. The heart-wrenching pain was like a tide, attacking every nerve in his body, causing him to scream in pain. Aya, what's going on? Didn't you say that only people of the same level can break your defense? Why is his arm cut off now? Fatso, who was standing not far away, reached out to touch his chin, revealing a suspicious look. But his eyes were filled with ridicule. Obviously, he was secretly mocking Naiyu. Damn it, I'm going to kill you all. Naiyu was completely enraged, and his face was distorted, looking incomparably ferocious. Roar. Accompanied by an earth-shattering beast roar, a huge ferocious beast rose from behind him. That was a brute elephant. Its body was dozens of feet tall, like a mountain in the sky, and its ferocious aura was intimidating in all directions. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You're showing your battle soul so early. Does it mean that you've exhausted all your abilities? Die. Naiyu roared, and his body was full of murderous intent. The brute elephant battle soul suddenly swooped down from the sky toward Qin Feiyang like a meteorite. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Without seeing him do anything, a red sword aura emerged from his body, turned into a vast ocean, and surged into the sky. Clang. In an instant, 10 sword shadows appeared in the world. Waves of fire surged, and flames rolled, illuminating half of the sky and earth. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and 10 sword shadows fell from the sky, slashing toward the brute elephant battle soul. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly exploded. The brute elephant battle soul was annihilated on the spot. Naiyu's body and mind trembled, and blood spurted from his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. But there was still 1 sword shadow left. Clang! The sword shadow did not stop at all, and cut across the sky, slashing toward Naiyu like lightning. A shrill scream resounded through the sky. Yu's 7-foot body was cut in half on the spot, and his blood flowed like a waterfall, dyeing the sky red. What? Even senior Yu is no match for him. In a forest far away, Ju hid in a bush, looking at Qin Feiyang in the sky, and his face was full of horror. Especially the look in his eyes, as if he was looking at a devil. He was hiding here because he wanted to see if he could pick up a bargain. But he did not expect to see such a scene. The 9-star War Emperor Yu, the one with a light mouth under the War Master, was actually dismembered by a single slash. Whoosh. When he came back to his senses, Ju did not dare to stay any longer. He turned around and began to flee. He was scared out of his wits. The current Ma-san was too terrifying. Chapter 520. High up in the sky. After killing Yu, Qin Feiyang's heart did not waver in the slightest. Because if you don't kill him, he will kill you, and he won't show any mercy. TSK. Boss's current strength can be said to be the number 1 person below the War Master. Fatso was secretly speechless at the side. You know, Qin Feiyang was not even 20 years old yet, and he was already so strong. If he were to wait another 10 or 20 years, wouldn't he be even more amazing? Of course. Fatso was also completely confident in himself. In another 10 or 20 years, he would definitely have astonishing achievements. The source of his confidence was the door of potential. Most importantly, he had followed the right person. If he hadn't shamelessly followed Qin Feiyang back then, he would probably still be in Black Bear City, unknown to the public. Who? Qin Feiyang exhaled, looked at Fatso and laughed. Let's go, find a place to go into seclusion. He felt helpless in his heart. He had always wanted to go into seclusion to cultivate, but there was always trouble. Seclusion? Fatso was startled, and asked, what about Ju? Ju was obviously suspecting their identities. If word got out, it would not be good for them. He's a smart man. He knows what to say and what not to say. Qin Feiyang smiled and flew towards the depths of the mountain range. Smart man? Fatty furrowed his brows, then chuckled and turned to follow him. A moment later, the two of them landed on top of a huge peak. This place was filled with towering ancient trees and weeds. Furthermore, the giant peak was very tall, more than 1,000 feet tall. Standing at the edge of the cliff, one's field of vision was very wide. Not only could he hide, he could also monitor his surroundings. Qin Feiyang jumped onto a piece of bluestone and looked around. He was quite satisfied with this place. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bluestone and closed his eyes to cultivate. Fatso stood at the side and dawdled for a moment, then said, Boss, can you give the superior auxiliary battle art that you just obtained to Fat Lord? Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at him in confusion. Last time in the Forgotten Land, the perfect battle art that Madam gave Lu Hong was a slaughter battle art, so Fat Lord wants to give her a support battle art. Fatso blushed and said shyly. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso strangely. Could it be that Fatso had fallen in love with Lu Hong? If that was the case, it would be a good thing. Fatso felt uncomfortable being stared at like this. Just as he was about to explode, Qin Feiyang took out a jade slip and tossed it to Fatso. Thank you, boss. Immediately, Fatso was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He directly sent Fatso to the castle. It seemed that Fatso was really in love. However, it wasn't that he discriminated against Fatso, but with Fatso's figure, would Lu Hong like him? If he wanted to win the beauty's heart, he had to lose weight. At the same time, the news of Yu's death spread throughout the Spirit Cloud mountain range. This news was even more sensational than the death of Mo He and Zhao Wei. Those who knew about this were shocked beyond words. Even a 9-star combat emperor died in the hands of Ma-san. Was this person trying to defy the heavens? It was fine if he didn't make a sound, but once he did, he would amaze everyone. No one would have thought that the once cowardly, incompetent, and cowardly person would actually be this powerful. Beside a river, two young men stood side by side. Both of them wore black robes and had outstanding looks. Especially with their extraordinary temperament, one could tell that they weren't ordinary people at first glance. The inner palace is going to change. Yes, Ma Sun appeared out of nowhere and killed Na Yu. The situation is bound to change. Now, not only us, even Mo Wuxian and the other two felt threatened by this person. The two of them looked at the sky. Their deep eyes seemed to be able to see through the future and see through everything. At the same time, in the sky above a forest deep within the mountain range, two men and a woman stood facing each other. Gusts of wind blew past, lifting up their long hair and clothes. From afar, they looked like three dazzling suns, making people feel intimidated. Mo Wuxian, you went to find him. What do you think of his strength? I didn't fight him head-on. It seems that Ma San has been hiding his strength and biding his time. We have completely ignored him before. So what? He dared to kill my brother. He won't be able to walk out of the Spirit Cloud mountain range alive. I also think that we should get rid of Ma San. With his character and means, he will definitely be a threat to us in the future. If that's the case, let's join forces. After all, there can only be 3 kings in the inner palace, not one more. A cold light flashed across their eyes at the same time. Then, they turned around and left. At the same time, someone deliberately spread the news of Na Yu and the others' deaths to the capital of the Cloud State. As long as there were people would talk about it. The families behind Na Yu, Mo He, Zhao Wei, and Liang Cheng were, without a doubt, enraged. The old monsters of the 4 families immediately went to the Yun State Mansion Master to reason with him. However, the Yun State Mansion Master was indifferent to this matter. Helpless, the people of the 4 families could only bear with it for the time being. Time flew by. 7 months passed. There were only 5 months left before the Battle of the 9 States. In these 7 months, no one went to look for Qin Feiyang. They were all looking for the elixir fire. Even so, Qin Feiyang was often disturbed. These people were the Old Master, Yang Nanshan, Yin Yuanming, Lu Yun, and Ren Wushuang. They would send him messages every now and then. In the beginning, Qin Feiyang patiently explained and comforted them. However, in the end, he could not take it anymore. He directly threw the image crystal into his Chengkuan bag and ignored it. He immersed himself in cultivation. After 7 months of hard work, his cultivation finally ushered in a breakthrough. Boom! On this day, his aura, which had been dormant for several months, suddenly exploded. The giant mountain below him could not withstand this aura and instantly shattered. Billowing dust and smoke rose into the sky and covered all directions. The sound of the explosion was deafening. The ferocious beasts nearby were all shocked and fled in panic. Whoosh! Soon, a black figure rushed out from the dust and smoke. It was Qin Feiyang. He stood in the sky like a god of war. The battle aura around him was like a rainbow. His long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. A terrifying aura rolled in all directions. 8-star Combat Emperor. Feeling the surging battle aura and power in his body, he could not help but clench his fists tightly. His resolute face was filled with determination. Mother, Uncle Yuan, did you see this? I'm not even 20 years old and I've already stepped into the 8-star Combat Emperor. I'm even faster than my ancestor. Don't worry, I won't let you down, he muttered to himself. His eyes flickered. Then, he restrained his aura and pulled Fatso out. Fatso sized up Qin Feiyang for a moment and said with a grin, "Boss, Fat Lord is about to catch up with you. You have to work hard." Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. After carefully observing for a moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. This damn Fatso was already a 7-star Combat Emperor. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Although Fatso's talent was not as good as his, he had opened the 4th level of the Gate of Potential. Naturally, his cultivation speed was not comparable to his current cultivation speed. Qin Feiyang asked, "Has the white-eyed wolf broken through to the 9-star Combat Emperor?" 7 months ago, Wolf King was already a 7-star Combat Emperor. After 7 months of seclusion, Wolf King's cultivation must have had a great breakthrough. Not yet, but it will be soon. I estimate that it will take at most half a month. Fatso said sourly. No matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up with Wolf King. They had both opened the 4th level of the Gate of Potential. Why was the gap so big? You should be satisfied. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and said, Now, can you tell me why you came to Yunju? Fatso immediately fell silent. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said lightly, If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Boss, Fatso wanted to say something but stopped, as if he was worried about something. Finally, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said solemnly, Boss, no matter why I came to Yunju, you can rest assured that I, Fat Lord, will not harm you. Qin Feiyang believed in this. He smiled faintly and said, Let's go and ask if there is any news about the alchemy fire. Whoosh. The two of them flew into the depths of the mountain side by side. However, an hour had passed and they did not meet anyone on the way. That's strange. Where did they go? Fatso frowned. That's not strange. Everyone guessed that the alchemy fire was hidden in the depths of the mountain. Now that 7 months have passed, everyone must have gone there. Qin Feiyang used the phantom steps and quickly disappeared into the sky with Fatso. Half a month later, the two of them finally met an inner hall disciple. Coincidentally, it was Hiju again. At the peak of the mountain ahead, Hiju was lying on a smooth rock. He had a green foxtail in his mouth and his hands were behind his head. His eyes were slightly closed as he basked in the sun comfortably. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. Fatso smirked. Qin Feiyang smiled. Whoosh. The two of them flew across the sky toward the peak of the mountain. Someone's there. When the two of them were close to the peak of the mountain, Hiju suddenly opened his eyes. He put his hands on the ground and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Fatso. Why did we meet them again? Immediately, Hiju's expression changed and he got up to escape. Boom. Fatso smirked. His aura surged out and directly imprisoned Hiju there. Whoosh. With a burst of air-rending sound, Qin Feiyang and Fatso landed in front of Hiju. The fatty smiled sinisterly and said, Brat, we meet again. This is fate. Bullshit fate. I'm so unlucky. Hiju cursed in his heart, but his face was full of flattery. He nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. Fate can't be stopped. Since that's the case, we have to make out today. Otherwise, we'll be letting down the fate that God has given us. Don't you think so? Fatso rubbed his hands and grinned. He looked like a weasel with a malicious expression. Hiju's expression changed and he said flatteringly, Senior brother, my sexual orientation is very normal. I don't think we should make out. Fatso's face twitched and he was speechless. Was he trying to say that a certain aspect of him was abnormal? Hiju was very good at reading people's expressions. When he saw Fatso's face darkened, he quickly changed the topic and said with a smile, Senior brothers, if you have any questions, just ask. I promise to tell you everything I know. Fatso was stunned and said helplessly, You're quite sensible. Only those who know what's good for them can live longer. Chapter 521. Qin Feiyang looked at the scoundrel youth in front of him with a trace of admiration in his eyes. Only those who know their place can live longer. This saying was simple and easy to understand. However, there were only a few people who could do it. Hiju was able to do it, which meant that he had a high level of awareness. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and asked, You didn't tell anyone, did you? This, Hiju's pupils shrunk and a trace of panic appeared on his face. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and his expression became unfriendly. Seeing this, Hiju's body tensed up and he hurriedly said, I only told the others that you killed Nai Yu. I didn't say anything else. That's still true. Fatso sneered. Battle chi surged out of his palm and a strand of killing intent spread out. Qin Feiyang stopped Fatso and looked at Hiju with a smile. It doesn't matter. Even if you didn't say anything, others would have guessed it. Thank you for your generosity. Hiju quickly thanked him. Qin Feiyang asked, Is there any news about the alchemy fire? No. Everyone has been looking for it for the past few months, but there's been no news. Hiju shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned. 7 months had passed. No, including the half a month they had been on the road, 7.5 months had passed. However, there was still no news. Where was the alchemy fire hidden? Fatso was also annoyed. He looked at Hiju and said, Why don't you go and look for it? Me? He smiled bitterly. Why would I go and look for it? I'm just a 3-star combat emperor. There are beasts that are stronger than me in the deeper regions. If I go there, I'll die. Besides, even if I'm lucky enough to find the alchemy fire, the 3 kings won't let me take it out of the spirit cloud mountain. So, instead of wasting my time, I'd rather stay here and enjoy the good times. At the same time, I can keep my life. He said. Qin Feiyang looked at He in a new light again. Not only was this fellow treacherous, he was also very smart. Fatso glanced at He, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Boss, we can't keep waiting like this. How about we take the initiative to find them? How do we find him?" The Spirit Cloud mountain range connects the cloud state and the spirit state. It's vast and boundless. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack for the 2 of us. Qin Feiyang said. Beside him, He asked in surprise, "Senior brother Ma wants the alchemy fire too?" Qin Feiyang nodded. It was not that he wanted it, but that he was determined to get it. He's heart skipped a beat. He smiled obsequiously and said, "How about this? I'll help you find out, as long as you let me go." "How did you find out?" Fatso frowned. "Although I don't know where the alchemy fire is, I have connections with many people. As long as the alchemy fire appears, I will definitely receive the news immediately." He patted his chest and said. Qin Feiyang looked at He, his eyes flickering. After a while, he nodded and said, "If you can really find it, I'll let you go." "Thank you, senior brother." He was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Fatso. Fatso understood and restrained his aura. He did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately took out an image crystal and contacted his friends and best friends. Qin Feiyang and Fatso retreated to the side and watched silently. One had to admit that He had a wide network. He contacted more than 50 people. And most of them were stronger than him. Half an hour later, He finally put away the image crystal and looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled obsequiously. "Now we just need to wait for the news." Qin Feiyang nodded. Since he had nothing to do, he simply sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to cultivate. Another half a month passed like this. There were only 4 months left before the great battle of the 9 states. Early in the morning, the horizon was white. The sun rose slowly, and the mountains and rivers were dyed red. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound from the image crystal. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at He. Fatso, who was next to him, was also energized. There was a trace of anticipation in his eyes. He looked at the 2 of them and took out an image crystal. He poured his battle chi into it and a shadow quickly appeared. It was also a young man in black. He was more than 1.7 meters tall and looked very ordinary. He had a common face. Seeing this person, He hurriedly asked, "How is it? Any news?" "Yes. The 3 great kings found the alchemy fire in a canyon." The young man in black said excitedly. "Heard about it." Qin Feiyang and Fatso suddenly stood up. He also breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally safe. Then he became excited and asked, "Where is the alchemy fire now?" The young man in black said, "It's still in the canyon." He was slightly stunned. He asked suspiciously, since the 3 great kings found the alchemy fire, why didn't they take it away? This was also the question in Qin Feiyang and Fatso's hearts. There's a war master level beast in the canyon. It's stronger than the 3 great kings. It won't be easy for them to get it. The young man in black said gloatingly. "Stronger than them?" He was shocked and said, "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" "Why would I lie to you? I saw it with my own eyes. The 3 great kings fought with that beast. In the end, they were beaten to the point of vomiting blood in one move. However, the canyon has been sealed by the 3 great kings. Small characters like us can't even think about getting close." The young man in black said with a trace of unwillingness in his tone. Sigh. He also let out a long sigh. How precious was a 4th-grade alchemy fire. If he could get it, he would definitely soar into the sky. But facing the 3 powerful great kings, with his strength, he had no chance at all. Fatso also frowned and asked in a low voice, "Boss, how do we get it? Let's go take a look at the canyon first." Qin Feiyang raised his arm and waved his index finger in the air for a while. Then, two big words formed by battle chi quickly appeared in the air. Canyon coordinates. Seeing these two words, He-ju looked up at the young man in black and smiled. "Can you give me the coordinates of the canyon?" The young man in black was surprised and asked, "What? You want to get the alchemy fire?" He-ju smiled bitterly. "I don't have the guts. I just want to join in the fun." The young man in black looked at him suspiciously and said, "I can give you the coordinates. But if you get something good, don't forget about me." Of course, of course." He-ju nodded. After the young man in black told him the coordinates of the canyon, He-ju turned off the image crystal, then turned to Qin Feiyang and Fatso, and said, "You heard it. Are you sure you want to go? How do we know if there's a chance if we don't go and see?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, he opened a portal and walked in without hesitation. Fatso took another step toward the portal, but suddenly stopped in front of it. He turned to look at He-ju with a smile, and said, "It's going to be fun later. Want to go together?" He-ju shook his head without hesitation. Although after half a month of getting along, Fatso's attitude toward him was much better than before, he still felt that Fatso was up to no good. Fatso was not surprised. He smiled and turned back to enter the portal. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang and Fatso appeared in a strange place. Here, there were overlapping mountains and lush ancient trees. Between the mountains, there was a river, like a giant python, winding across the north, south, east, and west. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and Fatso were standing on one of the banks of the river. Qin Feiyang looked at the river. The turbulent river water was like a torrent of beasts, setting off huge waves that were more than 10 meters high, and underwater, he could clearly sense the aura of many fierce beasts. Moreover, the weakest was the War Emperor. Even he could not estimate the strongest aura. From this, it was very likely that there were water beasts of the War Master realm lurking in the river. On both sides of the river, there were primordial forests. There were also many powerful fierce beasts' auras inside. To be honest, without the cultivation of a 5-star War Emperor, it would be very difficult to survive here. "Where's the canyon?" Fatty looked around, and his brows gradually furrowed into a ball. Other than the desolate forest, giant peaks, and fierce beasts, there was no canyon at all. Had he been fooled? "Quick, quick, quick. The canyon is over there." Suddenly, a series of shouts rang out. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, he grabbed Fatso and hid in the nearby forest, whispering, "Restrain your aura." Very quickly, a group of people passed through the forest and flew towards the other side of the river. There were a total of 15 people, all of them young men and women. Some were dressed in white, while others were dressed in black. Their cultivation was all above the 4-star War Emperor. After watching the group of people leave, Fatso retracted his gaze and asked in confusion, "Boss, you have already broken through to the 8-star War Emperor. With the addition of the battle formula and the return formula, you are completely capable of fighting against the 3 great kings. Is there a need to hide like this?" Qin Feiyang said, "Mo Wuxian has been waiting for me. If he knows that I am here, he will definitely come to kill me. Although I am not afraid of him now, this will affect my ability to snatch the pill fire." Fatso suddenly understood. Indeed. Under the circumstances where the 3 great kings did not know, it would undoubtedly be easier to snatch the pill fire. "Let's go, follow them." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, turned into a ray of light, and rushed out of the forest. Fatso followed closely behind. Very quickly, the two of them crossed the river and entered the forest on the other side. Then, without any hesitation, they followed behind the 15 people and rushed forward silently. Not long after the two of them disappeared on the other side of the river, a young man in black appeared out of thin air. It was He-ju. He. 4th grade pill fire. I will not give it up until the end. Ma-san, this time I would like to see who is the real Oriole. He laughed in a low voice and immediately flew towards the other side of the river. And like Qin Feiyang, he also chose to enter the forest and sneak over quietly. In the forest, Qin Feiyang and He Ju were very careful and did not make any noise. Fatso looked up at the 15 people in the sky and sneered, "You know that someone is blocking the valley, but you still dare to fly over from the sky. What a group of idiots." Qin Feiyang smiled but did not say anything. "Stop right there." Sure enough. About 100 breaths later, a violent shout suddenly exploded in the sky. The 15 people flying in the sky immediately stopped, their eyes full of fear. Qin Feiyang also stopped and looked up. He saw a young man standing in the sky in front of him, glancing at the 15 people. His eyes were extremely unfriendly. Qin Feiyang frowned. He had seen this person before. When he killed Mo He, it was this person who caught Mo He's body. There was no doubt that this person must be Mo Wuxian's man. And he should be blocking the valley, which meant that the valley was in front of them. Chapter 522. At the same time, a dispute broke out in the sky. "Why can't we go to the canyon? The palace master has said that everyone has the right to fight for the alchemy fire and auxiliary combat arts. Is there any justice in your actions?" The 15 men were filled with righteous indignation. The 3 kings had gone too far. They had sealed off the canyon. Wasn't this cutting off their hope? You do have the right to fight for it, but do you have the strength to do so? Get lost now, or don't blame me for being merciless. The young man shouted, his eyes flashing with strong killing intent. "We won't leave until we reach the canyon. You are an 8-star combat emperor, but you are willing to be their pawn. Do you have any dignity? I am ashamed of you." The 15 men were seething with anger and their words became more and more intense. As soon as these words were spoken, it undoubtedly infuriated the burly young man. Who would be willing to be someone else's pawn? Who wouldn't want a 4th-grade alchemy fire? But they had to have the strength to do so. Without sufficient strength, if one wanted to survive in the inner hall and go higher and further, then one had to compromise. Otherwise, only death would await. Boom! The young man's body shook, and a majestic aura rushed out, covering the sky and the earth as it pressed down on the 15 people. Immediately, most of the people were frightened and began to retreat involuntarily. "Don't retreat. We have to show the 3 kings that we are people with guts. Yes. For our dignity, we have to fight to the end even if we are like moths to a flame," the 4 young men shouted. They were all 6-star combat emperors, 2 levels lower than the young man. However, they were not afraid at all. Their aura soared and they rushed toward the young man. In the forest. Qin Feiyang stopped again. He raised his head and looked at the 4 people in surprise. Unyielding, and unforgiving. Who would have thought that there would be such guts in Yunju? It's all for the alchemy fire. If it was something worthless, do you think they would dare to fight? Their current actions have nothing to do with courage at all. At best, they're just acting out of desperation. The fatty said in disdain as his lips curled into a mocking smile. Even so, your courage is commendable. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he spoke. Boom! Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed in the air. An invisible force turned into a world-destroying dragon that roared into the sky and drowned the young man in an instant. Immediately, a blood-curdling scream resounded through the sky. The young man died on the spot, and his blood dyed the sky red. Whoosh! After killing the young man, Qin Feiyang did not stay any longer. He grabbed Fatso and shot forward. Fatso frowned. "Boss, why are you doing this?" "Why? Of course, it's to make it easier for me to snatch the alchemy fire and create some trouble for the 3 kings." Qin Feiyang sneered. Although the 3 great kings were powerful, they were still far from being able to scheme against him. High in the sky, the 15 people looked at each other. What was going on? Who killed the young man? Whoosh! When they came back to their senses, they lowered their heads and scanned the forest below, their eyes full of surprise. Who was it? The young man was an 8-star combat emperor, but he was killed in one move. Who was so powerful? Forget it. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's go. That's right. With the help of this mysterious expert, we will definitely be able to enter the canyon. Follow us and rush in. The 4 young men roared and turned into streaks of light as they charged forward. The other 11 people looked at each other, gritted their teeth and followed them. At the same time, in the forest below, He-ju was hiding in a bush, his face full of suspicion. Who could it be? Could it be them? Yes, it must be Ma-san and Zhong Liu. Only they could kill an 8-star combat emperor easily. In other words, the two of them were in front of him. Now, as long as he followed the two of them and was careful, he would not be in any danger. He-ju chuckled and followed them silently. At the same time, a few miles ahead, there was a huge canyon. However, in the void 1,000 meters away from the canyon, there were more than 30 young men and women standing against the wind. Their auras were extremely powerful. The lady in the black dress and the others were among them. However, at this moment, these people were looking in the direction of the young man, their eyes full of suspicion. At the same time, in the northwest direction of the canyon, there was a giant mountain. This mountain was about 1,000 meters away from the canyon. At this moment, 4 young men and a young woman were standing on the peak of the giant mountain, looking in the direction of the young man. Their eyes were shining with cold light. The auras of these 5 people were unfathomable. The young woman said, "Mo Wuxian, is it Ma-san? In the entire inner palace, only the 5 of us and Nai Yu can kill Yuan Wu in one move. Nai Yu is dead and we are all here. Who else could it be other than Ma-san?" Mo Wuxian clenched his fists and his eyes were as sharp as blades. The young woman frowned and said, "I didn't expect him to receive the news so quickly. I was afraid that he wouldn't come." Mo Wuxian smiled coldly and looked at the 2 young men in black beside him. He said, "You two go and have a look." "Us?" The 2 of them were stunned and frowned. The young woman said, "If you don't go, do the 3 of us have to go? Just go, don't talk so much nonsense." The 3rd person said. This was a burly man. His body was 8 feet tall, like a small giant, and his body was full of explosive power. This burly man, Mo Wuxian, and the young woman were the 3 kings of the inner palace. As for the 2 young men in black, they were 9-star combat emperors and their positions in the inner palace were slightly lower than Mo Wuxian and the other 2. Seeing the attitude of Mo Wuxian and the other 2, the 2 of them looked at each other and a cold light flashed in their eyes. However, they hid it well and Mo Wuxian and the other 2 did not notice it. One of them looked at Mo Wuxian and the other 2 and asked, "What should we do with the 15 people?" "Kill," the burly man said without hesitation, revealing a ruthless and cold aura. Swoosh. The 2 of them did not hesitate and soared into the sky, flying towards the 15 people. After distancing themselves from Mo Wuxian and the other 2, the young man in black on the left said, "Liu Yunfeng, they are sending us to our deaths." "I know." The young man in black on the right nodded, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he whispered, "Pei Sansha, we can't go on like this, we must fight back." The young man on the left asked, "How do we fight back?" Liu Yunfeng said, "Ma-san was able to kill Nai Yu, it is enough to show that he is not weaker than us. Let's go and find him to cooperate." "Your idea is good, but it is not feasible. No matter how strong Ma-san is, can he be stronger than a battle master? If we work with him rashly, we will definitely be dragged into the water. Let's endure it for now. When we enter the battle master, there will be plenty of opportunities to settle the score with Mo Wuxian and the others." Pei Sansha said with a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. Hearing this, Liu Yunfeng frowned but did not say anything. After all, Pei Sansha's concerns were not without reason. "Oh no! Liu Yunfeng and Pei Sansha are flying towards us. They must be here to kill us." In the sky, when the 15 people saw Liu Yunfeng and Pei Sansha, their expressions changed. They stopped in unison and glanced at the forest below from the corner of their eyes. Who knew if that mysterious expert would help them again? Whoosh! Liu Yunfeng and Pei Sansha stopped in front of the 15 people. Pei Sansha said in a deep voice, "Mo Wuxian and the others asked us to kill you. If you don't want to die, leave immediately. Senior brother Pei, senior brother Liu, Yuan Wu is Mo Wuxian's lackey. It is reasonable for him to listen to Mo Wuxian's orders. But you are all 9-star combat emperors. Why do you have to listen to them? What right do they have to order you? Senior brothers, wake up. Even if you help them, you will not get any benefits in the end. The 15 of them tried their best to persuade him. The 2 were silent. How could they not know this? But Mo Wuxian and the other 2's strength were in front of them. What could they do? Liu Yunfeng sighed deeply and waved his hand. Go quickly. The alchemy fire is not something you can touch. It is not worth it to lose your life. What are you 2 hesitating for? Do it quickly. The strong man's voice sounded from the mountain peak. The 15 people were terrified. Go quickly. Pei San Shi roared at the 15 people. The 15 people did not dare to hesitate any longer. They turned around and ran for their lives. Pei San Shi and Pei San Shi were relieved. It was not that they had a benevolent heart. They did this to win people's hearts and make plans for the future. Because the lowest cultivation level of these 15 people was a 4-star combat emperor. Although they were not as strong as them, they were still the elites of the inner palace. In time, when they broke through to the war master and called out, these 15 people would definitely submit to them and follow their lead. At that time, they would naturally have the ability to fight against Mo Wuxian and the other 2. This scene was clearly seen by Qin Feiyang and Pei San Shi, who were hiding in the forest below. Fatso's eyes flashed and he whispered, "Boss, these 2 people can be used." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and shook his head. People who can reach this level are not stupid. Suddenly, Liu Yunfeng and Pei San Shi rushed down and flew towards the forest. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and Fatso quickly retracted their aura and hid in a 2-meter-tall bush. After entering the forest, Liu Yunfeng and Pei San Shi split up and searched the forest. A few breaths passed. Pei San Shi's gaze suddenly fell on the bush. His eyes flashed. Have we been discovered? Fatso's body tensed up and he did not dare to breathe. But after a while, Pei San Shi retracted his gaze and looked at Liu Yunfeng, who was not far away. I did not find Ma San. Liu Yunfeng glanced around and shook his head. I did not find any trace of him either. He should have left. Whoosh. Then, the 2 gathered together. Pei San Shi whispered in Liu Yunfeng's ear. Immediately, Liu Yunfeng looked meaningfully at the shrubs, then soared into the sky with Pei San Shi and flew towards the giant peak. They did not discover us even though they are so close. Chapter 523. No. I'm sure that our whereabouts have been exposed. Qin Feiyang followed him out of the bushes, his eyes gleaming. If that's the case, why didn't they make a move? Is it because they don't have the confidence to kill us and don't want to alert the enemy, so they went to ask Mo Wuxian and the other 2 for help? Fatso was surprised. I don't think so. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Fatso frowned, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He said in surprise, could it be that they are also very dissatisfied with Mo Wuxian and the other 2, so they pretended not to notice us? Qin Feiyang said, you're not stupid. They are actually trying to be friendly with us. Friendly? If that's the case, why didn't they talk to us face to face? Maybe we can cooperate. Fatso was puzzled. Because they don't dare. Mo Wuxian and the other 2 are all battle masters. They don't believe that I can defeat them, so they don't dare to make this bet. However, they don't want to offend me, so they chose to ignore it. Of course, they also have their own plans. When I arrive at the canyon, I will definitely fight with Mo Wuxian and the other 2, and they can find an opportunity to snatch the alchemy fire. And if our whereabouts are exposed now, with Mo Wuxian and the other 2 above us, they won't have the slightest chance. Qin Feiyang said. TSK, TSK, TSK. They are indeed a bunch of cunning old foxes. Fatso was speechless. Yes, these people are not simple. The Battle of the 9 States may be a tough battle. I just don't know how the 2 kings of our spiritual state are doing. Qin Feiyang whispered with a trace of worry between his brows. He had interacted with Dong Zhengyang before, and he was not a simple character. However, he didn't even know the names of the other 2 kings, so he really couldn't judge. What are you afraid of? With Fat Lord and Brother Wolf helping you, people like Mo Wuxian are a piece of cake. Fatso laughed. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, and couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. That was right. In terms of strength, the white-eyed wolf would definitely surpass everyone else in the future. When it came to scheming, he and Fatso had never been afraid of anyone. What was there to worry about? In an instant, Qin Feiyang's heart calmed down. He raised his head to look at Liu Yunfeng and Fatso before continuing to rush forward with Fatso. At the peak of the giant mountain, Liu Yunfeng and the other two landed in front of Mo Wuxian and the other two. Slap. Without saying a word, the brawny man stepped forward and slapped Liu Yunfeng and Pei Sanxia. The two of them touched their burning faces, and a strong anger rose in their hearts as they glared at the burly man. I told you to kill them, but you let them go on your own accord. Now you even dare to glare at me. Do you want to die? Do you want me to fulfill your wish now? The brawny man roared angrily, his body full of hostility. Liu Yunfeng suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Senior brother Yang, we are all fellow disciples of the same sect. Why do you have to kill us all? Bullshit. How can trash like them be worthy of being our fellow disciples? Not to mention them, even the two of you are only worthy of being a dog by our side. What is it? You're not convinced. The brawny man spoke viciously as he stared at the two of them with a face full of ridicule and disdain. I don't dare. Liu Yunfeng and Pei Sanxia lowered their heads, but their hearts were already filled with anger. The young woman glanced at the two of them, her eyes flashing slightly as she smiled and said, Liu Yunfeng, Pei Sanxia, did you secretly let those 15 people go because you wanted to make plans for the future? As soon as these words were spoken, Mo Wuxian and the brawny man's gazes immediately darkened. Liu Yunfeng and Pei Sanxi's pupils also constricted, and a trace of panic crawled up their faces. Fortunately, he had his head lowered and was not discovered by the three of them. Senior Sister Pan, we definitely don't have such thoughts. We just don't want to kill the innocent. Senior Sister Pan, Senior Brother Mo, Senior Brother Yang, please take a look. The two of them hurriedly said. Is that so? The young woman looked at the two of them playfully. Liu Yunfeng said, we are speaking the truth. Heaven and earth can testify. Don't think that we will believe you just because you say so. However, it doesn't matter even if you are planning for the future. After all, ants will always be ants. Even if we give you a chance, you won't be able to do anything. Speak, did you find Ma San? Mo Wuxian said indifferently, his expression full of contempt. No. Maybe because he saw us go, he slipped away. Liu Yunfeng and Pei Sanxia said. So that's all there is to it. The brawny man smiled disdainfully as he looked at Mo Wuxian and said, right now, killing Ma San is secondary. The main thing is to think of a way to kill that beast first. The young woman also nodded. Mo Wuxian pondered for a moment and nodded, all right, let's kill it first. However, when we fight with it, we must be careful of Ma San's sneak attack. I'm sure he won't give up just like that. The brawny man said, I think you're overthinking it. Mo Wuxian raised his eyebrows. Don't misunderstand, I don't mean to offend you. I just want to say that Ma San hasn't reached the battle sect yet. He won't dare to sneak attack us. Because without us, he won't be able to kill that beast, let alone get the alchemy fire. So when we're fighting with that beast, we can completely ignore him. Only when the battle is over, we have to be careful of his sneak attack. The brawny man spoke with assurance, his rough face was brimming with confidence. Mo Wuxian thought carefully and nodded, that makes sense. All right, prepare for the team battle immediately. The young woman looked at Mo Wuxian and said, you make the arrangements. All right. Later, the three of us will restrain it from the front. Liu Yunfeng, Pei Sanxia, the two of you will lead the 8-star combat emperors and 7-star combat emperors to assist from the side. Before the battle, I will give you enough supreme grade pills. Don't be stingy. Once you're injured, take it immediately. As for those below 6-star combat emperors, they're just cannon fodder. They won't be of much use in the battle. Just let them monitor the surroundings. If you find Ma San's whereabouts, send out a signal immediately. Mo Wuxian said. The brawny man, the young woman, Liu Yunfeng, and Pei Sanxia nodded with a dignified expression. Pei Sanxia shouted, 8-star combat emperors, 7-star combat emperors, gather here immediately. The rest of you, stay where you are. Whoosh. Immediately, 10 figures flew towards the giant peak. In the forest below, Qin Feiyang stopped and looked at the peak of the mountain in surprise. It seems that Mo Wuxian and the others are there. But why did they ask the 8-star combat emperors and 7-star combat emperors to gather? Fatso's face was full of suspicion. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said in surprise, "Could it be that they're here to encircle and annihilate us?" "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang frowned. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "They should be preparing to kill the beast in the canyon. Don't dawdle, let's go to the canyon quickly." Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, he rolled up Fatso and used the phantom steps to speed through the forest. Without the 7-star combat emperors and 8-star combat emperors, he didn't hold back his speed. Because those 6-star combat emperors couldn't detect him at all. Dozens of breaths passed. Qin Feiyang finally saw the canyon. The canyon was very big, occupying half a mile. Behind it and on its left and right sides were giant peaks that reached the clouds. The entrance in front was quite wide and was covered with weeds and shrubs. But because it was too low, they couldn't see the situation inside. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took Fatso to the back of the canyon and flew silently to the peak of the mountain. They lay down in the weeds at the edge of the cliff and looked down. Immediately, their pupils shrank. At the bottom of the canyon, there was a giant creature. Its body was 50 to 60 meters long and its whole body was as red as fire. Its 2 eyes were bigger than millstones and looked as if they were made of molten lava. They were emitting a terrifying and ominous light. Ju, it's actually a fire dragon. Looking at the gigantic creature, the fatty stuttered, his eyes filled with fear. A fire dragon was a flood dragon. According to legend, once a flood dragon became a god and passed the divine tribulation, it would become a real divine dragon. It would soar beyond the 9 heavens and have the power to destroy the world. Although the fire dragon in front of them hadn't reached the legendary realm, its aura was like a vast ocean that couldn't be seen through. "Boss, are you sure we want to fight with it?" Fatso's face was pale and he was trembling. Qin Feiyang said, "It's not us who want to fight with it, it's Mo Wuxian and the others. We just need to watch the show." To be honest, he didn't want to fight with the fire dragon. Because judging from its aura, this guy's cultivation was not inferior to the Lu family's ancestor. One had to know that old monster Lu was a 2-star combat ancestor. This beast's cultivation was very likely to be a 3-star combat ancestor or even a 4-star combat ancestor. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the fatty also let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. He then asked, "Then where is the pill fire?" Qin Feiyang scanned the fire flood dragon's surroundings, and a suspicious look gradually crept onto his face. There was no sign of the alchemy fire near the fire dragon. There was also no iron box or anything like that. Could it be somewhere else? His gaze shifted away again. But in the end, he searched more than half of the canyon, including the cliffs on both sides, but there was no sign of the alchemy fire. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned. If Mo Wuxian and the others could find the alchemy fire, it meant that the alchemy fire wasn't hidden very well. But why couldn't they find it? Whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw more than 10 figures rushing out from the peak of the giant mountain. They then rushed towards the canyon. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one. There were a total of 15 people. The leaders were Mo Wuxian and the other 2. Next were Liu Yunfeng, Pei Sanxia, and the woman in the black dress. The last 9 people were all 7-star combat emperors. Fatso scanned the 15 people and asked, "Who is Mo Wuxian?" Half a year ago, when Mo Wuxian went to the valley to kill Qin Feiyang, Fatso was at the ancient castle, so he didn't know what Mo Wuxian looked like. Qin Feiyang said, "It's the white-haired young man who is leading them." Fatso looked and said in surprise, "He is also an alchemist." Mo Wuxian was wearing a long white robe. Coupled with his long white hair, there was an invisible air of transcendence. His mental strength is probably not low. Qin Feiyang whispered. The personal disciple of the Yun State Prefecture Master, the #1 person in the inner hall, how could he be a simple person? No matter how strong his mental strength is, can it be compared to yours? Fatso laughed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He said in a low voice, "Don't talk. It looks like they are going to attack soon."